Chapter 1. The Contract Bride. Sophia Hale married Nikolai Orlov with a knife strapped beneath her wedding dress, and a lie folded inside her vows. The knife was small, flat, and mostly useless against a man like him. The lie was worse. It sat on her tongue while a priest with trembling hands pronounced them husband and wife in a candlelit church that smelled of wax, roses, and gun oil. She did not love him. She did not trust him. And when Nikolai Orlov lifted her veil with the careful patience of a man who had never needed to hurry for anything in his life, Sophia reminded herself that monsters could have beautiful hands. His were broad and scarred at the knuckles, clean at the cuffs, warm when his fingers grazed the edge of her jaw. He was 35, 11 years older than her, and powerful in a way that did not require noise. The men behind him stood like shadows in black suits. The men behind her stood like debts waiting to be collected. Her brother was not there. That was the first humiliation. The second was that she still looked for him. Sophia's gaze flicked once toward the rear pews, toward the dark wood doors, and the empty aisle beyond. No Daniel. No apology. No explanation beyond the message he had sent at dawn. "I'm sorry, Soph. I didn't know it would get this bad." She had nearly shattered her phone against the marble sink when she read it. Now she stood beneath the church dome in silk and lace, her heartbeat banging against her ribs, while the head of the Orlov Bratva looked at her like she was not a payment, not a bargaining chip, not the desperate sister of a stupid man. Like she was a locked door he intended to understand before touching the handle. "You may kiss the bride," the priest said, voice thin. Sophia stiffened. Nikolai noticed. Of course he noticed. Men like him survived by reading flinches before they became bullets. He leaned close enough for her to catch the scent of him, clean smoke and winter air, something dark and expensive beneath it. His mouth stopped a breath from hers. "For show only," he murmured. "Turn your face if you want." The words slid through her like a blade, drawn slowly from its sheath. Not an order, a choice. Sophia hated that it unsteadied her. She lifted her chin, refusing to turn away, refusing to give the men in those pews the satisfaction of watching fear make her small. Do it properly, then. Something moved in his eyes. Not amusement, not cruelty. Heat contained so completely, it seemed more dangerous than if he had let it burn. Nikolai's hand settled at her waist, not gripping, only resting there long enough to warn the room that she was under his protection now. His mouth touched hers. It was brief. It was restrained. It was devastating. No wet claim. No vulgar display. Just firm, warm pressure and the shocking awareness that his restraint was not weakness. It was discipline. It was a locked room full of things he had decided not to unleash. When he pulled away, Sophia's pulse had changed. That enraged her more than the marriage. Applause rose around them, polite and false. hands striking hands like quiet threats. Nikolai did not look away from her. "Still with me?" he asked softly. Sophia almost laughed. It would have come out sharp enough to cut. "No," she said, "but I'm standing." His thumb brushed once at her waist, there and gone. "Then we begin there." They signed the marriage certificate in a side room guarded by 2 Orlov men, and one woman with a sleek black bob, red lipstick, and a pistol-shaped bulge beneath her jacket. Sophia's hand did not shake when she wrote her name. Sophia Hale. Then beside it, on the line that made her stomach tighten, Sophia Orlov. The ink looked permanent. She knew better. The contract in Nikolai's lawyer's briefcase promised 12 months of public marriage, legal protection for her family, financial clearance of Daniel's debt, and no claim over her body, property, career, or private accounts. At the end, she could leave with her name restored, and a settlement she had already refused twice. Nikolai had not argued. That should have comforted her. It did not. A man who did not argue usually knew he already had the winning hand. Across the table, he signed with controlled strokes. Nikolai Viktorovich Orlov. His name looked like it belonged on bank vaults, prison doors, and the kind of old family records that made prosecutors wake sweating at 3 in the morning. His lawyer, a silver-haired man named Abram Voss, gathered the papers. "Congratulations." Sophia looked at him. "Don't." Abram's mouth closed. The woman with the black bob gave the smallest twitch of approval. Nikolai noticed that too. "Leave us," he said. Abram hesitated. "Pakin. My wife and I will have 3 minutes without an audience." "My wife." The words landed harder than the ring. Everyone filed out, except the woman with the bob, who looked at Nikolai as if daring him to order her twice. Nikolai's expression did not change. "Irina." After a beat, she left. "Tea." He door shut with a deep wooden click. Silence took the room. Sophia stood at the end of the signing table, still wearing the lace veil that now felt like a net. Her dress was beautiful because Nikolai's people had purchased it, fitted it, delivered it, and given her no chance to hate it properly. Long sleeves, high neckline, a narrow waist, and a skirt that moved like water. Modest until she turned, and the back dipped low enough to make the seamstress blush. She had almost refused it. Then she had seen the price tag and decided if the Orlovs were going to purchase her performance, they could bleed for the costume. Nikolai removed his wedding band, looked at it, then slid it back on his finger like a man testing the weight of a weapon. "You can breathe now," he said. "I was breathing before." "No," he said, "you were surviving. Different thing." She hated him for being right. Sophia reached beneath the edge of her veil and pulled it back herself. "You said 12 months. "Yes." "You said Daniel's debt disappears today." Nikolai's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Yes." "You said my mother will never know why this happened. She will know you married me quickly. She will know I am private. She will not know about your brother's debt unless you tell her. And if Daniel borrows again, he will not. The room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Sophia's fingers curled around the back of a chair. That sounds like a threat. It is a promise. Your promises and threats seem to wear the same suit. A faint shadow crossed his mouth, not quite a smile. Often. There it was, the danger, the reminder beneath the gentle kiss and the soft questions. Nikolai Orlov might have given her a choice at the altar, but he was not a safe man. Safe men did not make debt vanish. Safe men did not have lawyers who carried contracts in locked cases. Safe men did not empty church rooms with one quiet command. Safe men did not marry strangers to settle blood money. Sophia lifted her chin. I have conditions. You already had conditions. They were added to the contract. I have more. He nodded once, as if he had expected nothing less. Tell me. She had prepared for resistance. Not this. Sophia narrowed her eyes. I keep my phone. Yes, I continue my work as a museum restoration consultant. The fact that he knew the exact title scraped across her nerves. As myself. Yes, I go where I want. With security. No, with security, he repeated, not louder, not colder, just final. You married into a name that attracts bullets. Some of them were already pointed at your family before today. I will not pretend otherwise to make you like me. I don't like you. I know. You don't care. I care more than I should. That stopped her. The words were too quiet to be seduction. Too plain to be performance. Sophia looked at him carefully, searching for mockery. She found none. His eyes were a pale winter gray, the kind of color that made every emotion look deliberate. He was composed from his polished shoes to the dark wave of hair brushed back from his forehead. But there, around the mouth, was a tension he could not fully hide. It made her uneasy. It made him human. She did not want that. You don't know me, she said. No, then care less. I have tried. Her pulse tripped. Nikolai stepped away from the table, giving her space instead of taking it. That unnerved her too. Every story about men like him involved taking. Territory, money, loyalty, women, blood. But Nikolai kept placing distance between them, as if distance itself were an offering. You will have your own room at my house, he said. Your own lock, your own accounts, your own car after my mechanic inspects it. Irina will be assigned to you. She answers to you when it concerns your safety, not to me. Irina is the one with the lipstick and the gun. Yes, I liked her for almost 3 seconds. That is longer than most people get. Sophia almost smiled. She caught herself before it betrayed her. Nikolai saw anyway. Of course he did. His gaze dropped to her mouth, and the air changed. It was not dramatic. No thunder. No swelling music. Just a tightening, a sudden awareness of silk against skin, of the church's old radiator ticking in the corner, of the thin gold band pressing around her finger. He wanted her, not abstractly, not as a prize. Specifically, the knowledge should have frightened her. It did frighten her. But fear was not the only thing moving through her, and that was the problem. Sophia forced herself to speak. "And your room?" "Across the hall." "Convenient." His eyes returned to hers. "Locked from your side." A slow, confusing heat moved beneath her ribs. "You expect me to believe that?" "No, I expect to prove it." "Why?" "Because I do not take what is not offered. You take businesses, territory, men's loyalty." "Yes, but not women." Something in his face hardened. For the first time, she saw anger, not at her, at something older. "No," he said, "Neve, are women." The certainty in his voice made the room feel, suddenly, too intimate. Sophia looked away first, furious with herself. On the wall hung a painting of some saint pierced with arrows, eyes lifted heavenward, with a patience Sophia could not respect. Martyrdom had always seemed like a story written by people who expected women to bleed prettily. She had no intention of bleeding for Nikolai Orlov. A knock struck the door. Nikolai did not answer immediately. His gaze remained on her. "Anything else?" "Yes," she swallowed. "If this marriage is public, then publicly you don't humiliate me. You don't let your men speak down to me. You don't use me to send messages. They will respect you." "That isn't what I said." He inclined his head. "I will not humiliate you. I will not allow anyone else to. And I will not use you as a message." The knock came again, sharper. Sophia said, "You're going to answer that." "I am, but not because they interrupted you." This time the shadow of a smile returned. "No." She understood then, with a strange little twist of dread, that Nikolai's power was not only in making people obey. It was in deciding when obedience mattered. He opened the door. Irina stood there with one hand near her jacket. "We have a problem." Nikolai's expression went blank in a way Sophia already disliked. The man who had spoken to her in low, almost gentle tones disappeared behind the Bratva boss. "What kind?" "Roman Arcady is here." The name meant nothing to Sophia, but the effect was immediate. Abram appeared behind Irina, pale with controlled panic. One of the guards muttered something in Russian under his breath. Nikolai did not move, yet the air around him sharpened. "He was not invited," Nikolai said. "No," Irina replied. "He brought 6 men and a gift." Sophia's stomach tightened. What kind of gift? No one answered her. That told her enough. Nikolai turned slightly. "You will stay in this room." Sophia laughed once, humorless. "Absolutely not." His gaze cut to her. She met it. A wedding ring did not make him her owner. A contract did not make her obedient. If his enemies had come because of the marriage, she would not hide in a side room like a guilty secret. while men decided what her life meant. I said no, she told him. Irina's brows lifted faintly. Abram looked like he might faint. Nikolai closed the door behind him, shutting them into the room again, though Irina remained inside this time. The gesture was calm, deliberate, terrifying to everyone but Sophia, who was too angry to be sensible. You do not know Roman Arcady, he said. No, but I know men who use timing as a weapon. He came to your wedding because he wants people to see your reaction. If I vanish the first time a guest turns rude, what message does that send? Nikolai stared at her. Sophia's heart hammered, but she did not stop. You said you wouldn't use me as a message. Fine. Then don't make me look like one. A beat passed, then another. Irina said very softly, She is not wrong. Abram made a strangled sound. Nikolai did not look away from Sophia. You have been my wife for 20 minutes, and already my captain agrees with you over me. She seems intelligent. She is lethal. I noticed. Irina smiled. Nikolai exhaled through his nose, almost a laugh, but not quite. You will stand beside me. You will not speak unless you choose to. If I tell you to move, you move. Not because I own you. Because in that moment, I have seen something you have not. Sophia wanted to argue, but he had given her the distinction before she could demand it. Not ownership, survival. She nodded once. Fine. His gaze dropped. To be clear, he said, are there weapons under that dress I need to know about before we walk into a room full of armed men? Her blood froze. Irina turned her head slowly toward Sophia. Sophia held Nikolai's stare and felt heat climb her neck. That depends on whether you're going to be dramatic about it. For one suspended second, no one moved. Then Nikolai Orlov laughed. It was quiet, brief, real. It changed his face completely and did something dangerously soft to Sophia's stomach. Irina, he said, still looking at his bride. My wife has a knife. I assumed. Sophia blinked. You assumed. The way you walked, Irina said. My walk revealed a weapon. No, Nikolai said. Your expression did. Sophia should have been alarmed. Instead, absurdly, she felt insulted. I'll work on that. Please don't. His eyes held hers. I prefer knowing when you are thinking about stabbing me. You prefer a lot of strange things. I married you. There it was again, that almost smile, dry as smoke. The danger outside the door pressed closer, but for one breath Sophia forgot it. She forgot the contract, the debt, the absent brother, the men waiting to judge whether she was pawn or prize. She saw only the contradiction of Nikolai Orlov, Bratva king and careful groom, threat and shield, a man who could spot a knife under silk and still offer her the dignity of keeping it. Then the church bells began to ring, not for celebration. Warning. Nikolai's face emptied again. Stay on my left. Why? I shoot better with my right. Sophia stared. That was almost a joke. No, Irina said. Unfortunately, that was logistics. They moved. The hallway outside the signing room had transformed. Men in black suits lined the passage, shoulders squared, jackets open. The wedding planner hired for the day stood against the far wall, white as paper, clutching a clipboard like a religious object. Somewhere beyond the corridor, a violin played too brightly, trying to pretend the reception had not curdled into a standoff. Nikolai walked beside Sophia, not in front of her. That detail landed. He did not drag, did not grip, did not shield her with his body in a way that made her invisible. He stayed close enough that his sleeve brushed hers and lowered his voice for her alone. Roman Arcady controls the South Docks, he said. He wanted a seat in my father's council. He did not get it. Because of you. Because he is unstable. Men usually call other men unstable when they mean inconvenient. I mean, he fed a man's hand into a machine press over a late payment. Sophia's mouth dried. Nikolai glanced at her. You wanted honesty. Yes, her voice came out steady. She was proud of that. I didn't say I expected it to be charming. Good. They reached the double doors to the church hall. Beyond them waited music, flowers, champagne, and a man who mutilated people over money. Sophia thought of Daniel. Stupid, reckless Daniel, who once walked 6 blocks in the rain to bring her soup when she had the flu. Daniel, who lied when he was scared. Daniel, who gambled with danger because he always assumed Sophia would find a way to fix the aftermath. She had fixed it this time by marrying a Bratva boss. She wondered if there was any part of her brother that understood what that had cost. Nikolai leaned slightly closer. Last chance to wait outside. Sophia looked up at him. Last chance to annul this before I embarrass you. His gaze held hers. I am not easily embarrassed, he said. Everyone says that before I start talking. This time his mouth did not smile, but his eyes did. Barely. Then the doors opened. The reception hall glittered like a sin, polished for display. Crystal chandeliers threw light over white roses, black linens, silver cutlery, and guests, pretending not to stare. A long table stood at the front beneath an arch of winter branches and pale orchids. At its center, 2 chairs waited for the bride and groom like thrones. A man stood between them. He was not large, not compared to Nikolai, but he had the restless elegance of a blade being toyed with by bored fingers. Early 40s, perhaps, dark blonde hair, fox-sharp face, a red carnation pinned to his lapel in a room where all the flowers were white. At his feet sat a polished wooden box tied with a bridal ribbon. Sophia's hand twitched toward the hidden knife. Nikolai's voice was low. Not unless I say. I thought you didn't give orders. I do. You decide whether they are wise. Damn him. Roman Arcady turned as they entered. His smile widened. Nikolai, he called, arms spreading. You wound me. A wedding and no invitation. The room went silent enough for Sophia to hear champagne bubbles breaking in glasses. Nikolai guided her forward with no touch at all, only presence. If I wanted you here, Roman, you would be here. And yet here I am. Yes, Nikolai's voice remained calm. An error we can correct. A few men shifted. Roman's gaze slid to Sophia. There was nothing subtle about it. He looked at her as if assessing the price of a painting he intended to steal. Sophia let him look. Then she smiled. Not sweetly. Roman's expression flickered. Good. Sophia Hale, he said. Orlov, Nikolai corrected. The correction moved through the room like a match struck near gasoline. Roman lifted both hands. Of course, forgive me. The ink is still wet. So is patience, Sophia said. Someone inhaled sharply behind her. Nikolai went very still. Roman's eyes sharpened with delight. She speaks. Frequently, Sophia said. You'll adjust or leave. For a moment, she wondered if she had gone too far. Then Irina, somewhere behind them, made a tiny sound that might have been a cough or a laugh being executed before witnesses. Roman's smile changed. Beautiful and brave, dangerous combination in this house. In any house. Does she know yet? Roman asked Nikolai. The room tightened. Sophia felt it, like a wire, pulled against her throat. Nikolai's expression did not alter. Careful. Roman's attention stayed on Sophia. Ah, not yet then. Her skin prickled beneath the dress. There were many things she did not know. Too many. But there was something in Roman's voice, a bright little cruelty that suggested he knew exactly which ignorance to press. Know what? Sophia asked. Nikolai did not look at her. That was the first mistake he had made all day. Roman saw it too. He bent and lifted the wooden box from the floor. One of Nikolai's men stepped forward, but Nikolai raised 2 fingers. The man stopped. Roman held the box out. A wedding gift, he said, for the bride. No, Nikolai said. Sophia looked at him. Why? Because Roman does not give gifts. He leaves evidence. Roman laughed. Such suspicion on your wedding day. Nikolai's voice softened. Somehow that made it worse. Take the box and you lose the hand. Roman's men moved. Nikolai's men moved faster. Guns did not appear, not fully, but the room became aware of them. Under jackets, behind floral arrangements, beneath the polite fiction of celebration. Sophia stood in the center of it, all in white silk, suddenly understanding that her marriage had not pulled her out of danger. It had named the danger after her. Roman's gaze dropped to her left hand, to Nikolai's ring. Does he let you open your own presents? He asked. The insult was obvious. The trap was worse. If she stepped forward, she defied Nikolai's warning. If she stayed still, she became the obedient doll Roman wanted the room to see. Sophia's heart hammered. Then Nikolai said, quietly, Sophia. Not a command, a question wrapped in her name. She turned just enough to see him. His face remained unreadable to the room, but up close, she caught the tension at his jaw, the dark warning in his eyes. He knew this game. He knew the angles of it. And still, he had not ordered her behind him. He was letting her choose in a room where every man expected him not to. Sophia looked back at Roman, set it on the table. Roman's brow lifted. "You want me to open it," she said. "That means everyone should see." Roman's amusement thinned. Nikolai said nothing. Slowly, Roman placed the box on the nearest table. The ribbon shivered against the polished lid. Sophia stepped forward. Nikolai moved with her, a silent shadow at her side, not stopping her, not permitting her, accompanying her. That distinction mattered more than she wanted it to. She untied the ribbon. Her fingers were steady. Inside the box lay a stack of photographs. At first, she saw only Daniel. Daniel outside a card room. Daniel shaking hands with a man whose face was blurred by rain. Daniel entering a side door of a building Sophia did not recognize. Then she saw herself, a photograph of her leaving her apartment, another of her entering the museum annex where she worked, another taken through the window of her mother's kitchen, Sophia leaning over the sink while her mother sat at the table with a cup of tea. Cold spread through her so quickly it felt like falling. Nikolai shut the lid. The sound cracked through the room. Roman's smile returned, satisfied now. Protection is such a difficult thing, isn't it? You never know whether a wife is safer before or after she takes your name. Nikolai took one step toward him. Sophia caught his sleeve. The entire room saw it. Nikolai stopped. His head turned slightly toward her. Sophia did not know who was more surprised, the guests, Roman, or herself. Her fingers curled in the fabric of Nikolai's jacket. Beneath it, his arm was hard and still. "Not here," she said under her breath. His eyes lowered to hers. There was violence in him, not the theatrical kind, not rage looking for applause. A colder thing, trained and leashed, waiting for permission from a part of him Sophia suspected had never cared about mercy. For one wild second, she understood that he would do it. If she stepped back, if she released him, if she looked afraid enough, Nikolai Orlov would destroy Roman Arcady in a room full of wedding guests and call it a reasonable start to the marriage. The knowledge should have repulsed her. Instead, it terrified her because some broken, frightened part of her wanted it. She wanted someone else to be the danger for once. She wanted the man who had photographed her mother's kitchen to learn fear. Nikolai saw that too, damn him. His voice dropped so low only she could hear. "Tell me what you want." The words hit harder than his kiss. Not "what should I do?" Not "may I?" Tell me what you want. The room waited. Roman waited. The photographs burned inside the closed box. Sophia forced air into her lungs. "I want him out," she said, alive, embarrassed if possible. Nikolai's eyes changed. Approval heat, something almost tender. "As my wife wishes." He turned back to Roman. Sophia released his sleeve before anyone could decide she was clinging. Nikolai did not raise his voice. You brought surveillance of my wife and her family into my wedding. Roman shrugged, a concerned gesture. No, a confession. Roman's smile faltered. Nikolai looked past him. Abram. The lawyer appeared like a ghost, summoned by litigation. Every guest here witnessed Roman Arkady deliver evidence that he has been stalking a private citizen and her family, Nikolai said. Several of those photographs appear to be taken through residential windows. My wife's mother is not in Thai's life. She is not a debtor, not a courier, not an associate. Roman's eyes hardened. Careful, Orlov. Nikolai continued, calm as snowfall. By morning, copies go to every man whose daughter, sister, or wife has ever refused a drink from Roman in a club, along with the question of where he keeps his photographers. A murmur spread. Roman's face darkened. Sophia stared at Nikolai. She had expected violence. He had chosen humiliation. Because she asked, Nikolai took another step forward. This time Sophia did not stop him. You will leave now. You will not look at my wife again. You will not speak her name. If a camera turns toward her mother's house, I will assume it belongs to you, and I will answer in a language even you understand. Roman's mask cracked. You think marriage makes her untouchable? No, Nikolai said, I do. The words struck something deep and unwilling in Sophia. Roman's gaze flicked to her once more. Nikolai moved before Sophia could blink. He did not touch Roman. He did not need to. Irina and 2 guards were suddenly there, blocking the line of sight. Roman's men shifted, but the room had turned against them in that subtle, deadly way crowds did when they sensed a loser forming in real time. Roman laughed, but the sound had gone thin. Enjoy your bride, Nikolai, while you can. Nikolai's smile was small and awful. I intend to. Sophia's stomach tightened. The words were for the room, she told herself. A performance. A husband staking his claim in the language dangerous men understood. But Nikolai did not look at her when he said them. He kept his eyes on Roman, and somehow that made it worse. Better, worse. Roman left with his men. The red carnation, bright as blood, against his lapel. The moment the doors shut behind him, the hall exhaled. Music began again, after a panicked gesture from the wedding planner. The violinist launched into something too sweet and too fast. Guests returned to breathing, whispering, drinking. The photographs remained in the closed box on the table. Sophia stared at it. Her mother's kitchen. Her mother, who believed Sophia had fallen recklessly in love with a private businessman who disliked press and preferred quick ceremonies. Her mother, who had cried over video call because her knees hurt too much to fly on short notice. And Sophia had lied through a smile, promising there would be a proper celebration later. There would never be a proper celebration. There was only this. Nikolai's voice came beside her. Sophia. She looked at him. His eyes moved over her face, not touching, not crowding. Are you hurt? No. Are you frightened? Yes. He absorbed that like a blow he did not permit himself to show. Of Roman. Yes. A pause. Of me. Sophia wanted to lie. The lie would have been safer, easier, expected. Instead, she said, I don't know yet. His jaw flexed once. Fair. She laughed, but it came out unsteady. That's your answer. What would you prefer? I don't know. Denial, offense. Something normal men do. I am not normal men. No, she said. You're the man I married because my brother is an idiot, and apparently strangers are photographing my mother through windows. We will move her tonight. Panic flared. No, you will not storm into her house with men and scare her half to death. Then we do it quietly. Wait, yes, you think I'm going to let you handle my mother without me? I think, Nikolai said carefully, you are going to insist on being present for every decision involving your family. You think correctly. Then we do it together. Together, the word felt dangerous in a new way. Sophia turned away from him before it could settle. Across the room, Abram had taken possession of the wooden box. Irina was speaking into a phone, her red mouth barely moving. Several older men watched Sophia with expressions ranging from suspicion to reluctant interest. The Orlov Family Council, she guessed. Men who had probably voted on her life without knowing the first thing about her except her brother's debt and her usefulness. No, not debt. Roman's question crawled back through her memory. Does she know yet? Her skin chilled. She looked at Nikolai. What did he mean? His expression did not change, but the silence before his answer was one breath too long. What did who mean? Don't insult me. Something sparked in his eyes. Admiration, maybe, or warning. Sophia stepped closer, lowering her voice. Roman asked if I knew yet. Knew what? Nikolai said. Roman likes to throw knives and watch people grab the blade. That isn't an answer. No, give me one. Not here. Her anger came fast, hot enough to burn through fear. You don't get to do that. Do what? Ask me to trust you while hiding the floor. You do not trust me, and you're making a strong case for why I shouldn't start. For the first time all day, Nikolai looked tired. Not weak, never that. Just momentarily stripped of the polished control that made him seem carved instead of born. It was G. Won almost immediately, but Sophia saw it. The ghost of a man standing behind the Bratva name. I will tell you what I can after we leave, he said. What you can. Yes. Contract clause. War clause. Her mouth closed. He glanced toward the guests. There are men in this room who would turn one careless sentence into a body before midnight. Not yours, he added when her face changed. Never yours. The certainty in that promise wrapped around her throat. She wanted to reject it, She wanted to lean into it. That was exactly why she took a step back. I need air, she said. Nikolai nodded. Irina will take you. I can find air by myself. Not tonight. The refusal rose automatically. Then she saw the wooden box in Abram's hands. Her mother's kitchen. Sophia hated that Nikolai was right. Again. Fine, she said, but I'm not asking permission. No, he said, you are accepting backup. Irina appeared at Sophia's side, as if she had been waiting for that exact line. This way. Sophia followed her through a side exit, away from the chandeliers and whispers and men measuring the strength of a marriage less than an hour old. The corridor beyond the hall was cooler, quieter. Her heels clicked against stone. Irina walked beside her, not ahead, which Sophia noticed. You can say it, Sophia said. Say what? That I was reckless. You were. Sophia shot her a look. Irina shrugged. You were also useful. That might be the worst compliment I've ever received. In this family, it is nearly poetry. Despite herself, Sophia huffed a laugh. Irina opened a narrow door leading to a small courtyard behind the church. Night air rushed in, cold enough to make Sophia gasp. The city spread beyond the iron fence in dark stone, wet pavement, and distant sirens. Her wedding dress glowed pale beneath the security light. For a moment, she was absurdly aware of how ridiculous she looked. A bride in a courtyard, a knife under her dress, a Bratva wife trying not to cry, because crying would make everything feel real. Irina stood near the door, giving her space without abandoning her. Another point in the woman's favor. Sophia wrapped her arms around herself. How long have you worked for him? 12 years. Is he always like this? Specificity helps. Controlled, infuriating, impossible to read. Yes, comforting. He is also loyal. Sophia looked back. To whom? Irina's answer came without hesitation. Those who become his. There it was again. His, a possessive word, a dangerous one. Sophia should have hated it. She did mostly, but after seeing photographs of her mother taken by men who meant harm, she could not pretend there was no comfort in belonging somewhere predators hesitated to enter. That was how women lost pieces of themselves, she thought. Not always through force, sometimes through relief. She tightened her arms. I don't want to be owned. Then don't be. As if it's that simple. It is not simple. But Nikolai understands boundaries. Sophia laughed sharply. He's Bratva. Yes, not stupid. That pulled another unwilling laugh from her. Irina's mouth softened. He will test the world for weaknesses, not yours. Why does everyone keep talking like he's honorable? I did not say honorable. No, you said loyal. There is a difference. Sophia looked out at the wet street beyond the iron bars. A black car waited at the curb. 2 men stood near it, scanning the road. Did he know Roman would come? No, but he expected something. Irina was quiet. Sophia turned. That silence is an answer. It is not mine to give. I am getting very tired of hearing that. I imagine you are. The door opened behind them. Sophia knew it was Nikolai before Irina straightened, before the air shifted, before his shadow fell across the courtyard stones. Her body had learned him quickly. Too quickly. We leave now, he said. Sophia faced him. The reception isn't over. It is for us. Because of Roman. Because the photos mean he has had eyes on your family for at least 2 weeks. Because your brother is still missing. Because 3 men I do not recognize attempted to enter through the kitchen 10 minutes ago. The ground seemed to tilt beneath her. Daniel is missing, she said. Nikolai's expression sharpened, and she knew. He had not meant to reveal that. There was her twist, not Roman's gift, not the photographs. This, the one person, this nightmare, was supposed to save had disappeared before the vows were even finished. Sophia took a step toward him. You told me Daniel was being handled. He is. Handled where? Sophia. No, the word cracked out of her. No more partial truths. No more careful language. Where is my brother? Nikolai looked past her once, toward Irina. Irina's face had gone still. Sophia's heart climbed into her throat. Nikolai. His gaze returned to hers. For a moment, the courtyard held only the 3 of them, the cold and the distant pulse of sirens. Then Nikolai said, Daniel ran before dawn. Her chest Load ran where? We do not know yet. The world narrowed to one impossible point. Daniel had run, after she signed her life into a contract for him, after she married a man she feared for him, after she stood at an altar with a knife under her dress because of him. Sophia's breath came too fast. Nikolai stepped closer, then stopped before touching her. Sophia, look at me. I don't want to look at you. Then listen, we will find him. Wait, yes. How do I know you won't find him and bury him? Irina's eyes flicked away. Nikolai absorbed the accusation without flinching. Because he is your brother. That didn't stop you from using me to pay his debt. His face changed, just slightly. Not guilt exactly. Pain, perhaps. Then it was gone. I did not use you, he said. She laughed, bitter and close to breaking. You married me. Yes, for debt. His silence was wrong. Too heavy, too full. Sophia stared at him. For debt, she repeated. Nikolai's eyes held hers. He did not answer. The cold slipped beneath her dress, over her skin, into her bones. Roman's voice returned. Does she know yet? Sophia stepped back. What aren't you telling me? Before Nikolai could speak, one of the guards at the gate turned sharply. His hand went to his ear. Irina moved. A car's headlights swept across the courtyard bars. Not the black Orlov car waiting at the curb. Another vehicle rolled into view at the end of the street, slow and deliberate, its windows dark. It stopped beneath a broken street lamp. The rear window lowered. Something flew through the air. Irina shoved Sophia behind her. Nikolai caught the object before it hit the ground. It was a phone. Pink case. Cracked corner. A little silver charm shaped like a museum key dangling from the bottom. Sophia knew that phone. It was hers. No, not hers. The matching one she had bought for Daniel last Christmas, because he was always losing his in bars and taxis and women's apartments. The screen lit up in Nikolai's palm. A video call. Unknown number. Sophia heard her own pulse like thunder. Nikolai looked at her, and for the first time since she had met him, his control visibly fractured. Sophia, he said, voice low and urgent. Get behind me. The phone rang again. On the screen, a message appeared beneath the incoming call. Tell the bride the truth, Orlov, or we send her brother home in pieces. Chapter 2. The husband behind the door. The phone rang in Nikolai's hand, like a threat with a heartbeat. Sophia stared at the cracked pink case, at the stupid little silver museum key she had clipped to Daniel's phone last Christmas, because he always lost everything that mattered and laughed when someone else found it for him. Her brother had called it ugly. She had told him ugly things survived. Now it dangled from Nikolai Orlov's fist beneath a church courtyard light, swinging slightly in the cold. Tell the bride the truth, Orlov, or we send her brother home in pieces. The message stayed on the screen beneath the incoming call. Sophia could not breathe. Nikolai moved first. Inside, he said. No, her voice came out thin, nothing like her own. Answer it. Sophia, answer the phone. His eyes cut to the gate, the street, the dark car idling beneath the broken lamp. The rear window had already slid shut. The car did not speed away. It waited, black and smug, like the people inside wanted to watch what fear did to a bride. Irina had her pistol out now, angled low against her thigh. The two guards near the curb had spread apart, one hand under his jacket, the other speaking rapidly into a comms piece. Somewhere behind Sophia, the church door opened and closed, and the muted sound of wedding music leaked into the courtyard before being swallowed by the cold. Nikolai looked at the phone again. It stopped ringing. The screen went dark. Sophia lunged for it. He caught her wrist before she reached him. Not hard, not hurting, just enough to stop the impulse that had dragged her toward danger like a hook through skin. She looked down at his hand. He released her immediately. I'm sorry, he said. The apology hit her worse than a command would have. Sophia's wrist burned where his fingers had been, not from pain, but from the shock of being stopped and released by a man who could have held her without effort. She clenched her hand into a fist. Do not manage me right now. I am trying to keep you alive. My brother may not be. His jaw tightened. The phone rang again. This time Sophia did not move. She looked at Nikolai. and whatever he saw in her face made him go still. "Put it on speaker," she said, "or I walk to that car myself." Irina muttered something in Russian that sounded like a curse. Nikolai's gaze did not leave Sophia's. "You will not. Don't test what I'll do for my family." "No," he said softly. "Do not test what I will do for mine." The word landed between them with a force that stole the cold from the air. Mind, not property, not pawn, not in that moment. Family. She hated that it as. Hook her. Hated that the same word from another man would have made her reach for the knife under her dress. But from Nikolai, it sounded less like a cage than a vow carved into stone. The phone kept ringing. He answered. "Speak," Nikolai said. For half a second, there was only static. Then a man laughed. Not Roman Arcady. This voice was younger, rougher, with the sloppy pleasure of someone enjoying borrowed power. "Congratulations," the man said. "Beautiful ceremony. Shame about the gift." Sophia's stomach twisted. Nikolai's face emptied. "Where is Daniel Hale?" A wet sound came through the line. A cough, a groan. Sophia's hand flew to her mouth. Soft, Daniel's voice cracked through the speaker. Her knees nearly gave. Nikolai's arm came out, not touching her, but close enough to catch her if she fell. "Daniel," she said, the name breaking in half. "Daniel, where are you?" "I'm sorry." His voice was slurred, breathless. "Soph, I'm so sorry. I didn't." A sharp impact cut him off. Sophia made a sound she did not recognize. Nikolai's expression did not change, but every man in the courtyard seemed to feel the violence that moved through him. It was like pressure before a storm, the air bending around one fixed point. "You want money," Nikolai said. The man laughed again. "Everyone wants money. You want Roman to know you succeeded." A pause, tiny, telling. Nikolai smiled without warmth. "There you are," he said. Sophia stared at him. The man on the phone went quiet for one breath too long. "Then the bride listens well, Orlov. She hears everything I want her to hear." The lie was smooth, protective, infuriating. Sophia looked up sharply, ready to bite back. But Nikolai's eyes flicked to hers. "Not now." She heard it as clearly as if he had spoken aloud. The man said, "Then let her hear this. Her brother stole from dead men. Her husband knows exactly what he took. Ask him why he married you, pretty bride. Ask him why your brother was still breathing this morning." The line went dead. Silence crashed down. Sophia could hear herself breathing. Could hear the church music again, muffled and absurdly elegant. Something with strings and a piano, as if people were still eating cake behind those walls, while her world split under her feet. Her brother stole from dead men. Ask him why he married you. Ask him why your brother was still breathing this morning. She turned to Nikolai. No one spoke. Not Irina, not the guards, not the city. Only Sophia. What did he take? Nikolai's eyes lowered to the phone, then back to her. We need to move. What did Daniel take? Not here. Right, of course. Not in the church. Not in the reception hall. Not in the courtyard. Is there a magical room somewhere where men finally tell women the truth? His mouth tightened. Yes. The answer snapped the anger in half. What? My house? Sophia laughed once, a horrible little sound. You cannot be serious. I am always serious when bullets are possible. You expect me to get into your car after that call? Yes. No. The guards shifted. Irina stepped slightly aside, giving Sophia a direct line of sight to Nikolai, as if she understood this would not be solved by a circle of armed men. Nikolai took one step closer. Sophia stepped back. He stopped. Something flickered in his eyes. Not offense, not impatience. Calculation, yes. But beneath it, something that looked too close to pain. I will not force you into the car, he said. But if you stay here, you are easier to watch, easier to corner, easier to use. Roman wanted us delayed. The phone was thrown here because he knew you would want answers before safety. Don't make this my fault. I am not. His voice sharpened for the first time, and the courtyard seemed to snap around it. I am telling you the shape of the trap. Sophia's throat worked. The shape of the trap. That was the cruelest thing about him. Nikolai did not plead. He did not soften the world into pretty lies. He placed the danger before her and trusted her to be strong enough to look at it. She wanted to hate him for that. She wanted to trust him for it. Both feelings pulled at her until she felt split down the center. Daniel is alive, she said. Yes. How do you know? Because dead men cannot be used twice. Her stomach rolled. Nikolai's expression darkened the instant the words left his mouth. I am sorry. Stop apologizing while saying things that make me want to vomit. I will. I don't want your obedience either. A brief silence. Irina looked away. Nikolai's mouth almost moved. Almost. Then tell me what you do want. The question struck too close to the one he had asked inside. When Roman's surveillance photos lay in a bridal box, and Nikolai had waited for her permission to choose humiliation over blood. Tell me what you want. Sophia looked at Daniel's phone in his hand. I want my brother found alive. I want my mother safe without being terrified. I want every file you have on Daniel, Roman, and whatever this really is. I want my own room with a lock you don't have a key to. I want my own phone back if yours are all compromised. I want Irina, not one of your male guards. And I want you to stop deciding which truths I can survive. Nikolai listened without interrupting. That made it worse. He listened as if every word mattered, as if she were negotiating something real instead of bargaining with the man who had already moved his pieces across her life. When she finished, he said, "Done." Sophia blinked. Done. Yes. You agree to all of it. Yes. That easily. No, he said, but completely. Her chest ached in a way she did not understand. She searched his face for the trick, the hidden claws, the smug satisfaction of a man who had gotten her into his car without grabbing her arm. She found only that composed, infuriating gravity. And something else. A hunger he kept pushed down so low she might have imagined it if she had not seen the way his gaze moved over her face when he thought she was too angry to notice. He wanted her safe. He wanted her trust. He wanted more than both. The knowledge sent heat through her even here, even now, with fear crawling under her skin, and her wedding dress damp at the hem from the courtyard stones. That made her angrier. "Fine," she said, "your house, but I sit by the door. You sit where the armor is strongest. Your car has armor. Several of them do." "Of course they do." Irina holstered her pistol. "We should leave before Roman sends a second message." Sophia took one last look at the street. The dark car had finally disappeared. The broken lamp flickered once, then died completely. Nikolai offered his arm. She stared at it. His expression did not change. "The stones are wet. I'm not fragile." "No," he said. "You are wearing silk shoes with no tread." She looked down. Unfortunately, he was right. Again, Sophia placed her fingertips on his sleeve, barely enough to count as contact. Beneath the fine black fabric, his arm was warm and hard, steady as a locked door. He did not curl his arm around hers, did not trap her hand. He let her choose the pressure. It was a small thing. She wished small things did not matter so much. They left through the side gate instead of the front. The wedding reception continued behind them like a lie refusing to die. Sophia imagined guests lifting glasses, whispering into one another's ears, deciding whether the Orlov bride was brave, foolish, or already doomed. Let them wonder. She had survived worse than whispers. The car waiting at the curb was black long and polished enough to reflect the church towers in warped silver lines. A guard opened the rear door. Sophia slid in first, gathering the heavy skirt around her, her hand brushing the knife beneath it. Nikolai noticed. Naturally, he entered from the other side and left a measured distance between them. Irina sat in the front passenger seat. Two cars pulled out ahead of them, one behind. The city began to move past the tinted windows in streaks of rain and light. For several minutes, no one spoke. Sophia used the silence to hold herself together. She pressed her palms flat against the silk pooled over her thighs and tried not to think about Daniel's voice. That broken, breathless sorry. Daniel had apologized so often in his life that the word had lost shape. Sorry for borrowing money. Sorry for missing birthdays. Sorry for forgetting their mother's prescriptions, for skipping rehab, for promising change with eyes bright enough to make Sophia believe him, because belief was easier than grief. But this sorry had sounded different, not careless, terrified. Her anger did not leave. It only made room for fear beside it. Nikolai turned Daniel's phone in his hand. Don't, Sophia said. He looked at her. Don't look through it without me. I was not going to. You expect me to believe that? No, he said, but it is still true. The car rolled through an intersection. The windows were so dark Sophia could see out, but no one could see in. She caught her reflection in the glass. Pale face, dark hair pinned beneath pearl clips, lipstick still perfect despite the fact that she wanted to scream. A bride, a weapon, a fool. I'm 26, she said suddenly. Nikolai's gaze shifted to her. She did not know why she had said it. Maybe because the night had stripped her down to roles other people kept assigning her. Bride, sister, liability, leverage. Maybe she needed one true fact in the car with her. I know. Of course you know. I am 35. I know. Did you read a file? No, Abram told me. A faint crease appeared between Nikolai's brows. Abram speaks too much. That's what bothers you, not the surveillance files. Several things can bother me at once. Despite everything, a laugh tried to rise. She crushed it. I restore old paintings, mostly private collections, sometimes museums. I like quiet rooms and good light and solvents that smell like bad decisions. I hate being late. I hate men who caw. Women emotional when they mean inconvenient. I hate oysters. I have never fired a gun. I have a knife under my dress and no idea how to use it properly. Nikolai watched her with an intensity that made the back of her neck warm. Sophia looked at him. You said my name like I belonged to you in there. So here, know something true. For a long moment, he did not answer. Then he said, I was 21 when my mother died. My father taught me never to sit with my back to a door before he taught me how to drive. I do not drink vodka unless someone important has died. I cook when I cannot sleep. I dislike unnecessary cruelty. I have fired more guns than I can count. I am trying very hard not to look at the place under your dress where you keep the knife. The words moved through the car like a match struck in darkness. Sophia's breath caught. Irina made a pointed sound from the front seat. I am in the car. Nikolai did not look away from Sophia. I know. You are newly married, not invisible. This time Sophia did laugh. A real one. Small, unsteady, but real. It surprised her enough that she looked out the window again. Nikolai let the moment breathe. That was another danger. He knew when to press and when to withdraw. He knew that restraint could feel more intimate than touch. He was not a brute hammering at doors. He was a man patient enough to learn the lock, and she was not sure whether she wanted to keep him out. The thought shocked her into colder focus. What did Daniel take? She asked. Nikolai's posture did not change, but the car seemed to tighten around him. Not a debt, she said. I know that much now. Or not only a debt. He looked at Daniel's phone. Your brother was involved with a card room owned by Roman Arcady. That much is true. But the money he lost was not the reason my family became involved. My My family, she repeated. You mean the Orlov Council? Yes, and your father. His gaze lifted. There it was. The old wound, hidden beneath the immaculate suit and controlled voice. Mentioning Viktor Orlov had changed the temperature of him. Your father is dead, Sophia said quietly. Yes, Roman's collar said Daniel stole from dead men. Nikolai's hand closed around the phone. Daniel took a ledger. A ledger, a physical book, old, handwritten in places. My father kept it before he died. What was in it? Names, payments, favors, betrayals. Evidence? Yes. Sophia's stomach tightened. Against your family. Against many families. Including yours. Yes. She expected denial. He gave her none. The honesty should have steadied her. Instead, it made the road beneath them feel thinner. Why would Daniel take something like that? Because he thought it could buy his way out of Roman's card room. Sophia closed her eyes. Daniel, 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 always grabbing the brightest wire, because he thought luck loved him enough not to burn. How did he get near it? That, Nikolai said, is one of the questions I intend to ask him. She opened her eyes. You do know. No. Was he working for someone? I think someone made him believe he was stealing from Roman. But he stole from you. From my dead father's archive, yes. Sophia stared at his profile. The city lights cut across his face. Shadow, then silver. Shadow, then silver. Then why marry me? Nikolai did not answer. Nikolai. His name felt strange in her mouth. Too intimate for a man she had married less than 2 hours ago. Too powerful for the way his eyes shifted to hers when she said it. The council wanted blood, he said at last. Her hands went cold. Daniel S. Yes. And mine. No. She studied him. Do not lie. His expression hardened. Not yours. Your mother's house was mentioned as pressure. Your work, your reputation. But your life was never on the table. How comforting. It should not be. At least we agree on something. The council believed Daniel would come back for you, Nikolai said. They wanted leverage. I made you untouchable. By marrying me. Yes, without telling me the real reason. Yes, the word was quiet. No defense wrapped around it. Sophia hated him less for that. She hated him more for making that possible. You let me think my brother owed you money. He does owe money. To Roman, to others. But not enough to bring my counsel to your door. Convenient distinction. Necessary one. For whom? For the men listening before I controlled the room. She fell silent. The contract, the lawyers, the sudden ceremony, her brother's absence, the sense all day that something larger than debt waited behind the walls. You married me to keep your own people from using me. Yes. Why? The question came out softer than she meant it to. Nikolai looked at her fully then. There, in the dark back seat of an armored car, with Daniel's phone between them and blood politics wrapped around their wedding rings. Sophia saw a truth she did not know how to hold. "Because the first time I saw you," he said, "you were standing between your brother and two men who would have broken his fingers in the street. You were afraid. You did it anyway." Sophia's pulse slowed, then struck hard. 3 months ago. Rain, a parking lot behind a restaurant. Daniel with blood at his lip and apologies falling uselessly from his mouth. 2 men in leather jackets. Sophia shouting, because shouting was all she had. Her umbrella broken, her phone clenched in one hand, ready to call police she knew might arrive too late. A black car had rolled by then. She remembered it, because both men had suddenly changed their minds and walked away. She had thought it was luck. "You were there," she said. "In the car. You didn't help." "I did." Sophia remembered the men leaving. Her anger faltered, then returned sharper. "You watched me." "Yes." "How many times?" "After that night." "Enough to know Roman's men had started asking about you." She went still. "You had me watched." "Yes." The simple admission hit like a slap. Nikolai did not soften it. "Not through windows," he said. "Not inside your home. Not at your mother S. Public places. Work routes. The men around you. That is supposed to make me feel better." "No, it is supposed to be the truth." Her throat tightened. "You don't understand how frightening that is." "I do." "No, you understand danger. You don't understand being watched because men have decided your life matters only as leverage." Something in him went very quiet. When he spoke, his voice was low. "I understand more than you think." The wound again. That glimpse of something behind the Orlov name. Sophia wanted to ask. She refused to give him the intimacy of curiosity. The car slowed before a set of black iron gates built into a high stone wall. Cameras angled down from pillars. Men appeared from nowhere. The gates opened without sound. Nikolai's house rose beyond them. No, not house. Estate was too soft. Mansion too showy. Fortress too ugly. It was all 3. Dark stone, long windows, steep roof lines, and warm light glowing from within like fire behind glass. Rain slicked the drive. Sculpted hedges framed the entrance. A fountain stood silent at the center of the courtyard, its basin dark beneath a thin skin of fallen leaves. Sophia stared despite herself. "This is where villains live in operas," she said. Nikolai glanced out the window. "My mother liked Gothic architecture." Was she a villain in operas? No, she preferred ballet. The answer was so dry, so unexpectedly normal, that Sophia almost smiled. The car stopped beneath the covered entrance. Before Nikolai could move, Sophia opened her own door. A guard reached for it from outside and froze when he realized she had already pushed it open. Cold air rushed in. Sophia gathered her dress and stepped out onto the wet stone, refusing to stumble, refusing to look over her shoulder to see if Nikolai approved. She made it 3 steps before her silk shoe slid. Nikolai's hand closed around her waist, not grabbing, catching. Her back collided lightly with his chest. Every nerve in her body woke at once. He was heat behind her, solid and controlled, one palm spread over the fitted silk at her side. Not low, not claiming, supportive, maddeningly appropriate. His other hand stayed away from her completely. For one suspended second, Sophia felt the shape of him with her whole body, the breath in his chest, the restraint in his hand, the fact that he could pull her closer and did not. Steady, he asked near her ear. The word moved through her like a slow flame. She swallowed, yes. He released her at once. Too quickly, not quickly enough. Irina walked past them toward the entrance. The stones are wet. Sophia straightened, cheeks hot. So I've heard. Nikolai said nothing, but she could feel his attention like a touch between her shoulder blades. Inside, the house smelled faintly of cedar, lemon polish, and something warm from the kitchens. Not the cold marble mausoleum she had expected. The foyer was enormous, but not gaudy, with dark wood floors, a sweeping staircase, old portraits, and a chandelier that looked like it had been stolen from a palace that deserved it. A woman in her 60s waited near the stairs, silver hair pinned in a neat coil, expression composed. She wore a navy dress, no apron, and the kind of posture that suggested she could run the house, the guards, and possibly a small country if given enough tea. Madame Orlova, she said, inclining her head to Sophia. Sophia flinched inwardly at the name. Nikolai noticed. Sophia, he said, this is Clara Mikhailovna. She has managed this house longer than I have owned it. Clara's eyes softened a fraction. Welcome home. Home? No, absolutely not. Sophia lifted her chin. Thank you. I'm not sure how long I'm staying. Clara did not blink. Then welcome for as long as you remain. Sophia liked her immediately and resented it. Nikolai removed his coat and handed it to a waiting man. Is the blue suite ready? Yes. Change it. Clara's brows lifted slightly. Sir, the door needs a lock from inside only. No master key. A flicker of surprise moved across Clara's face. Sophia looked at Nikolai. He did not look back at her. Until then, she can have the east guest room. That room is smaller, Clara said. It has the old bolt. Clara's gaze shifted to Sophia, then back to Nikolai. Something unspoken passed between them. Of course, she said. I will have tea brought up. Food, Nikolai said. She did not eat at the reception. Sophia turned on him. Are you monitoring my cake intake now? You held champagne for 19 minutes and drank none. You took one bite of bread before Roman entered. You have been running on fury since noon. I hate that you're observant. No, he said, almost gently. You hate that you are hungry. Irina coughed into her hand again. Sophia pointed at her. You are enjoying this too much. In this house, Irina said, one takes joy where one can. Clara's mouth twitched. Sophia did not laugh. She absolutely did not. Nikolai's phone buzzed. His expression shifted the moment he looked at it. Work danger. The world outside this strange pocket of warmth. Irina, he said, with Sophia. I'm standing right here, Sophia snapped. His gaze lifted. Yes. I said I wanted files. You will have them. When you are out of that dress. The foyer went silent. Sophia's face went hot. Nikolai's eyes changed as he registered the words. I meant because you have been wearing a wedding gown for 12 hours and have a knife strapped to your thigh. Clara looked at a portrait. Irina looked at the ceiling. Sophia crossed her arms. Careful, Orlov, almost sounded like a husband. His gaze dropped for one brief second to the bodice of her dress. Not leering, not crude, just a flash of awareness, so intense she felt it like fingers at the back of her neck. Then he looked away. My mistake, he said, but his voice was rougher. And that was worse. The East guest room sat on the second floor at the end of a hall lined with oil paintings and narrow windows. It was not small by any reasonable standard, though perhaps smaller than whatever blue suite Nikolai had planned. The room had green walls, dark furniture, a fireplace already lit, and a bed draped in cream linen. The old brass bolt on the inside of the door was thick enough to satisfy even Sophia's exhausted suspicion. Clara had a tray brought up within minutes. Black tea, honey, sliced apples, bread, cheese, chicken in some kind of sauce, and a bowl of soup that smelled like dill and comfort. A garment bag hung from the wardrobe. Beside it sat a set of folded clothes in soft gray fabric. Something comfortable, Clara said. Temporary. I guessed sizes from the seamstress notes. Of course, there were seamstress notes. Sophia thanked her, because Clara deserved manners, even if the situation did not. When the older woman left, Irina took position near the window, checked the lock, then pulled the curtain aside just enough to look out. Sophia stood in the middle of the room, suddenly unsure what to do with herself. The silence after crisis was always the worst. During an emergency, the body knew its job. Move, think, fight, decide. Afterward, the terror began asking for payment. Her hands started shaking. She hid them in the folds of her skirt. Irina saw. Of course she saw. Everyone in this house saw too much. The bathroom is through there, Irina said, nodding toward a door. I'll stay outside this room unless you ask otherwise. Sophia swallowed. You don't have to stand guard while I change. I disagree. Is that a joke? No. Right. Sophia looked down at herself. White silk, pearl buttons, a skirt designed for a woman gliding through candlelight, not a woman whose brother's kidnappers had thrown a phone at her feet. I can't reach the buttons, she said. The admission scraped raw. Irina's expression remained practical. I can help. Sophia hesitated. The dress had become a trap, sometime between the altar and the phone call. She wanted out of it so badly her skin itched. But letting a stranger unfasten her felt like one surrender too many. Irina seemed to understand. I was a field medic before I worked security, she said. Bodies are logistics. Sophia gave a weak laugh. That is the least romantic thing anyone has ever said in a bedroom. Good romance makes people stupid. Have you met my husband? Irina's mouth curved. I work for him. I did not say I was immune to stupidity. That did make Sophia laugh, and the laugh nearly turned into tears. She turned quickly before either of them had to acknowledge it. Fine buttons. Irina worked efficiently, loosening the row down Sophia's back with impersonal competence. When the dress sagged, Sophia caught it against her chest. The knife, Irina said. I can remove it. I know. A pause. Sophia reached beneath the skirt and unbuckled the flat sheath from her thigh. The blade inside looked smaller now, almost pathetic. She held it T handle first. Irina took it and examined the strap. You placed it too low. It changed your gait. Nikolai said that. Nikolai notices women with weapons. Sophia looked at her over her shoulder. Should I ask why? Not tonight. Another locked door. Sophia turned away. In the bathroom, she peeled herself out of the wedding gown and stood for a moment in nothing but her underthings, hands braced on the marble sink, staring at a stranger in the mirror. Sophia Orlov looked back, dark hair escaping its pins. Lipstick faded at the center, throat flushed, eyes too bright. A tiny red mark at her waist where Nikolai's hand had caught her outside. Not a bruise, barely anything. She touched it anyway. Her body remembered the shape of his palm. Stop, she whispered to herself. She washed her face, removed the pearl clips one by one, changed into the gray clothes Clara had left, soft drawstring pants, and a long-sleeved top that fell loose over one shoulder. No labels, no lace, no armor. When she returned, Irina had draped the wedding dress over a chair with surprising care. The knife rested on the bedside table. Sophia looked at it. Irina said, "It is yours." "Is it?" "Yes." "Do I get to keep it?" "Yes." "Does Nikolai know that?" Irina gave her a flat look. It is a knife, not a dragon. In this house, that was apparently a reasonable distinction. A knock came at the door. Sophia froze. Irina crossed the room and stood beside the frame. Who? Nikolai. His voice came through the wood, low and controlled. Sophia's pulse betrayed her immediately. Irina looked at her. Sophia hated that she hesitated. "Do you want him in?" Irina asked. No judgment, no pressure. Sophia's fingers curled into the soft sleeve of her borrowed shirt. She wanted answers. She wanted food. She wanted to sleep for 10 years. She wanted Nikolai far away. She wanted him close enough that the room stopped feeling like the world might rush in through the windows. Yes, she said finally, but the door stays open. Irina opened it. Nikolai stood in the hall without his suit jacket, sleeves rolled to his forearms, tie gone. The transformation should not have affected her as much as it did. Without the formal armor, he looked less like a king at war, and more like a man who had spent too long carrying things no one else could lift. Scarred hands, strong throat, dark hair slightly disordered from the rain. His gaze took in Sophia's changed clothes, loose hair, bare feet. Then he looked at the floor. The courtesy was so deliberate her chest tightened. "You should eat," he said. "You should tell me the truth." "Yes." She waited. He stepped inside only after she nodded. Irina remained near the open door, a silent witness. Nikolai carried a leather folder and placed it on the small table near the fireplace. He did not sit until Sophia did. That should not matter either. It did. Sophia sat in the chair farthest from him and reached for the tea because her hands needed something to do. Nikolai opened the folder. Inside were photographs, documents, and a thin stack of printed messages. Not the surveillance Roman had brought. These were cleaner, organized, stamped with dates. Sophia saw Daniel in several images. Her brother looked worse in every one, leaving a club at 3:14 a.m., talking to a man outside a pawn shop, entering an office building with a duffel bag, laughing with a blonde woman Sophia did not recognize, sweating in a grainy elevator still, eyes wide, one hand clutched around something beneath his jacket. Her chest hurt. "That's the night he took it," Nikolai said. "The ledger." "Yes." "From where?" "One of my father's old properties. A storage office under a false company name." "How did Daniel know about it?" "We do not know." "You keep saying that." "It bothers me too." She looked up. "Does it?" Nikolai met her anger without flinching. "Yes, because it means someone close enough to my family pointed him there." A chill moved through her. "Someone in your house. Possibly someone in your council. More likely. And they used Daniel." "Yes, because he's weak." Nikolai did not answer. That was answer enough. Sophia looked back at the photos. Daniel's face blurred as her eyes stung. He wasn't always like this. No one is always the worst thing they have done. The unexpected gentleness undid something in her. She looked away fast. Don't what? Make me grateful." He was quiet. She forced herself to take a bite of bread. It tasted like ash until suddenly it tasted like bread, warm and salted, and her body remembered it needed to live. She ate another bite. Then soup. The room steadied around the edges. Nikolai waited. He did that too well. When she could speak again, she said, "Why didn't you tell me before the wedding?" "Because if you knew the ledger mattered, anyone watching you would know." That is a convenient excuse. It is also true. Try another. His gaze lowered to the folder. Because I was afraid you would refuse. Sophia went S. Till, not because he had admitted fear, because he had admitted wanting the marriage. Nikolai leaned back slightly, the firelight cutting shadows beneath his cheekbones. If you refused, I would have found another way to protect you. But marriage was the cleanest shield. Public, legal, difficult for my counsel to challenge without insulting me directly. And if I had said no, I would not have forced you, but you would have pressured me. Yes, the honesty was brutal. Sophia's fingers tightened around the teacup. Nikolai continued before she could speak. I would have shown you the safest parts of the truth. I would have explained enough danger to convince you. I would have used urgency. I would have used your love for your mother. Not for my bed. Never that. But for your signature. Her stomach turned. You realize that doesn't make you sound better. Yes. Then why say it? Because you told me to stop deciding which truths you can survive. The room went quiet, except for the fire. Sophia hated him. She respected him. She wanted to throw the tea at his chest and ask him why the truth from his mouth sounded more intimate than lies from other men. That is manipulation, she said. Yes, ethical in your world, necessary in mine, wrong in yours. And in this marriage, his eyes lifted to hers. There was the door, right there. Not the bedroom door with the brass bolt, the real one. The one between what they had been forced into and what they might choose to become. In this marriage, Nikolai said, I do not want your yes if I have to trick it out of you. Sophia's breath caught. Heat rose slowly through the fear, through the anger, through the exhaustion. He looked away, first this time. It felt like mercy. It felt like victory. It felt like danger. She set the cup down because her hands were not steady enough. But you already did. Yes. So where does that leave us? Tonight, with locked doors, separate rooms, a missing brother, a ledger that could start a war, and a husband who owes his wife more answers than he has. She stared at him. That was almost poetic. My mother read Russian tragedies aloud when I was a child. That explains the house. It explains many things. The words slipped between them, dry and strange. And for one fragile moment, the horror loosened its grip. Then Nikolai's phone buzzed again. Sophia's body went cold. He checked it, and his expression hardened. What? She asked. Irina. Irina stepped closer. Nikolai handed her the phone. Send Pavel to the west gate, quietly, and move Clara to the interior hall. Irina read the message. Her face changed. How close? Close enough. Sophia stood. What happened? Nikolai took Daniel's phone from his pocket and placed it on the table. The screen showed a new message. Nice house. Old habits. Pretty bride in the east window. Sophia's gaze flew to the window. The curtains were closed. Irina moved to the wall and killed the lamp nearest the glass. Nikolai was was already standing between Sophia and the window, his body shielding hers before she could protest. The old terror surged back. "They followed us," Sophia whispered. "No," Nikolai said. "They knew where we would go." "That's worse." "Yes." His calm should have frightened her. It did, but it also steadied the room. Irina spoke low into her calm. "East side exterior. Thermal sweep. No floodlights unless we have movement. Keep the house dark." Sophia looked from her to Nikolai. "I don't understand. If they know where your house is, why does this matter?" "Because they know which room you are in," Nikolai said. The answer sank into her skin. Sophia turned toward the open door. The hall beyond looked suddenly different. Less warm, more watchful. Someone inside told them. Nikolai's eyes were very cold. Yes. Clara's staff. Guards, family, council, anyone. Sophia's borrowed clothes felt thin, vulnerable. She wrapped her arms around herself. Nikolai saw and stepped back, giving her space, even though every instinct in him seemed to pull the other direction. "You will move to the interior room," he said. "No windows. With Irina." "Yes. And you. I find the leak." "No." His brow moved. "No. I am not being locked away. While people trade me around like coordinates, you will not be locked away. The interior room has 3 exits and direct access to the safe corridor. That was not reassuring in the way you intended." "Sophia." No, she stepped closer, anger returning, because anger had bones and fear did not. "You told me there's a war clause. Fine, here is mine. If this is about my brother and your ledger and our marriage, then I hear the discussions. I decide what happens with information about my family. I am done being the last person to learn the truth about my own life." Irina said nothing. Nikolai's gaze held Sophia's for a long, electric moment. Then he said, "There is a security room downstairs." Sophia blinked. "That worked. I am adapting. Don't sound so pained about it. It is not my favorite sensation." "Good." He almost smiled. Almost. The security room was hidden behind a paneled wall in the library, because apparently Nikolai's house had decided to commit fully to the opera villain aesthetic. The library itself was enormous, with shelves rising 2 stories, a rolling ladder, leather chairs, and a fireplace large enough to roast consequences in. Nikolai pressed his palm to a dark wood panel. It clicked open to reveal a narrow corridor and a steel door. Inside, the security room glowed with monitors. The estate appeared from a dozen angles: gates, gardens, roof lines, courtyard, rear drive, servant entrance, garage, interior halls. Men moved like dark pieces across grayscale screens. A map of the property covered one wall. Radios crackled. 2 guards stood when Nikolai entered. One was broad and bearded, late 30s, with a crooked nose. The other was younger, shaved head, nervous eyes. Nikolai did not introduce them. That told Sophia introductions were not currently safe. Irina took a tablet from the console and began pulling up camera logs. Sophia stayed near Nikolai because she hated that distance from him, now felt less safe than proximity. He noticed. Of course he noticed. He did not comment. On one monitor, a heat signature moved near the eastern wall. A guard spoke. Animal. Confirm, Nikolai said. Seconds passed. Fox, another voice, answered over radio. Nikolai's gaze did not move from the screens. Keep tracking. Sophia watched the grainy image of a small pale shape slipping through hedges. Her laugh came out brittle. Congratulations. Your enemy is wildlife. A fox does not send text messages. No, but I'm starting to think it would fit in here. Irina glanced up. She is coping with humor. Good sign. Do not analyze me while I'm standing here. Better sign. The bearded guard made the mistake of smiling. Nikolai looked at him. The smile died. Sophia caught it, and something uncomfortable moved in her. Power again. The kind Nikolai wielded without thinking. He could silence a room with a glance, and yet had stood outside her door waiting to be invited in. Contradiction. That was the danger of him. Irina pulled a series of hall camera clips onto the central monitor. East guest room assignment changed in the foyer. Present. Clara, 2 house staff, Anton, Mikkel. Pavel near the door, the bride, Nikolai, me. The bride. Sophia's skin prickled. House staff are cleared, the bearded guard said. Nikolai's voice went soft. Everyone is cleared until they are not. The guard swallowed. Footage rolled. Sophia watched herself in the foyer, looking pale and furious in the wedding dress. Watched Nikolai order the room changed. Watched Clara's surprise. Watched Irina stand near the stairs. One of the men by the door shifted. Not much. A hand to his pocket. A glance down. There, Sophia said. Everyone looked at her. She stepped closer to the monitor. That one. He checked his phone right after Nikolai said East guest room. Nikolai's eyes sharpened. Mikkel. The shaved-headed guard stiffened. He was outside after, sir, with Anton. Where is he now? No one answered fast enough. Nikolai turned his head slowly. The room chilled. Find Mikkel, he said. The bearded guard moved toward the door. Nikolai stopped him with one word. No. The guard froze. I said find him, not warn him. A radio call went out in coded Russian. Sophia stared at the paused footage. The man, Mikkel, was perhaps 30. Dark hair, clean-shaven. Forgettable in the way men trained for security sometimes made themselves forgettable. She replayed the moment in her head. The tiny glance, the hand dipping, the posture too casual. How long has he worked for you? She asked. 4 years, Nikolai said. Long enough to know where the cameras are. Yes. Long enough to set up blind spots. Yes. Another radio crackle. Mikkel is not at post, a voice said. Anton says he went to check North Service entrance 6 minutes ago. Irina cursed. Nikolai was already moving. Lock down internal exits. Sophia followed. He turned. You stay here. No. Sophia, you said security room. You said I hear discussions. You didn't say I sit politely while the man who told Roman where I sleep walks through your house. His eyes flashed. This is not negotiation. Then why did you marry a woman who negotiates? Irina, already at the door, looked like she might pray for patience. Nikolai closed the distance between himself and Sophia. He stopped just short of touching her, too close for comfort, and not close enough for the thing building hot and reckless beneath her ribs. His voice dropped. I cannot look for a traitor and watch you at the same time. Then give me Irina. I need Irina. You need me to not panic more. His jaw tightened. It was a hit. She saw it land. Not manipulative, true. He turned to Irina. With her behind me, if shots are fired, I cover and move her, Irina said. No heroics, Sophia added. From either of you. Nikolai's gaze returned to her. What? She said. Nothing. No, that was a look. It is a new experience. Being scolded during a breach. Enjoy personal growth later. Irina opened the steel door, moving. They entered the library. The warmth of fire and old books seemed obscene now. Nikolai crossed to the far door, silent despite his size. Irina kept Sophia close, one hand near her weapon, the other slightly extended, as if ready to push Sophia behind a shelf. Sophia's heart pounded so hard she could feel it in her throat. She should have been in bed, should have been removing wedding makeup and deciding whether to cry over a marriage that was not supposed to be real. Instead, she was barefoot in a Bratva fortress, following her husband through a library, while armed guards hunted a traitor who had given her location to the man holding her brother. Her life had become ridiculous. Deadly, yes, but ridiculous. They reached the hall. A crash came from somewhere below. Sophia jumped. Nikolai did not. He raised one hand. Everyone stopped. Voices echoed faintly. Running footsteps. A shout in Russian. Then 2 muffled pops. Not loud like in movies. Small, final. Sophia's entire body locked. Nikolai turned, and for one terrible second, his composure cracked with raw concern. Sophia. I'm fine, she lied. You are not. Later. The word came out shaking but firm. He nodded once, accepting the boundary she had not known she was making. His radio crackled. Mikhail moving toward kitchen corridor. Armed, Pavel down, shoulder wound. Not fatal. Repeat, not fatal. Irina exhaled. Bastard. Nikolai's face became something ancient and cold. Block kitchen exit. Alive if possible. Alive if possible. Sophia did not ask what happened if not possible. They moved again, faster now. Down a narrow servant stair Sophia would not have noticed without them. The walls were plain here, the glamorous house stripped to working bones. Pipes hummed. The air smelled of stone and soap and distant food. Halfway down, Nikolai stopped so abruptly Sophia nearly collided with him. He turned his head. A door below stood open. Too open. Irina saw it at the same time and pushed Sophia back against the wall. A man emerged at the bottom of the stairs with a gun in one hand and a phone in the other. Mikhail. His eyes found Sophia first, not Nikolai. Sophia understood then, with a cold clarity that would visit her in nightmares, that she was the target. Not to kill, not yet. To grab, to trade, to drag through the house as proof that Nikolai Orlov could not protect what he had just claimed before God and criminals. Mikhail raised the gun. Nikolai moved. It happened too fast and too slowly. His body blocked Sophia's entire view. Irina fired from beside her, the sound cracking through the stairwell. Mikhail shouted. The gun hit stone. Nikolai was already down the stairs, one hand twisting Mikhail's wrist, the other driving him into the wall with a force that made Sophia's bones ache in sympathy. Mikhail's phone skidded across the floor. Sophia moved before she thought. Sophia, Irina snapped. But Sophia was already down 3 steps, then 5, then at the landing, snatching the phone before it could disappear beneath a cabinet. The screen was open. A message thread. She saw her own name. East room confirmed. Bride not secured. Orlov distracted. Below it, a new message had been typed, but not sent. Moving her now. Sophia's stomach lurched. Nikolai had Mikhail pinned to the wall, forearm against his throat, his face close enough to speak softly. That softness was worse than shouting. Who paid you? Nikolai asked. Mikhail wheezed. Nikolai eased pressure slightly. Not mercy, precision. Who paid you? Mikhail's eyes rolled toward Sophia. Nikolai's head turned a fraction. And in that small movement, Sophia saw how close he was to becoming the monster she had feared at the altar. She also saw him stop himself. For her, not because she had asked yet, because she was there. Nikolai, she said. His shoulders rose and fell once. Mikhail spat blood. You think she stays when she knows. Sophia froze. Nikolai went still. Mikhail laughed, a thin, choking sound. Pretty wife. Ask him about Victor's ledger. Ask why your brother was chosen. Ask what name is written beside Hale. Sophia felt the world narrow. Hale, not Daniel. Hale, my name, she asked. Mikhail smiled with bloody teeth. Not yours. Nikolai slammed him against the wall again. Enough. But it was too late. A new door had opened. Not in the hallway. In Sophia's chest. Not yours. Her mother. Her father, who had died when Sophia was 19 after a heart attack. Everyone had called sudden, but not suspicious. Her father, who ran a small import business that failed quietly. Her father, who had once warned Daniel that gambling men always collected from someone else. Sophia looked at Nikolai. He would not meet her eyes. No, 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 no. What name? She said. Nikolai's grip tightened on Mikkel. What name is? Written beside Hale. Mikkel laughed again. Irina stepped in and struck him once, sharp and efficient. Not enough to silence him fully, but enough to stop the laughter. Answer properly. Mikkel coughed. I never saw the page. Then why say it? Sophia demanded. Because Roman did. His gaze flicked back to Nikolai. And now the bride knows there is a page. Nikolai's face was unreadable. That told her everything. There was a page, a Hale page, a truth older than Daniel's stupidity. Sophia backed up one step. Nikolai released Mikkel to two guards who had appeared from the lower corridor. Take him to the holding room. Alive. Mikkel smiled at Sophia as they dragged him away. Ask your husband why your family was already in his house before your brother stole a thing. His voice faded down the hall. The silence after was worse than gunfire. Sophia still held the traitor's phone. Irina reached for it gently. Sophia handed it over without looking at her. Nikolai turned. Sophia. She shook her head. I can explain part of this. Part, she repeated. Yes. Her laugh came out hollow. You are unbelievably bad at comfort. I will not lie to comfort you. You lied to marry me. Yes. The honesty cut again. She took another step back. Her foot hit the bottom stair. She gripped the rail. My father, she said. Is this about my father? Nikolai's face changed. Small but unmistakable. A door closing. Or opening. I do not know yet. Don't. I am not certain. That is not the same thing. No. Her eyes burned. Everything in her wanted to run. Up the stairs, out of the house, into the rain. Anywhere that did not contain men with guns and ledgers with her family name. And a husband who seemed to hold every answer behind his teeth. But Daniel's voice still lived inside her ear. Soph, I'm sorry. And Roman had him. Or someone had him. And Nikolai, liar or not, was the only person in this house who had stopped when she touched his sleeve. That was the cruel math of her life now. She needed the man she could not trust. Nikolai looked at Irina. Secure the phone. Get me everything Mikkel sent or received in the last month. Move Pavel to the clinic. Double guards on Clara and household staff. No one leaves. Irina nodded and disappeared down the corridor. Then Nikolai stepped toward Sophia and stopped one stair below her. It put them almost eye to eye. Almost. You should hate me, he said. She stared at him. Do not tell me what I should feel. You are right. I do hate you. His eyes did not flinch. I also need you, she said. And right now I hate that more. The words stripped something between them raw. Nikolai reached toward the rail, not her, his hand closing over the wood near her hip. The gesture boxed her in without touching her. A line he did not cross. A temptation he made visible. You can need me without surrendering to me, he said. Her breath caught. The stairwell was too narrow, too warm, too full of adrenaline and secrets, and the echo of gunfire. His rolled sleeves exposed strong forearms marked with old scars. A thin line of blood cut across one knuckle from where he had hit Mikkel, or caught the wall, or done some other violent thing with terrible control. She stared at that blood, then at his mouth. Mistake. His gaze sharpened. Sophia, he said, warning and question. What? You are frightened. Yes. Angry. Very. This is not the moment to mistake either for wanting me. The bluntness struck heat through her body. She should have stepped away. Instead, she laughed once, breathless and shaken. You think I don't know the difference? I think tonight has been designed to make you doubt everything. And you. His eyes darkened. I have wanted you since before tonight. The stairwell disappeared. No, it remained. Stone walls, low light, distant radio crackle, the smell of smoke from the library fire drifting through the corridor above. But Sophia's awareness narrowed to his voice, to the restraint in it, to the fact that this man, who could command armed men and crush traitors against walls, had just given her a warning against using him as a place to put fear. It was not fair. Monsters were easier when they acted like monsters. Why, she asked. The word came out too quiet. Nikolai's gaze moved over her face with devastating care. Because you stand your ground even when it costs you. Because you speak like truth is a weapon, and you are tired of being the only one carrying it. Because you looked at me at the altar like you were prepared to survive me. I was. I know. And that made you want me. His mouth tightened. It made me respect you. Wanting came after, inconveniently. She should not have smiled. It happened anyway, small and unwilling. His gaze dropped to it. The heat between them changed shape. Not soft, not safe, but chosen if she reached for it. Sophia's hand loosened on the rail. If I asked you to kiss me right now, would you? Nikolai went very still. No, he said. The answer are hit like rejection. Her cheeks flamed. She turned away. Forget it. His hand left the rail and caught only air, stopping himself before he touched her. Look at me. She did not. Sophia. The way he said her name made refusing harder. She looked. His face was tense, eyes darker than she had seen them. I would not kiss you here, shaking after a threat, with blood on my hand and your brother missing. Not because I do not want to, because I do. Her throat tightened. It would be easy, he continued, voice low. Too easy. You are hurt and furious. I am not above wanting. I am above using that. The words moved through her like a key, turning somewhere she had not known was locked. Consent had always sounded simple in theory. Yes or no. Stop or more. But this was another layer. A man powerful enough to take space, deciding that even her yes deserved protection from the worst moment of her fear. It made him more dangerous, because it made him harder to dismiss. Sophia descended one step. Now they stood at the same height. Nikolai did not move. She lifted her hand and touched the blood on his knuckle with the tip of one finger. His breath changed. Not much. Enough. I am not asking because I'm scared, she said. His eyes held hers. I am asking because everything in this house is a lie, except the way you look at me when you think I don't see it. A muscle jumped in his jaw. Sophia, that was not an answer. No, he said. It was the last intelligent thing I had. Her laugh was almost silent. She should not have found that charming. She was almost certain charm in a Bratva boss was a survival hazard. She placed her hand against his chest. His heartbeat struck beneath her palm, steady but not slow, not unaffected. The discovery made something reckless unfurl in her. Is this okay? She asked. His eyes flashed. Yes. One word, rough, immediate. Power shifted, not to him, to her. Sophia rose onto her toes and kissed him. For one impossible second, Nikolai did not move. Then he made a low sound that seemed dragged from somewhere behind all his discipline, and his hands came up slowly, visibly, giving her time to stop him. One settled at her waist, the other against the wall beside her head. Not trapping, holding back, holding himself back. His mouth met hers with the same restraint from the altar, but it could not survive the second breath. Sophia opened for him because she wanted to, because fear had taken enough, because anger had become a blade with no handle, and desire, at least, was something she could choose. Nikolai kissed like a man who knew hunger intimately and had spent years teaching it manners. Slow at first, then deeper when she leaned into him. His hand tightened at her waist, not enough to hurt, enough to remind her there was strength there, and she was the one inviting it. His mouth was warm, controlled, devastating. No rush, no demand. Every stroke asked, then waited, then answered the sound she made before she could stop it. She fisted his shirt. He broke the kiss immediately. Sophia stared at him, dazed and furious. Why did you stop? You made a sound. I liked it. His eyes darkened to storm gray. Tell me that before I decide for you. Her body went hot. There it was again. The line, the care, the refusal to let desire become assumption. I liked it, she said, breathless. I want more. And if I want to stop, I'll say stop. Nikolai closed his eyes for one brief second, as if her words had struck harder than Mikkel's betrayal. When he opened them, something leashed and ravenous looked back. More, he asked. Sophia's pulse leapt. Yes. He kissed her again. This time there was no altar restraint, no performance. His mouth took the yes she had given and turned it into heat, into pressure, into a slow unraveling of every rigid thing inside her. His hand moved from her waist to her back, spreading wide between her shoulder blades. The other stayed on the wall, tendons taut, as if he needed a physical reminder not to use both hands. Sophia noticed. Sophia wanted both. The realization sent a shock through her. She pulled back first, breathing hard. Nikolai stopped instantly. "Are you all right?" he asked. She nodded. Words. The command should have annoyed her. It steadied her instead. "I'm all right. Do you want to stop?" She looked at his mouth, then at the hallway behind him, then at the reality of their lives, waiting like a loaded gun. "Yes," she said, though every inch of her body protested. "For now." His hand left her back, not slowly, not trying to steal a final touch. Gone. Respectful. Immediate. Sophia missed it instantly. That was humiliating. She stepped back, smoothing her shirt as if dignity could be arranged by fabric. Nikolai's breathing was controlled, but not unaffected. His gaze remained on her face with a focus that felt almost intimate enough to be indecent. "I should apologize," he said. "For what?" "Enjoying that." Her lips parted. Then, despite everything, she laughed. "Aria." Elle laughed this time, low, disbelieving, edged with nerves. He watched it like he had never seen anything quite like it, and wanted to remember the mechanics. "Do not apologize for kissing your wife after she kissed you first," she said. His mouth curved faintly. There are many legal and moral debates hidden in that sentence. I restore paintings. I don't do legal debates after midnight. It is not midnight. What time is it? 10:43. Sophia stared at him. "You're joking." "No. This day has lasted 6 years. That is marriage." She laughed again before she could stop herself. Then the radio crackled from above, ripping the moment apart. Irina's voice came through, sharp and controlled. "Nikolai, you need to see this." Nikolai's expression changed at once. Sophia did not resent it this time. Not completely. They had stolen a moment from the war. The war had come to collect. They returned to the security room. Sophia was painfully aware of her swollen mouth, Nikolai's bloodied knuckle, the space between them that felt charged enough to light the hall. Irina glanced at them once as they entered, and to her credit, said nothing. Almost nothing. "You found the stairs," she said. Sophia gave her a look. "Not now." Irina's mouth twitched. Then she turned serious and placed a printed image on the console. It was a scan of a ledger page. Old paper, handwritten notes, names in columns, dates, amounts, abbreviations Sophia did not understand. Near the bottom, one line had been circled in red. "Hail M." Sophia's blood turned cold. M. Not Daniel. Not Sophia. "Michael Hale," she whispered. "Her father." Nikolai stood beside her, close but not touching. "Where did that come from?" Irina's expression was grim. Mikhail had it in a hidden folder. Photo of a photo, sent to him this morning from a burner. Sophia leaned closer, forcing herself to read the line. "Hale M. Restoration transfer, complete VO custody. Witness risk, unresolved. Restoration. Her breath caught. I don't understand, she said, though some terrible part of her already began fitting pieces together. Her father's import business, the museum donors he disliked, the locked cabinet in his office Sophia had never been allowed to open, his sudden death, Daniel's spiral after going through old boxes in their mother's attic last year. Restoration transfer complete. Nikolai was watching her face. You know something, he said. No, then maybe. Sophia. She looked at the page until the letters blurred. My father worked with art shipments sometimes, she said. Not officially. Not with museums. Private buyers. He used to say rich men were all the same. They wanted stolen beauty and clean receipts. Nikolai went still. Irina's gaze sharpened. Sophia looked between them. What? Nikolai's voice was careful. My father used art shipments to move information. Sometimes money. Sometimes people who needed to disappear. People, witnesses, defectors, families. Sophia gripped the edge of the console. Do not turn my father into one of your crime stories. I am not. You just said. I said my father did. I do not know what yours did. But he suspected. She saw it. And suspicion felt like betrayal, even when it was not accusation. My father was a good man. I hope so. You hope so? Yes, Nikolai said, and there was something painfully honest in his eyes. For your sake. Sophia stepped back. The room tilted again. Not with fear this time, but with history moving under her feet. Her father had been dead 7 years, and suddenly strangers had more of him than she did. A line in a ledger, a code beside his name, a risk unresolved. Witness risk. What does witness risk unresolved mean? She asked. No one answered. Nikolai. He looked at the page. It means someone knew something dangerous, he said. My father, maybe, or someone he moved, maybe, and VO custody. His jaw tightened. Victor Orlov, she said. Nikolai's father, the dead man whose ledger Daniel stole, the dead man who had known her father. The room seemed to lose oxygen. Sophia pressed a hand to her chest. Daniel found this. Nikolai said nothing. He found my father's name in something. That's why he went after the ledger. Not money. Not only money. It is possible. Possible. She suddenly hated that word. The security room door opened. A guard entered with a tablet and stopped just inside, eyes flicking to Nikolai. What? Nikolai asked. The guard swallowed. We intercepted another message to Mikkel's phone before the connection died. Irina took the tablet and read. Her face changed. Nikolai held out his hand. She hesitated. That alone made Sophia's stomach drop. Give it to me, Nikolai said. Irina did. He read the screen. The silence that followed was absolute. Sophia stepped closer. Show me. Nikolai's grip tightened on the tablet. Nikolai, his eyes lifted to hers, and this time there was no controlled mask. Only the brutal calculation of a man deciding whether the truth would destroy her, and knowing she had already forbidden him from withholding it. He turned the tablet. The message was short. Bring the bride to the old Orlov Gallery by dawn, or Daniel Hale dies with the last witness. She is not payment. She is the key. Sophia read it once, then again. The words did not change. She is the key. Her body went cold, then hot, then strangely calm. All day she had thought she was a sister paying a brother's debt. Then a wife shielding herself from a husband's world. Then leverage. Then bait. But no, whatever had begun before Daniel, before the wedding, before Nikolai's contract, had been waiting for her specifically. She looked at Nikolai. His face was carved from fury. Tell me you know what that means, she said. His eyes held hers. I know where the old Orlov Gallery is. That is not what I asked. No. Then answer me. He took one step closer, and this time Sophia did not step back. I do not know why they call you the key, he said. But I know this. They will not have you. A shiver moved through her. Not fear. Not only fear. Nikolai, she said, voice low. If my brother is there, he may not be. If he is, it is a trap. Everything tonight is a trap. Yes, then we choose which one to walk into. No, the word cracked through the room. Sophia's spine straightened. Nikolai seemed to realize how it sounded. His eyes darkened. Not like that. Not blind. Not because they command it. But we go. He did not answer. Sophia stepped close enough to see the pulse beating at his throat. You said I can need you without surrendering to you, she said. Now prove it. Don't put me in a locked room while men decide whether my brother, my father, and my life are worth risking. Nikolai's jaw worked. For a long second, no one breathed. Then Irina said quietly, she is right. Nikolai's head turned slowly. Irina did not flinch. The message says she is the key. That means her presence matters, but maybe not physically. Her memory, her knowledge, something she owns, something from her father. If we hide her, we may miss what she knows. Sophia's heart began to pound for a different reason. Something she owns. Her father, the attic boxes, the museum key charm. No, not the charm. A memory rose suddenly, bright and sharp. Her father's study. She was 17, sitting cross-legged on the floor, cleaning dust from a damaged icon he said was not worth money, but was worth respect. He had given her a brass key with a blue ribbon and told her, if anything ever happens and you don't know who to trust, find the painting with the winter door. She had laughed because fathers said dramatic things when daughters were young enough to believe them. After he died, she had found the key in his desk. She had kept it, not because she understood, because grief made relics of everything. The painting with the winter door. Sophia gripped the console. Nikolai saw. What is it? She swallowed. There's a key, she said. No one moved. My father gave me a key. Nikolai's voice went dangerously quiet. Where is it? My apartment. Irina exhaled. Roman's men watched the apartment. Sophia shook her head. Not in the apartment. Hidden in my restoration kit. I keep old personal tools there. It's at the museum annex. Nikolai turned to the monitors, already planning. Sophia looked at the message again. She has the key. No, she had the key. And somehow, after 7 years of thinking, her father had left her only debts of grief and memory. Sophia Hale Orlov had become the one piece every dangerous man in the city wanted moved before dawn. Nikolai reached for his phone. We go to the museum. Sophia stared at him. We. His eyes met hers. You wanted a discussion, he said. Here it is. We retrieve the key before Roman does. You come because you know where it is. You stay beside Irina. You do exactly what she says if things go wrong. And if you choose at any point to return here, I bring you back myself. The trust in the offer shook her. Not complete, not perfect, but real enough to stand on. Sophia nodded, and Daniel. We use the key to find out why they need you. Then we take your brother back. Alive, alive, he said. The word was a vow. Irina headed for the door. I'll prep a small team. No large convoy, Nikolai said. Too visible. Agreed. Sophia looked down at herself. Soft, borrowed clothes, bare feet, wedding ring, swollen lips. Fear sitting under her ribs like a second heart. I need shoes, she said. Nikolai's mouth curved faintly despite everything. I will see what villains in operas keep for emergencies. It was absurd. It was the wrong moment. She laughed anyway. Then his phone rang. Not Daniel S. His. Nikolai looked at the screen. His face turned to stone. He answered without greeting. A voice came through, distorted and low. But Sophia could hear enough. Do not go to the museum, Orlov. Nikolai's eyes locked on hers. The voice continued. The bride opens the wrong door, and every secret your father buried burns with her brother inside it. Chapter 3. Blood Debts and Bridal Lies. The warning came through Nikolai's phone in a voice that sounded like it had been dragged across broken glass. Do not go to the museum, Orlov. The bride opens the wrong door, and every secret your father buried burns with her brother inside it. Then the line died. For 1 second, Sophia heard nothing but the soft electrical hum of the security room and the ragged beat of her own heart. The bride, not Sophia, not Mrs. Orlov, not even Hale. The bride, as if tonight had not been a wedding, but an unlocking. Nikolai lowered the phone slowly. His face had gone very still, the way winter lakes looked before you realized the ice was too thin to hold your weight. Irina reached for the device. Trace. Burner rooted twice. Nikolai handed it over without taking his eyes off Sophia. But the caller knew our next move before I made it outside this room. So the leak isn't just Mikkel, Irina said. No. A colder silence followed. Sophia looked at the monitors, at the grayscale estate, the corridors, the guards moving like chess pieces. Somewhere in this house, or near enough to touch it, someone was feeding her life to Roman Arkady one detail at a time. Her brother was missing. Her father's name was in an Orlov ledger. A key from her childhood had become important enough to make men threaten death before dawn. And Nikolai Orlov stood between her and the door, calm enough to frighten her, furious enough to steady her. She hated the second part. So we don't go to the museum? Irina asked. Sophia turned sharply. We do. Nikolai's eyes flicked to her. Sophia. No, don't say my name like it's a leash. His jaw tightened. Good. Anger gave her something to stand on. Without it, she might look down and realize the floor had been gone since the altar. That call was meant to stop us, she said, which means the key matters. It may also mean the museum is already compromised, Irina said. Then it matters even more. Nikolai's voice was low. They want you there. They want the key there. They said the bride opens the wrong door because they think riddles make them sound smarter than criminals with burner phones. Irina looked like she almost approved. Nikolai did not smile. Sophia stepped closer to him, close enough that she had to tilt her chin to hold his gaze. The room around them watched too quietly. Guards, screens, Irina, the ghost of his father in the ledger page, still glowing on the monitor. You said I could need you without surrendering to you, she said. That wasn't poetry, was it? No. Then don't turn me into cargo the second I become inconvenient. His eyes darkened. You are not cargo. Then stop deciding the safest version of my life is the one where I know the least. A muscle moved in his cheek. I am deciding how to keep you breathing. Then include me. For a long moment, the room held its breath with her. Nikolai looked at her as if she were a difficult lock he could break in 3 seconds, and had chosen instead to learn with patience. That was the problem with him, the one that kept sinking beneath her anger and finding places she had not guarded well enough. He could force. He kept choosing not to. You come, he said at last. Irina exhaled through her nose. Sophia did not let relief show. I know. You follow my security protocol. I follow Irina's. I trust her instructions more than yours right now. Irina's eyebrows lifted. Nikolai's mouth barely moved. Wise. I heard that, Irina said. I intended you to. Sophia almost smiled, then remembered Daniel's voice cracking through a phone, and the smile died before it was born. Nikolai turned to the map on the wall. No convoy, 2 vehicles, no Orlov plates, no men who were in the foyer when the room assignment was given. Irina drives Sophia. I take the second car with Lev. We enter through the annex loading dock if it is clean. If not, we do not improvise in public. Sophia folded her arms. We may need to improvise. Nikolai glanced at her. I am aware I married you. The words hit too softly for something said in front of armed guards. Heat moved under Sophia's skin despite the fear. A traitorous memory of the stairwell. His mouth. The way he had stopped the moment she told him to stop. The way he had given her desire back to her without stealing an inch more than she offered. She looked away first. Coward. Irina placed a tablet on the console. Before we go anywhere, she needs proper clothes and shoes. I can move in these, Sophia said. You are barefoot in loungewear in a security room while people threaten your brother, Irina replied. You can be brave and still need boots. Sophia shut her mouth. Nikolai looked at Irina. Armored jacket. No, Sophia said immediately. His gaze returned to her. I am not walking into my workplace dressed like I'm declaring war. You are walking into a place where war may have already arrived. I know the annex, staff, the cameras, the storage rooms. If someone sees me looking like a hostage under guard, we lose any chance of moving quietly. Nikolai's eyes narrowed, not in anger but consideration. Good, let him think, let him bend. What do you suggest? He asked. The question steadied her more than agreement would have. She thought of the museum annex after hours. The security guard at the rear entrance, usually half asleep with a crossword and a thermos. The restoration wing smelled of varnish, dust, cotton gloves, and coffee gone bitter on the warmer. The back hallway cameras angled toward the loading bay, not the side archive. Her kit was in locker 12 behind a keypad that jammed when the weather turned damp. I go in as myself, she said. Late night emergency restoration access. It's happened before. Irina comes with me as a private courier or donor security. You stay out of sight unless something goes wrong. No, Nikolai, no. The word landed hard this time. Not cruel, not controlling. Afraid. She saw it, and it shook her more than anger would have. The room was watching. But in that second, Nikolai did not look like the head of the Orlov family. He looked like a man who had stood at an altar and made a vow he intended to keep even if she hated the shape of it. You said include me, he said quietly. Not exclude me. Sophia's breath caught. Damn him for listening closely enough to use her own truth against her. You can't walk in beside me, she said, softer now. Anyone with eyes will remember you. I am hard to forget. You are impossible to ignore. Something changed in his gaze. A dangerous warmth. A restrained recognition that under any other circumstances would have been flirtation. Under these, it was worse because the desire had nowhere to go, and therefore filled every spare inch of air between them. Irina cleared her throat. He can enter from roof access. Sophia blinked. What? Nikolai looked at Irina. Irina shrugged. You wanted inclusion. There is roof access through the old service stair connected to the conservation wing. Camera coverage is poor because the museum never upgraded that side. He can be close without being seen. Sophia stared at her. How do you know my museum's roof access? Irina looked almost bored. I read files. Of course you do, Nikolai said. You dislike me reading files. I dislike everyone reading files about me. That is fair. Good, glad the criminals are fair. A guard made the mistake of coughing like a laugh. Nikolai did not even look at him this time. The poor man still went pale. Sophia saw it and felt the strange, terrible balance of the room again. Nikolai was feared here, obeyed, maybe respected, maybe loved by a few, in the way men like him were loved by those who survived because of them. But she had snapped at him, argued with him, touched his bloody knuckle, kissed him on a stairwell, and he had let her. Not because he was weak, because he had chosen to give her that kind of power. She did not know what to do with it. Fine, she said, roof access, but no shooting in the museum unless someone shoots first. Nikolai's expression went flat. No promises. Nikolai, if a man raises a gun toward you, I will not wait for him to make a philosophical statement about intent. She opened her mouth, closed it. Reasonable, annoyingly reasonable. I hate when you make a good point violently. That is most of my points. Irina picked up a comm unit and headed for the door. I'll get her clothes before you two turn strategy into foreplay. Sophia's face went hot. Nikolai's eyes cut to Irina. Careful. I am. That was me being careful. The door closed behind her. The remaining guards looked at the monitors, as if their lives depended on pretending they had heard nothing. Nikolai turned back to the map, but the side of his face had changed. Tension at the jaw, darkness in the eyes, the faintest trace of color along his cheekbones. Sophia should not have noticed. She noticed everything. Irina returned 10 minutes later with black jeans, a fitted dark sweater, a long coat, socks, and boots that looked practical enough to run in and expensive enough to have been purchased by people who bought practicality from private boutiques. Sophia changed in the adjoining washroom, locking the door because she could, because the sound of the bolt sliding into place gave her back a piece of herself. When she looked in the mirror, the bride was gone. Almost. The ring remained, a thin band of gold around her finger. Nikolai's ring, her contract, her shield, her problem. She touched it, meaning to twist it off. She did not. When she returned, Nikolai noticed the ring first. He said nothing. That was worse than if he had. They left through the underground garage beneath the house. Sophia counted 6 vehicles, 2 motorcycles, 3 armed men, and 1 older mechanic who looked at Nikolai with open disapproval. When he saw the blood still dried across his knuckle, "You need bandage," the man said in accented English. Later, Nikolai replied, always later. Then infection. Then I say I told you. Then you look like dead Prince and everyone cries. Sophia looked at Nikolai. Dead Prince. No one cries, Nikolai said. The mechanic pointed at him. Your wife will cry. My wife would call me dramatic. Sophia gave him a sweet smile. I contain multitudes. The mechanic grinned at her. Good. He needs woman with knife. Sophia's smile faded. How does everyone know about the knife? Nikolai opened the car door. Your expression. I am definitely working on that. No, he said, and his voice dropped low enough that only she heard it. Don't. Her breath stalled. For a single, dangerous second, the garage vanished, and she remembered his mouth, his hand against the wall beside her head, the quiet rasp of his voice asking more. Irina leaned on the driver's door of a gray sedan. Enter the car, Sophia, before he says something worse, and I have to resign. Sophia got in. The city after midnight looked washed in rain and secrets. Irina drove with one hand on the wheel, eyes constantly moving between mirrors, side streets, reflections in dark windows. Sophia sat in the passenger seat, a calm device clipped beneath her coat, and a panic button tucked into her palm. Nikolai's car followed 2 blocks behind at first, then vanished into another lane by design. She knew he was still near. Her body knew before her eyes did. That bothered her. Irina glanced over. You are quiet. I thought security people liked quiet. We do. Nikolai does not. Sophia snorted. Nikolai likes obedience. No, he likes clarity. Obedience is what people give him when they are too scared to be clear. Sophia turned to the rain-streaked window. That sounds like something he would say. It is something I learned by watching men fail around him. Do you ever disagree with him when I'm not there? Often. And you keep your job. I am good at my job. Sophia looked at her, and he respects that. Yes, another unwanted fact added itself to the growing pile of reasons Nikolai Orlov was becoming harder to keep simple. Sophia wished he were cruel. Not truly. Not in any real way. But cruelty would have given her a clean wall to press her back against. Instead, he was dangerous and restrained, controlling and responsive, secretive and honest in ways that hurt more than lies. A man like that could ruin her judgment without ever asking permission. Can I ask you something? Sophia said. You can ask. Did he really marry me, only to protect me from his counsel? Irina did not answer immediately. The windshield wipers beat time against the silence. Then she said, Nikolai does not do only. Sophia's fingers tightened around the panic button. That is not an answer. It is the truest one. The city thinned into the cultural district, where old stone buildings stood beside glass additions and narrow service lanes. The museum annex occupied the back half of a 19th century textile exchange, its front face beautiful, its rear practical and ugly. Sophia had always loved the contradiction. Beauty needed loading docks too. Irina parked 2 streets over beneath the shadow of a closed florist shop. Comms check. Sophia touched the device under her coat. I'm here. Nikolai's voice came through, low and immediate. You are not to whisper. Whispering distorts. Sophia looked at Irina. Does he correct everyone under threat? Yes, Irina said. Nikolai continued through the comm. Say again. Sophia rolled her eyes, even though he could not see her. I'm here. A pause. Good. The word moved down her spine. Irina checked her weapon, then adjusted her coat to hide it. We walk from here. Normal pace. If I say down, you drop. If I say left, you turn left. If I put my hand on your back, you move with me and do not argue until we are behind cover. I argue under cover. If you must. Nikolai would say no arguing. Nikolai has no soul for compromise. His voice came through the comm. I heard that. Irina smiled faintly. I know. Sophia stepped out into the rain. It was light now, more mist than storm, but cold enough to sting her face. The museum district smelled of wet stone, exhaust, and the faint metallic tang of the river a few blocks east. Her boots made almost no sound on the pavement. For the first time all night, she felt close to something she understood. The annex was her place, not home exactly, but hers in the way quiet workrooms became part of a person's bones. She knew which hallway lights flickered, which archive door stuck in humid weather, which curator hid chocolate in the blue ceramics cabinet and thought nobody knew. She had spent years learning how to restore damaged things without making the repair louder than the original wound. She wondered, absurdly, if people could be restored like paintings. Clean the smoke, stabilize the cracks, fill only what was missing, never pretend the break had not happened. Then she thought of Nikolai, and the metaphor became too intimate to bear. The rearguard booth glowed dimly ahead. Night security is Ravi, Sophia murmured. Predictable, Irina asked. In a good way. Kind, terrible at staying awake after midnight. Loves crosswords, hates confrontation. Compromisable. Sophia shot her a look. He's a museum guard, not an espionage asset. Everyone is compromisable. The brutal truth of it sat between them. At the booth, Ravi Patel looked up from a paperback instead of a crossword. Early 30s, round glasses, navy uniform, hair mussed from running his hand through it. His expression changed from surprise to concern when he recognized Sophia. Miss Hale, what are you doing here? I thought you were getting married today. I did, she said. His gaze dropped to the ring. Oh, congratulations. Thank you. I need my restoration kit. Emergency consult. The Demidov panel. Ravi frowned. At this hour. Private donor panic. You know how they get. He groaned. Rich people and old wood. Deadliest combination. Irina's comm clicked once, like someone restraining a comment. Sophia kept her face calm. This is Irina. security for the courier, picking up samples later. Ravi looked past her. Do I need to sign her in? Yes, Sophia said. No, Irina said at the same time. Ravi blinked. Sophia turned to Irina. Yes. Irina smiled without warmth. Of course, policy. Ravi slid the clipboard through the slot. Sorry. New rules after the icon incident. Sophia signed. Irina signed a name that was probably not hers. Camera outage in the East Hall, Ravi said, while buzzing them in. Maintenance said moisture in the conduit again. But if you're going that way, take a flashlight. Sophia stopped. When did it go out? Maybe 20 minutes ago. Irina's posture changed. Nikolai's voice came through the comm. Do not enter. Sophia kept her expression neutral, because Ravi was watching through the glass. Irina touched her elbow lightly. We leave. Sophia smiled at Ravi, pretending she did not hear the man in her ear or the woman at her side. Thanks. We'll be quick. Sophia, Nikolai said. She walked through the door. Irina muttered, I see why he married you. You are terrible for blood pressure. The back hall smelled exactly the way it always did. Damp concrete, old wood, and lemon cleaner trying its best. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Sophia's key card worked on the second try. Talk, Nikolai said in her ear. Now, if someone cut cameras 20 minutes ago, they're here for the key, Sophia said softly, not whispering. If we leave, they search my locker, find it, and Daniel becomes less useful. You do not know that. I know enough. Irina's voice was low beside her. She is not wrong. Irina. She is reckless, not wrong. Sophia glanced at her. Thanks, I think. They moved past the climate-controlled storage room and into the main conservation corridor. The East Hall ahead was darker than usual, lights dimmed where the camera outage had taken half the system with it. On the wall, a red emergency light glowed over the exit like a watchful eye. Her locker was 2 doors away. So close. Too easy. Sophia stopped. Irina stopped with her. What? Irina murmured. Sophia stared at the floor. A faint line of grit marked the threshold to the restoration lab. Not dust. Not from the hallway. Something pale, powdery, scattered near the door. Gesso, she said. Irina looked down. Is that dangerous? Only to ugly canvases. But it shouldn't be here. Sophia crouched before Irina could stop her and touched the powder. Dry. Fresh. Her gaze moved to the lab door. It was closed, but not fully latched. Her breath tightened. I always lock the lab. Nikolai's voice went cold. Step back. This time she did. Irina drew her weapon. Nikolai, Sophia asked. Roof access in 2 minutes. Do not enter until I have eyes. Sophia's pulse leapt. You're on the roof. I am close. Specificity helps, she muttered. I know. Irina angled herself between Sophia and the door. He is learning from you. Disturbing. Sophia almost laughed. It came out more like a breath. They waited in the dim hall. Every second stretched. Somewhere deeper in the annex, a pipe knocked. Rain ticked against a high window. The building settled around them with familiar creaks that now sounded like footsteps, deciding where to hide. The comm crackled once, then Nikolai's voice. "I am above you." Lab appears empty from the interior transom. Door was forced and reclosed. No heat signatures visible, but walls interfere. "You have heat vision now," Sophia whispered before remembering not to whisper. "I have equipment." "Of course you do." Irina said, "We enter, I go first." Sophia behind me. Nikolai cover from upper service. A soft thud came from inside the lab. Sophia froze. Irina's eyes hardened. Another sound, glass shifting. Someone was in there. Sophia's hand closed around the panic button. Nikolai said, "Irina." "I know," before anyone could move. The lab door opened. A woman stepped out. Sophia's shock was so complete she forgot to be afraid. Dr. Vale, Dr. Meredith Vale, senior curator of European private collections, stood in the doorway wearing a camel coat over a black dress and nitrile gloves on both hands. At 52, she was elegant in the way expensive knives were elegant, all clean lines and polished edges. Her silver blonde hair was twisted into its usual severe knot. Her lipstick was perfect. There was blood on one glove. "Not much. Enough." "Sophia," Dr. Vale said, voice as calm as if they had crossed paths at morning coffee. "You shouldn't be here." Irina's weapon remained low but ready. "Hands where I can see them." Dr. Vale's gaze moved to her, unimpressed. "This is a restricted conservation area." "So is my patient's," Irina said. Sophia stepped around Irina before the other woman could stop her fully. "What happened?" Dr. Vale looked back at her. For one moment, something like regret softened her face. Then it vanished. "I had hoped your father's paranoia would die with him," she said. The words struck Sophia in the chest. "My father." Dr. Vale removed one glove slowly, finger by finger. "Michael was always sentimental about locks, keys, hidden compartments, dramatic gestures. It made him unreliable." Nikolai's voice came through Sophia's comm, very soft. "Keep her talking." Sophia's mouth had gone dry. "You knew my father." "Yes." "How?" Dr. Vale smiled faintly. "He restored things for men who preferred not to exist on paper. So did I." The hallway seemed to tilt. Sophia stared at this woman she had known for 4 years. This woman who had approved her fellowship, recommended her for private conservation work, once brought lemon tea when Sophia worked through a migraine. You were in the ledger. Many people were in Victor Orlov's ledger. Nikolai's silence in the comm was alive with danger. Irina shifted, and Dr. Vale's gaze flicked toward her. "Please don't turn this into theater," Dr. Vale said. "I am tired, Sophia. It has been a very long night. You broke into my lab. I used my master access. You cut the cameras. I protected us from being observed. Sophia laughed once, disbelieving. By whom? Everyone. That sounded like madness. Worse, it sounded like fear. Dr. Vale stepped back into the lab. Come inside if you want answers. No, Nikolai said. Irina said at the same time. Not happening. Sophia did not move. Dr. Vale looked at her. The key is not in your locker anymore. Sophia's stomach dropped. Irina's weapon rose a fraction. Where is it? Safe. With you. No. With the only person Michael trusted more than himself. My father is dead, Sophia said. Yes. Dr. Vale's face changed again. Regret like a hairline crack in porcelain. And he died keeping you alive. The words split the hallway open. For a second, Sophia was 19 again, standing beside a hospital bed that smelled of antiseptic and wilted flowers, listening to a doctor say heart attack. Sudden, nothing we could have done. Her mother sobbing into a tissue. Daniel punching a vending machine in the hall. Sophia staring at her father's still hand and thinking that a man who had built her dollhouses, taught her to look for underpaintings, and danced badly in the kitchen could not simply be gone because a doctor said so. Died keeping you alive. No, she whispered. Nikolai's voice came through the calm, low and urgent. Sophia, breathe. She hated that he heard it. She loved that he noticed. No, not loved. Needed. There was a difference. There had to be. Dr. Vale glanced toward the ceiling, as if she knew Nikolai was somewhere above. I assume Orlov is listening. Nikolai did not answer. Dr. Vale smiled thinly. Like father, like son. The air changed. Sophia felt the shift through the calm, even before she heard Nikolai speak. You knew my father, he said. Dr. Vale looked at Sophia's ear, noticing the calm at last. Everyone knew Victor. Few survived the privilege. Irina stepped forward. Enough poetry. Where is the key? Dr. Vale's eyes returned to Sophia. Tell your husband to stay out of this. My husband is the only reason I'm alive tonight. Is he? Dr. Vale asked softly. Or is he the reason they found you again? Sophia went still. Again, Nikolai said, she is manipulating you. Yes, Dr. Vale said, but I am also telling the truth. That is what makes manipulation effective, isn't it, Nikolai? Sophia looked from the lab door to the dark hall, from Irina's gun to the blood on Dr. Vale's discarded glove. Whose blood is that? Dr. Vale looked down as if surprised to see it. Ravi S. Sophia's heart stopped. Irina moved. Dr. Vale lifted a hand. He is alive. Sedated, not dying. He saw someone he should not have seen. I made sure he would not try to be heroic. You drugged him, Sophia said. I spared him. Where is he? Supply closet, behind the West Archive. Irina spoke into her calm. Medical to West Archive supply. Now. Dr. Vale sighed. If I wanted H. I am dead. He would be dead. That is not the moral defense you think it is," Sophia said. For the first time, Dr. Vale's composure cracked with something almost like pride. "There you are, Michael's daughter." The words hurt more than they should have. Sophia steadied herself against the wall. "Why am I the key?" Dr. Vale's gaze sharpened. "Tell me," Sophia said. "Because Roman says it. Because Mikkel says my family was in Nikolai's house before Daniel stole anything. Because you're here with Ravi's blood on your glove and my father's name in your mouth. So tell me what door I open." Dr. Vale hesitated. A crash sounded above them. Then a shout. Nikolai's voice cut through the calm. "Down." Irina grabbed Sophia and drove her to the floor as the high window at the end of the hall exploded inward. Glass sprayed across the corridor. Sophia hit the tile hard, breath knocked from her lungs. Irina covered her with her body and returned fire toward the shattered window. The shots were deafening in the narrow hall. Dr. Vale vanished into the lab. Footsteps pounded overhead. Nikolai's voice was calm and terrifying. 2 shooters north roof. 1 down. 2nd moving east. Irina hauled Sophia up. "Move." "My lab." "Move." They ran. Sophia's boots slipped on broken glass. Irina kept one hand locked around her coat, dragging when necessary. Another shot cracked from outside, hitting the wall where Sophia's head had been 2 seconds earlier. Plaster burst. She screamed despite herself. Nikolai's voice in her ear. "Sophia." "I'm moving," she gasped. "Good girl." The words came out of him raw with focus, not seduction. But heat tore through her anyway, shocking and unwanted and wildly alive. She hated her body. She loved her body. At least it knew she was not dead. Irina shoved her through a side door into the textile archive and slammed it shut. Darkness swallowed them. The room smelled of old fabric, cedar, and cold metal shelving. "Stay low," Irina said. Sophia crouched behind a row of rolled tapestries. Her knees shook. Her palms stung where glass had sliced them. She had no idea when that had happened. Irina touched her earpiece. "We're in textile archive. Sophia has minor cuts. Dr. Vale separated into lab. Ravi possibly sedated West Archive supply. Shooters external." Nikolai said, "I'm coming down." "No," Irina snapped. "Clear roof first." "I am coming down." That tone. Sophia looked at Irina. "He's not going to clear the roof. No, he's going to make my job difficult. Can you stop him?" "No." That should not have comforted Sophia. It did. A soft sound came from the far side of the archive. Both women froze. Irina lifted her weapon. The sound came again. Not footsteps. A low groan. Sophia's blood chilled. "Ravi." Irina motioned her to stay and moved silently between shelving units. Sophia held her breath until Irina's voice came low. "Found him." Sophia crawled forward despite instructions, because some disobedience felt necessary for dignity. Ravi lay curled near a supply cabinet, wrists zip-tied in front of him, tape over his mouth, eyes half open and glassy. Blood smeared his temple, but he was breathing. Anger rose so fast Sophia nearly choked on it. Dr. Vale had said sedated. She had not said beaten. Irina removed the tape. Ravi moaned. "Miss Hale," he slurred. "I'm here," Sophia whispered, then remembered not to whisper and repeated, "I'm here." "I'm sorry," she had badge, I thought. "It's not your fault." He tried to focus. Man with her, not museum, gray hair, scar here. His fingers twitched toward his chin. Irina went still. What man? Ravi's eyes fluttered. Said bride would come. Said old debts like old paint always bleed through. Sophia felt the words crawl across her skin. Irina spoke into calm. Second suspect inside. Male, gray hair, scar on chin. Silence. Then Nikolai said something in Russian that made even Irina's face change. Sophia's pulse skittered. Who is it? Irina looked at her. The answer came from Nikolai. Sergei Volkov, my father's former archivist. Former. I thought he was dead. Of course the dead were alive. Fathers had secrets. Curators drugged guards. And Sophia's wedding night had become a scavenger hunt through the criminal underbelly of art restoration. She almost laughed. It came out dangerously close to a sob. Irina cut Ravi's ties and pressed 2 fingers to his pulse. Medical is almost here. Stay with him. I'm not leaving him. You are. No. Irina looked at her. He is safer with the med team than you are with him. Sophia wanted to argue, but Ravi's eyes had already closed, his breathing steady enough to calm one slice of her panic. The archive door opened. Sophia turned sharply. Nikolai entered like a shadow, with blood on his shirt. For half a second, everything in her stopped. Not his blood, she told herself immediately. Maybe not. Probably not. But the sight of it hit a place she was not ready to name. His eyes found her before anything else. He crossed the room in THR, strides, and dropped to one knee in front of her. Not touching, scanning her face, her body, the cuts on her hands. Where are you hurt? I'm fine. His gaze snapped to hers. Do not lie to me about blood. The roughness in his voice stripped the argument from her. My palms, maybe my knee. It's glass, nothing deep. He held out his hand, not grabbing, asking. Sophia gave him one hand because refusing would have been childish, and because some traitorous part of her wanted to see what he would do. Nikolai turned her palm under the low archive light. His touch was careful, almost unbearable. His thumb did not brush her skin more than necessary. His face remained hard, but the way he looked at the tiny cuts made her chest ache. I'm all right, she said, quieter. His eyes lifted. For one suspended moment, the room contained gunfire, secrets, an unconscious guard, a missing brother. And still Sophia could feel the exact place where Nikolai's fingers supported her wrist. "You should not have been in that hall," he said. "I found Dr. Vale. You nearly found a bullet. I found more than you had before I came." His jaw tightened. Irina said she did. Nikolai did not look away from Sophia. "I know." That stopped her, not because he agreed, because he sounded devastated by it. He released her hand and pulled a clean handkerchief from his pocket. Of course, he had a handkerchief. Of course, it was white. Of course, it became stained red when he folded it around her palm. "Hold pressure." She obeyed before she thought better of it. He stood Ravi. "Drugged, head wound, stable," Irina said. "Medical 30 seconds out." Dr. Vale fled toward lower archive. Volkov possibly with her. "Volkov wants the key," Nikolai said. Sophia pushed to her feet. "Then we get to my locker." Nikolai looked at her. She braced for refusal. Instead he said, "No, we go to the painting." Her breath caught. "The winter door," he said. Sophia stared. "I didn't tell you that phrase." "Yes, you did. When? In the security room. You were remembering, not speaking clearly." A flush moved up her throat. "I said that out loud." "Yes." She tried to remember. Her father's study, the brass key, his strange instructions. "Find the painting with the winter door." "Nikolai," she said slowly, "there is a painting in the lower archive. Flemish school, late 17th century. Unattributed, winter door. That's not the official title, but that's what everyone calls it. A woman standing before a blue door in snow. Was it connected to your father?" "No, I don't know. It's been in storage for years. I restored a corner of it last winter." "Who assigned it?" She went cold. "Dr. Vale." The answer seemed to click into place between them. Irina stood. "Medical is here. We move now or Volkov gets there first." They left Ravi with 2 medics in dark uniforms, who entered through the archive's rear door with silent efficiency. Sophia wanted to stay, to apologize again, to make sure Ravi woke up. But Nikolai looked at her once, and she heard his earlier words. Dead men cannot be used twice. Ravi was alive. Daniel might not stay that way. They moved through the textile archive to a service corridor Sophia had used only twice before. Nikolai stayed behind her now, Irina ahead. Not because he was hiding, because if someone came from behind, they would meet him first. She felt him there, like a wall of heat at her back. Not touching, never unless she agreed, but present. The lower archive was beneath the original building, where the air stayed cold and dry, and the old stone walls had once stored bolts of imported cloth. Now it housed paintings nobody wanted to display, but nobody dared sell. Forgotten saints, minor nobles, damaged landscapes. A century of wealthy taste stacked in rolling racks and climate-controlled shadows. The keypad at the lower door glowed red. Sophia entered her code. "Invalid." She tried again. "Invalid." They changed it, she said. Irina pulled a small device from her pocket. Sophia looked at her. Do all of you carry crime accessories? Yes, Irina said. Nikolai stepped past them, took the keypad in one hand, and ripped the front plate free. Sophia blinked, or that. He crossed 2 wires. The lock clicked. That was very subtle, she said. I am adapting less. Despite the fear, she smiled. He saw it, and for one breath, the danger around them thinned into something almost unbearable. Then the lower archive door opened. Cold air rolled out. The room beyond was dark, except for emergency floor lights glowing in narrow strips. Rows of painting racks stretched into the gloom, metal frames on tracks, each holding canvases wrapped, labeled, tagged. The air smelled of dust, varnish, and secrets old enough to have manners. Sophia stepped inside. Her hands were shaking again, but she knew this place. Knew the row numbers, the catalog system, the bad wheel on rack C14. She led them past portraits and landscapes, past a cracked mythological scene of Europa, and the bull that had always made her uneasy, past a wrapped altarpiece waiting for funding that would never come. The winter door was in row F. It should have been. The rack was empty. Sophia stopped so abruptly Nikolai nearly touched her back before catching himself. No, she whispered. The tag remained tied to the metal frame. F22, unattributed, woman at blue door, oil on panel, restricted access. But the painting was gone. Irina cursed. Nikolai stepped closer to the empty slot. When did you last see it? 3 weeks ago. No, 4. Dr. Vale asked me to check the paint stability before a private viewing. What private viewing? I don't know. She didn't tell me. She said the donor was nervous about condition. Nikolai's face went harder. It was moved before tonight. Sophia touched the empty rack, cold metal under her fingertips. Then, why send us here? Maybe not for the painting, Irina said. She crouched and shone a small light beneath the rack. There are drag marks. Sophia kneeled beside her. The floor beneath F22 had fresh scratches, where something heavy had been moved recently. Not the painting, the rack itself. Help me, Sophia said. Nikolai looked down the row once, then braced his shoulder against the rack and pushed. The whole metal frame shifted an inch. Then 2. A narrow seam appeared in the stone wall behind it. Sophia's breath caught. Irina helped move the rack farther. Dust fell in dry streams. Behind it was a small recessed panel, almost invisible unless you knew where to look. At its center was a brass lock dark with age, not museum hardware. Older, personal. Sophia reached into her pocket for the key. Nothing. Of course nothing. The key was supposed to be in her restoration kit upstairs. Her father's key. The one she had hidden after his funeral, then moved into her kit because the apartment never felt safe enough for grief. My kit, she said. Nikolai's gaze met hers. Where? Locker 12, conservation prep room. Irina touched her calm. I'll send Lev. No, Sophia said. The locker has a false bottom. He won't know how to open it. Tell him, Nikolai said. I can't. It's not a normal latch. My father made it. You have to press a warped corner and slide the tray at the same time. It sticks. It always sticks. Nikolai looked toward the door. The calculation was visible. Every route, every threat, every possible way to keep her in this archive, while someone else fetched the key. She cut him off before he could speak. No. His eyes returned to hers. I am not staying in a basement beside the door. My dead father left me, while strangers touch the last thing he gave me. This is sentiment, not strategy. Yes, she said, voice shaking. It is. I'm allowed to have some. The words struck him. His expression changed. And for the first time, Sophia saw that he understood not because he was kind, not because he wanted her calm, but because somewhere in his own locked history, there was a dead parent and an object nobody else was allowed to handle. He nodded once. Together, he said. They made it 3 steps before the archive lights went out. Total darkness swallowed the room. Sophia froze. A second later, red emergency lights died too. Power cut, Irina said. Something moved in the dark. Not near the door. Behind them, Nikolai's hand found Sophia's wrist, firm and immediate. May I? The question was absurd in the dark, with enemies around them. It was also him. Yes, she breathed. He pulled her behind him, his body shielding hers as Irina's flashlight snapped on. The beam swept the archive, catching wrapped canvases, metal racks, dust swirling in the air. Then a voice spoke from the darkness. Victor's son learned manners. How disappointing. Sophia's skin turned to ice. Nikolai went still. Volkov, he said. A man stepped into the edge of Irina's light. Sergei Volkov was older than Sophia expected, perhaps late 60s, tall but stooped slightly, with iron-gray hair and a scar carved from the corner of his mouth to his chin. He wore a dark overcoat and black gloves. In one hand, he held a pistol. In the other, an old folder tied with red string. Dr. Vale stood behind him. Her composure was cracked now. Blood marked one sleeve. Her eyes flicked to Sophia with something almost pleading. Not accomplice, Sophia realized. Not entirely. Prisoner, partner, both. With this night, the distinction mattered less than the gun. Nikolai's hand remained around Sophia's wrist. His thumb shifted once against her pulse. A silent command. Stay steady. Volkov smiled. Look at you, Nikolai. Standing in the dark with Michael Hale's daughter. Your father would have laughed. My father is dead, Nikolai said. You should have stayed the same. I did officially. Volkov lifted the folder. Death is useful. Ask any Orlov. Irina's gun was aimed at Volkov's chest, but his pistol was angled, not at Nikolai. at Sophia. Nikolai saw it. The air around him changed. Volkov saw that too and smiled wider. There it is, the old man said. I wondered if Roman exaggerated. The bride matters. She has nothing to do with you. Oh, she has everything to do with me. With Victor. With Michael. With the ledger your father split into pieces because he trusted criminals more than he trusted archives. Sophia forced herself to speak. Where is my brother? Volkov's gaze slid to her. It felt like something damp crawling over skin. Alive. Where? Impatient, like your father. Do not speak about him like you knew him. I knew him well enough to watch him choose the wrong side. Sophia's anger cut through fear. If he chose against you, he chose correctly. For a moment, Volkov's smile vanished. Nikolai's thumb pressed once against her wrist. Approval or warning, maybe both. Volkov raised the folder slightly. Michael Hale moved 3 things for Victor Orlov: a ledger page, a witness, and a key. The witness disappeared. The page vanished. The key went to a child too young to know what her father had placed around her neck. Sophia's breath stopped. Not around her neck. A blue ribbon. Her father's key. You have it, Volkov said. No, you will. Nikolai's voice dropped. Why do you need it? Volkov looked amused. Because Victor was sentimental too. He locked what mattered behind 2 loyalties, Orlov blood and Hale hands. Sophia's mind raced. Orlov blood, Hale hands, the brass lock downstairs, the key in her kit. But if that was all, why Nikolai? Why marriage? Why the threats? Why Daniel? Volkov's eyes glittered in the flashlight beam. The door opens only for her key and your ring. Sophia looked down. Nikolai's wedding ring. A thin band of gold. Not just a symbol. A tool. Her stomach turned. Nikolai did not look surprised enough. Sophia's head snapped toward him. Did you know? No. But there was a fraction of hesitation. Tiny. Fatal. You knew something. I knew my father's ring had a maker's mark inside. I did not know it opened anything. Her chest tightened. Your wedding ring. It was his. The darkness seemed to move around her. You gave me your father's ring. No, his gaze remained on Volkov, but his hand tightened carefully around her wrist. I wear my father's ring. Yours was made to match. Volkov laughed softly. Touching, isn't it? The dead arranging marriages before the living catch up. Sophia pulled her wrist free from Nikolai. He let her. That hurt more than if he had held on. You said this marriage was to protect me from the council, she said. It was. You said nothing about your father's ring. I did not know, but you knew there was more. His silence answered before his mouth could. The betrayal slid in deep, not because she expected full truth. She was no longer that naive, because he had kissed her like truth mattered, because he had looked at her cut palms, as if her smallest wounds offended him, because somewhere between the church and the stairwell, Sophia had begun mistaking restraint for trust. Volkov watched them with open delight. Ah, blood debts and bridal lies, my favorite kind. Nikolai's eyes did not leave Sophia. This is not the time. No, she said. That's what you always say when truth becomes inconvenient. I will explain. You always will, later, elsewhere, when it is safe, when I am less angry, when you have chosen which parts I get to keep. Volkov lifted the gun slightly. As moving as this is, Irina fired. The shot hit the folder in Volkov's hand, snapping his arm back. Paper exploded into the dark. Nikolai moved at the same instant, shoving Sophia down behind a rack. Gunfire cracked through the archive. Metal rang. Glass shattered somewhere above. Dr. Vale screamed. Sophia hit the floor hard. The breath knocked from her lungs again. Nikolai's body came down over hers, one arm braced beside her head, shielding her from the spray of debris. His face was inches from hers in the dark. Are you hit? He demanded. No. Sure. Yes. Stay down. No. His eyes flashed. Sophia. Dr. Vale knows where the painting went, and Volkov knows where to shoot. I'm aware. Another shot sparked against the metal rack. Nikolai lowered his head instinctively, bringing his forehead close to hers. For 1 second, all she could feel was him. Heat, breath, the hard control of a man refusing panic through force of will. Trust me for 30 seconds, he said. That's a lot to ask. I know. The honesty broke through her fury, just enough. 30, she said. His eyes held hers. Then he was gone. He moved into the dark, with terrifying silence for a man his size. Irina fired twice from somewhere to the left, drawing Volkov's attention. Sophia stayed low, counting breaths, one hand pressed to the cold floor, the other gripping the bloodied handkerchief around her palm. 10 seconds. 15. A heavy impact sounded. A grunt, a curse in Russian. Then Dr. Vale stumbled around the end of the rack and nearly fell over Sophia. Sophia grabbed her coat and yanked her down. Dr. Vale gasped, "Let go. Where is Win?" To her door. The curator stared at her, eyes wide in the faint flashlight glow. Sophia, where is the painting? You don't understand what it is. I understand people keep threatening my brother over it. Dr. Vale's face crumpled slightly. Daniel should never have opened Michael's boxes. No, Sophia said fiercely. But you should have told me my father was involved in this. I promised him I wouldn't unless they found you. They found me at my wedding. I know. The guilt in her voice was real. Sophia did not have time to care. Where is the painting? Dr. Vale swallowed. Private viewing room. Behind the south gallery. It was moved yesterday under Roman's donor credentials. A cold pulse of realization hit Sophia. Roman has it. No, not yet. I delayed the transfer. Told them the panel was unstable. That is why I came tonight, to move what was hidden before Volkov got here. What was hidden? Dr. Vale looked toward the darkness where gunfire had stopped. A low groan came from somewhere ahead. Nikolai's voice cut through, clear. Irina replied, Volkov wounded, not secured. Find him. Already moving. Emergency lights flickered back on, weak and red. The archive appeared in pieces. Torn paper. A toppled rack. Bullet holes in metal frames. Paintings older than countries trembling in their wrappings. Nikolai stood near the end of the aisle, gun in hand, blood on his temple now from a shallow cut. Volkov was gone. Of course he was. Sophia rose unsteadily. Nikolai started toward her. She stepped back. He stopped as if she had struck him. Good. Let it hurt. It was hurting her too. Dr. Vale climbed to her feet with less grace than before. Irina emerged from the next aisle, jaw tight. Blood trail toward West Service Tunnel. He had exit planned. Nikolai nodded once. Let him bleed. Lock down perimeter. He'll run to Roman, Irina said. No, Nikolai's gaze moved to Dr. Vale. He will run to the gallery. Dr. Vale closed her eyes briefly. Sophia turned on her. You said the painting is in the private viewing room. Yes, and the key opens something behind where it was stored. No, Dr. Vale said. The key opens the painting. Sophia stared. Dr. Vale pressed a trembling hand to her side, and Sophia realized the blood on her sleeve had spread. She had been hit or grazed in the exchange. The panel frame has a lock built into the left stile, Dr. Vale said. Michael constructed it himself. Victor added the second mechanism. The ring releases the inner catch. Your key releases the compartment. What compartment? Nikolai demanded. Dr. Vale looked at Sophia, not him. A list. What list? The witness names Victor was supposed to protect before his counsel turned on him. People who could expose half the old Bratva roots. Your father moved them through art shipments. New identities. New countries. The ledger Daniel stole proves the payments. The painting holds the names. Sophia's breath came fast. Witness risk unresolved. Her father had not been moving contraband. He had been moving people. Or both. God, in this world, maybe both could be true. My father was helping them, she asked. Dr. Vale's eyes softened. At the end, yes. At the end, Nikolai said. What happened to Michael Hale? Dr. Vale flinched. Sophia went cold. Answer him. The curator's mouth trembled once before she controlled it. He discovered Victor intended to use the witness list as leverage against his own counsel. Michael threatened to go public. Then Victor died. Then Michael. Officially, both natural causes. Unofficially, she did not finish. She did not have to. Sophia felt the room tilt. Nikolai's hand twitched at his side, as if he wanted to reach for her, and knew he had lost the right. My father was murdered, she whispered. I could never prove it. The words opened a grief Sophia had buried badly. She had mourned a heart attack, a sudden loss, a cruel body failing without warning. She had built her adult life around the idea that death had taken her father randomly, because death did that sometimes. But if someone had chosen it, if someone had placed him in the ground, because he tried to protect people, because he tried to protect her, the grief sharpened into something else, something with teeth. Who killed him? Sophia asked. Dr. Vale looked at Nikolai. No, Sophia said. Nikolai's face hardened with pain. He did not speak. Dr. Vale said, I don't know, but Victor's archivist handled cleanup. Volkov. Sophia looked toward the corridor where he had disappeared. For the first time in her life, she wanted a man dead and was not ashamed of it. Nikolai saw that too. His expression changed, not with judgment. Recognition. That frightened her. Private viewing room, Sophia said. We go now. Irina glanced at Nikolai. She's injured. Vale is injured. Volkov is loose. Roman may already be there. Sophia looked at Nikolai. You told me once that dead men can't be used twice. His eyes went still. If Daniel is alive, because they need me to owe. Pen that painting, she said. Then once they get it, he stops being useful. Nikolai's jaw tightened. He knew. He had known before she said it. Fine, he said, we move. Dr. Vale swayed. Irina caught her with one hand, not gently. You too. If you try to run, I shoot your leg that isn't bleeding. Dr. Vale looked almost offended. I'm 52, and still annoying. Sophia pressed the bloodied handkerchief tighter around her palm and followed them out of the lower archive. The museum above had become unfamiliar in the dark. Emergency lighting painted the corridors red and amber. Alarms had been silenced somehow, which made everything worse. The gallery stood empty, statues staring blindly as armed criminals, and one bleeding bride moved through their kingdom of dead beauty. Sophia had walked these halls hundreds of times. Never like this. In the 17th century wing, she passed the large portrait of a duchess she had restored 2 years ago, repairing smoke damage around one eye. The duchess looked down at her now with aristocratic disapproval. You and me both, Sophia muttered. Nikolai glanced back. Painting, she said. His mouth twitched despite the blood at his temple and the gun in his hand. The private viewing room sat behind a discreet paneled door, used for donors who wanted to feel richer by standing close to objects the public could not touch. Sophia had always hated it. Art belonged to time more than money, and donors mistook proximity for ownership. Irina checked the door. Locked. Nikolai reached for the handle. Sophia caught his wrist. His eyes snapped to hers. Not angry, aware. The contact jolted through her. Her hand looked small against him, the makeshift bandage rough between their skin. His pulse beat strong beneath her fingers. Let me, she said. Museum lock, not crime keypad. For a second, he did not move. Then he stepped aside. It should not have felt like trust. It did. Sophia used her access card and entered the curator override Dr. Vale gave her years ago for emergency climate checks. The light blinked green. The door clicked open. Inside, the private viewing room was lit by a single lamp. The winter door stood on an easel in the center. Sophia had forgotten how small it was. After everything, she expected grandeur. A massive masterpiece, gold frame, religious symbolism, something worthy of bloodshed. Instead, the panel was barely 2 feet tall, dark with age. Its surface cracked in a network of fine lines. A woman in a blue cloak stood before a blue door, half buried in snow. Her face was turned slightly away, as if listening to someone on the other side. Sophia had always loved that part. The waiting, the not knowing whether the door opened to danger or home. Now it looked like a warning. Nikolai entered behind her, then Irina with Dr. Vale. The room had no windows, one door, bad for escape, good for seeing threats. Nikolai positioned himself near the entrance. Irina kept Dr. Vale beside the wall. Sophia approached the painting. Her hands trembled. This her father had known. This he had touched. This he had turned into a secret and left for her like a curse wrapped in beauty. "Where is the key?" Nikolai asked. "My kit first." Dr. Vale shook her head. "No need." Sophia turned. The curator reached into the lining of her coat and pulled out a small brass key tied to a faded blue ribbon. Sophia's breath left her. "That's mine." "Yes, you took it from my kit to keep it from Volkov. You could have told me. I could have done many things better." There was no defense in the words, only exhaustion. Sophia crossed the room and took the key from her. The ribbon was worn soft from years of handling. Her father's hands, her own. The brass had darkened except where touch had polished the bow smooth. She closed her fingers around it, and for 1 second she was 17 again, impatient and loved, rolling her eyes at her father's dramatic instructions. "Find the painting with the winter door." "I found it," she whispered. Nikolai heard. His face softened in a way he would never have allowed anyone else to see. That hurt. She turned away before it could matter. Dr. Vale nodded toward the frame. Left side, beneath the second carved notch. Sophia found it quickly because her father had taught her how to see repairs hidden inside ornament. There was a tiny brass plate disguised under old varnish, almost invisible. She slid it aside with her thumbnail. A keyhole waited beneath. Behind her, Nikolai said, "Wait." She closed her eyes. "What?" "The ring." Sophia looked at his hand. The gold band on his finger caught the lamplight. His father's ring. Victor Orlov's ring. Maybe a lock, maybe a warning, maybe another lie. Nikolai removed it slowly. The gesture did something strange to her chest. It was only metal, but watching him take it off felt intimate in a way the wedding ceremony had not. At the altar, the ring had been theater. Here, beneath emergency lights with blood drying on both of them, it felt like he was removing a piece of armor. He held it out. Sophia did not take it immediately. Their eyes met. The betrayal was still there between them. So was the kiss. So was Daniel. So was her father's possible murder. So was the fact that Nikolai had not lied when he said she could need him without surrendering to him, even if he had lied in other ways. "Did you know your father's ring was connected to mine?" she asked. "No." "Did you suspect?" A pause. "Yes." Pain moved across his face, gone almost before it formed. Sophia nodded once. "Thank you for not lying. It is a low bar. Tonight, it's underground." He almost smiled. She took the ring. It was warm from his hand. A band of gold, heavy, plain from the outside. Inside, she saw the maker's mark he had mentioned. Not initials. A tiny engraved door. Her pulse leapt. She slid the ring into a circular groove beneath the frame notch. It fit perfectly. Something clicked inside the wood. Sophia inserted the brass key. Nikolai's voice came behind her, close but not crowding. "Sophia." She looked back. He asked, "Are you sure?" It was not about the lock. They both knew that. No one in the room breathed. Sophia thought of her father, Daniel, her mother asleep somewhere, perhaps moved by Nikolai's people, perhaps still unaware that the past had claws at her windows. She thought of herself at the altar with a knife under silk. She thought of Nikolai's mouth stopping a breath from hers until she chose. Choice. It kept appearing in the dark, like a match struck over and over. "No," she said, "but I'm doing it anyway." She turned the key. The lock clicked. For one impossible second, nothing happened. Then the frame released with a soft sigh. Sophia opened the side panel. Inside was not a list. It was a small oilskin packet and a folded photograph. Her hands shook as she removed them. The photograph came open first. 3 men stood in front of the same painting decades earlier. Her father, younger and smiling faintly. Victor Orlov, broad-shouldered and severe. Sergei Volkov, gray not yet in his hair, standing behind them like a loyal shadow. And between Michael Hale and Victor Orlov stood a woman holding a baby. The woman had dark hair, frightened eyes, and a blue scarf around her throat. Sophia did not recognize her, but Nikolai did. She knew because the sound he made was not a word. It was not even breath. It was pain with its throat cut. Sophia turned. "Who is she?" Nikolai stared at the photograph, as if it had reached into him and torn something loose. Dr. Vale whispered, "Oh God." Irina looked between them. Nikolai. His face had gone white beneath the blood. Sophia stepped toward him despite herself. "Who is she?" Nikolai's eyes lifted to hers. For the first time since she had met him, he looked lost. My mother, he said. Sophia looked back at the photograph. The baby in the woman's arms. Dark hair. Small fist curled around the blue scarf. Her pulse roared. Nikolai, she whispered. Is that you? He shook his head slowly. No. Dr. Vale covered her mouth. Nikolai's voice was barely audible. That is my brother. Chapter 4. The secret he married her for. Nikolai Orlov had survived funerals without crying, interrogations without blinking, and betrayals that would have driven weaker men into public rage. But the photograph in Sophia's hand made him look breakable, not soft, never soft. There was nothing fragile in the way his body locked, in the way his shoulders squared, as if preparing for a bullet from the past. But his eyes had gone somewhere she could not follow, somewhere cold and deep, and full of a grief that had never been allowed to rot because he had kept it sealed too tightly. My brother, he said again, voice almost soundless. The private viewing room seemed to shrink around them. Sophia looked down at the photograph, trying to make sense of the impossible thing printed on old paper. Victor Orlov stood like a king carved from stone. Michael Hale stood beside him, younger than Sophia remembered him, one hand in his coat pocket, his expression tense beneath a practiced smile. Sergei Volkov hovered behind them, thin and watchful, already a ghost before he became one. And between them, Nikolai's mother held a baby against her chest. The baby was not Nikolai. The knowledge seemed to pass through the room like smoke. Irina moved first. Nikolai. He did not answer. His gaze remained on the photograph, fixed on the woman's face. Sophia recognized grief now, not from books, not from paintings, but from mirrors. She had seen that expression in herself after her father died, when people spoke around her in careful voices, and every ordinary object became violent with memory. She stepped closer, the oilskin packet still unopened in one hand. You didn't know. It was not a question. No, Nikolai's mouth barely moved. She was pregnant when she died. That is what I was told. My mother and the child, both dead. Dr. Vale let out a thin breath. Sophia turned sharply. You knew. The curator looked suddenly older. Blood had soaked through the sleeve of her camel coat and darkened the fabric at her side. Her face was pale, lips pressed tight against pain. I knew rumors. You knew enough to look guilty. I promised Michael I would never speak unless the packet was opened by the right hands. My hands. Dr. Vale's gaze flicked to Nikolai's bare ring finger. Both of yours. Nikolai took one step toward her. Irina shifted instantly, not to stop him, but because some instincts were older than trust. Speak carefully, Nikolai said. Dr. Vale lifted her chin despite the tremor in it. Your mother did not die in the car fire. Silence. Sophia felt the words hit him. Nikolai did not move, did not swear, did not reach for the gun at his back. That was how Sophia knew something inside him had gone still in the worst possible way. Dr. Vale swallowed. The woman who died in that car was one of Victor's decoys. She resembled your mother from a distance. Enough for a closed casket. Enough for men who wanted the matter finished. Irina whispered something in Russian. Nikolai's voice dropped. Where is my mother? Dr. Vale closed her eyes briefly. Dead. The word landed with less shock than the one before it, but deeper. Nikolai looked as if the room had asked him to mourn the same woman twice. When, he asked, 12 years ago. How? Fever, pneumonia, maybe. I only heard after. You heard? His voice was quiet enough to terrify. From whom? Dr. Vale looked at Sophia. Sophia already knew the answer. My father. Yes. Nikolai's gaze shifted to Sophia's face, and she felt the impact of what that meant travel between them. Their dead parents had known each other. Their histories had crossed before Sophia ever stood at the altar with a knife under her dress and a contract in her name, maybe before she had ever been born. The old packet in her hand suddenly felt alive. Open it, Nikolai said. His voice was controlled again, but Sophia heard what it cost. He did not take the packet from her, did not demand, did not reach for the proof of his own hidden blood. He waited. Choice again. Cruel, necessary choice. Sophia set the photograph carefully on the viewing table and unwrapped the oilskin packet. Inside were 3 items: a yellowed birth certificate, a folded map marked in blue ink, and a small stack of typed pages sealed in a clear protective sleeve. The birth certificate came first. She read the name aloud before she understood why Dr. Vale flinched. Alexei Viktorovich Orlov. Nikolai's breath changed behind her. Date of birth, 31 years ago. Mother, Elena Sokolova Orlova. Father, Viktor Andreevich Orlov. A brother, a younger brother, alive at birth, hidden in death, buried under a lie. Sophia looked back at Nikolai. I'm sorry. His eyes lifted to hers. For a moment, all the danger in him vanished beneath something rawer. Do not be sorry for truths you did not bury. The words nearly broke her. She looked away because his grief was too intimate, and she was already carrying more intimacy with this man than she knew how to survive. Irina stepped closer to the door, listening. Time, she said softly, not because she was impatient, because Volkov had escaped, because Roman had Daniel, because the museum had become a killing floor wrapped in velvet and history. Nikolai nodded, but his gaze stayed on the birth certificate. What happened to him? Dr. Vale's face tightened. Michael moved Alina and the baby through a private art shipment after Victor's counsel turned. Victor had enemies inside his own house. Your mother knew names. She had evidence. The baby made her vulnerable. My father helped her disappear, Nikolai asked. Your father ordered it. The answer twisted something in him again. Sophia saw it, the terrible rearrangement of grief. Viktor Orlov had been a dead tyrant in this story, then a keeper of ledgers, then a man who locked secrets inside paintings. Now, he had become a father who hid his wife and child while leaving his older son behind. Nikolai's jaw clenched. Why was I not sent with her? Dr. Vale's eyes lowered. Nikolai's voice hardened. Answer. Because you were the heir, she said. If you vanished, the council would know the escape was real. Victor needed them to believe he had lost what mattered most. Sophia's stomach turned. So he used Nikolai, she said. Dr. Vale did not deny it. Something cold and protective rose in Sophia so quickly it stunned her. She was angry with Nikolai, furious, betrayed. But hearing his childhood reduced to a strategic sacrifice made her want to put her body between him and the dead man who had done it. That was inconvenient. That was impossible. That was true. Nikolai looked at the photograph again. My mother agreed to this. I don't know. His mouth twisted slightly, not a smile. Convenient. Dr. Vale swayed. Irina caught her elbow. You need a doctor. Dr. Vale pulled away. I need this finished. You need not bleeding out in a donor room. It's a graze. Irina gave her a flat look. I have shot people more gently. Sophia almost laughed. It came out brittle, but it helped. One breath. One thread back to herself. She unfolded the typed pages. Names, dates, locations, new identities, payment routes. Some lines were blacked out by age or deliberate ink. Her father's initials appeared beside several transfers. MH, Victor's initials beside others. VO. At the bottom of the first page, in handwriting she knew, with a pain so sharp it stole her breath. Her father had written, If Sophia opens this, tell her I tried to leave her a clean life. If I failed, tell her to choose the man who gives her the door, not the man who holds the key. Sophia's knees weakened. Nikolai was there instantly, one hand hovering near her waist, but not touching. Sophia, she gripped the edge of the viewing table. Don't. He stopped. The obedience hurt. She read the line again. A clean life. Her father had failed then. Not because he had not tried. Because clean lives were apparently not strong enough to survive dirty men with long memories. She folded the page carefully, because if she didn't, she might tear it into pieces and scream until the old gallery walls cracked. What does that mean? Nikolai asked quietly. Sophia gave a small, bitter laugh. I wish I knew. But a part of her did know. Choose the man who gives her the door, not the man who holds the key. Choice, again and again. Her father speaking from the dead in the same language Nikolai had used without knowing it. Or perhaps because some histories moved through people like inheritance. Dr. Vale looked at the line, then at Nikolai's ring still fitted into the frame mechanism. Michael suspected Victor's son might survive better than Victor himself. Nikolai's eyes hardened. My father raised me to survive exactly like him. No, Dr. Vale said. He tried. But Alina wrote to Michael once. She said you were gentle as a boy. The words hit the room with unexpected force. Nikolai looked away. Sophia could not. Gentle as a boy. The idea slid beneath his black clothes, his guns, his commands, the blood at his temple, the terrible control. It did not erase any of it. It made all of it worse. A gentle boy made into a weapon by a father who had chosen survival over tenderness. No wonder Nikolai cooked when he could not sleep. No wonder he noticed hunger. No wonder he could destroy a man and still ask permission before touching her wrist. Irina's calm crackled once. She stiffened. Movement in South Gallery. 2 men, maybe 3. Nikolai turned immediately. The grieving brother vanished. The Bratva boss returned. Roman, unknown. The private viewing room had one door, one exit, one obvious trap. Nikolai removed his father's ring from the frame. The inner mechanism clicked shut, but the side compartment remained open. Sophia pulled the brass key free and slipped it into her coat pocket with the birth certificate and pages. Nikolai looked at Dr. Vale. Can we exit through the donor corridor? Yes, but it leads to the South Gallery. Then they already know that. Sophia's mind raced through the museum layout. There's another way. 3 faces turned toward her. The wall behind the viewing panels, she said. It's not structural. There's a service crawl space for climate duct access. I used it when we had humidity issues in the tapestry room. Irina stared at her. You fit in vents now. Not vents, crawl space. Larger, horrible, full of dust. I got stuck for 10 minutes and reconsidered my career. Nikolai's eyes moved over her, assessing. Can Dr. Vale fit? Dr. Vale looked offended despite her gray pallor. I am not large. You are bleeding, Irina said. That takes space emotionally. Sophia pressed her lips together. Nikolai almost smiled. It vanished at the sound of footsteps beyond the viewing room door. Everyone stilled. A voice came from outside. Pretty bride, Roman Arcady called softly. Your husband keeps taking you to all the romantic places. Sophia's blood chilled. Nikolai's expression went blank in a way that made every part of him seem lethal. Roman was close. Too close. On the other side of the door, with men and guns, and whatever smile he wore when he imagined fear belonged to him. Sophia looked at Nikolai. His eyes were already on her. No words, no orders, just that sharp, silent question she had begun to understand. Can you move? She nodded once. Irina crossed to the wall Sophia indicated, found the hidden panel, and pried it open with a tool from her pocket. The narrow access space beyond smelled of metal, dust, and cold air. Perfectly awful. Sophia had never been happier to see it. Dr. Vale went first after Irina shoved a compact pistol into her hand and warned her not to mistake herself for useful unless told. The curator crawled inside with a pained hiss. Irina followed halfway, then paused to cover the room. Nikolai gestured for Sophia. She stepped toward the opening. Roman knock. Ked. 3 polite taps. Sophia, he called. Do you know what makes old families weak? They start believing new wives are loyal before they have earned anything. Sophia stopped. Nikolai's jaw tightened. He pointed again to the crawlspace. Go. She should have. Instead, she turned toward the door. What are you doing? Nikolai whispered. Buying time. No. She looked at him. Trust me for 30 seconds. His face changed. She had used his own words against him. Fair, dangerous, necessary. Before he could stop her, Sophia lifted her voice. That's funny, Roman. I was about to ask what makes old men pathetic. Apparently, it's talking through doors, because a bride embarrassed them once. Irina closed her eyes like she wanted either divine intervention or a vacation. Nikolai stared at Sophia, as if he wanted to kiss her and strangle fate for putting her in the same room as him. Roman laughed from the other side. There she is. Sharp tongue, pretty throat. Does Nikolai let you speak, or does he pull the string when he wants you charming? Sophia felt Nikolai move behind her. She held up one hand without looking back. The fact that he stopped made heat flare in her chest. Careful, she called. Your insecurity is showing. A pause. Good. Men like Roman hated women who refused the script. Open the door, Roman said. Let us discuss this without damaging priceless art. Is that concern for art? I'm touched. Sophia, Nikolai said, very softly. Time. Right. She backed toward the crawlspace. Roman's voice sharpened. Ask him, bride. Ask Nikolai why he really signed the contract before he ever looked at your brother's debt. Sophia froze. Nikolai's eyes turned to ice. Roman kept going. Ask him how long he knew Michael Hale's name. Ask him why he needed you wearing his ring before anyone else found the painting. The room tilted. Not now. Not again. Nikolai's face did not change enough. That was the problem. That was always the problem. Sophia whispered, What is he talking about? Nikolai's voice was low and urgent. Crawlspace. What is he talking about? A hard impact slammed against the door. Wood cracked. Irina grabbed Sophia's arm from the panel opening. Move. This time, Sophia moved. She crawled into dust and darkness, with betrayal hot under her skin. Behind her, Nikolai slipped in and pulled the panel almost shut, leaving the room just as the viewing room door burst inward. Roman's voice entered with the broken wood. Empty, one of his men said. No, Roman answered softly. Warm. Sophia pressed herself into the crawlspace, heart pounding. Dr. Vale breathed raggedly ahead. Irina was between them and Nikolai. Gun angled past Sophia's shoulder toward the panel. Nikolai was behind her, far too close in the narrow passage. His body, a hard line of heat along the soles of her shoes and the back of her legs, whenever the crawlspace forced them to stop. She should have been terrified of Roman. She was, but the words outside the wall had lodged sharper. Ask him how long he knew Michael Hale's name. She had already known Nikolai was hiding things. She had already learned not to expect clean truth. But there were levels to betrayal. Layers under layers, like old varnish hiding rot. Ahead, Irina whispered, "Move." They crawled through the service passage, while Roman's men tore apart the room behind them. Metal scraped Sophia's coat. Dust filled her mouth. Her injured palm throbbed. Somewhere beneath it all, the packet pressed against her ribs inside her coat. A dead man's evidence and a living man's hidden history. After what felt like hours, but could not have been more than minutes, Irina kicked open the exit panel into a climate control closet near the medieval gallery. They spilled out one by one, dusty, breathless, alive. Dr. Vale nearly collapsed. Irina caught her again, swearing softly. "You are becoming heavy with moral ambiguity." Dr. Vale managed. "I was lighter before being shot." "Everyone is." Sophia barely heard them. Nikolai emerged last, shoulders brushing the frame. His black sweater was streaked with dust. Blood dried at his temple. His father's ring back on his finger. The sight of that ring snapped Sophia's control. She turned on him. "How long did you know?" His eyes met hers. "Sophia." No, her voice was low but shaking. "Do not use my name like a curtain. Roman said you knew my father's name before the debt, before Daniel." Irina looked between them and quietly moved Dr. Vale toward the closet door, giving them 3 feet of privacy in a room full of dust and emergency lighting. Nikolai stood very still. "Yes." "One word." "A bullet." Sophia's chest tightened. "When?" 3 months ago. "The parking lot." "Yes." "You said you saw me standing between Daniel and those men." "I did." "And then what? You looked me up." "Yes." She laughed, but it had no humor in it. "Of course you did. My people found your family history. Your father's name appeared in an old encrypted index connected to Victor's archive." "An int. X," she repeated, "not a full ledger." "No." "You knew Michael Hale mattered before Daniel stole anything." "Yes." "And you didn't tell me." "No." Her hands curled into fists. Pain flashed through the cut palm. Good. Pain was simpler. "Did you marry me because of the debt at all?" Nikolai's expression shifted. "Not enough." "Enough." Sophia stepped back. "Oh my God. The debt was real. Stop giving me technical truths." His jaw flexed. She moved toward the closet door, needing air, needing space, needing him not to smell like smoke and rain, and the kiss she had chosen. He blocked the doorway without seeming to, because his body was too large for the room and fate had poor taste. "Move," she said. "Roman is still inside the museum. Then I'll hate you in the hallway." "No." Her head snapped up. "What did you just say?" His eyes darkened. "No, I will not let you walk into Roman's line of sight because you are furious with me. I am furious because you lied. Yes. Move. No. For a second, the old fear rose. The altar fear. The monster fear. The knowledge that Nikolai Orlov was bigger, stronger, armed, and used to being obeyed. Then he stepped aside, not far enough to let her leave the safe route, far enough to prove he could. You can walk out, he said. Irina will take you through the West Service exit. I will not stop you. But if you want the full answer, let me give it before you decide where to place the knife. The words hit too precisely. Sophia stared at him. The anger did not fade, but it focused. Talk, she said. Nikolai looked toward Irina. 2 minutes. Irina checked the corridor beyond the closet. You have one. Sophia folded her arms. Nikolai faced her with the contained discipline of a man, standing in front of a firing squad he had helped build. I knew your father's name appeared in my father's index, he said. I did not know why. I had a partial reference. M. Hale. Restoration. Witness risk. That was all. Then Daniel stole from one of my father's old holdings. The council discovered the name connection before I had answers, and they wanted Daniel dead. Yes, and me. They wanted you contained. The word made her stomach turn. Contained. His mouth tightened. Watched, pressured. Used to bring Daniel in. Possibly traded to Roman if it benefited the vote. Her breath caught. The closet walls seemed to close in. Nikolai. I stopped it. How? His eyes held hers. You know how. The marriage. The contract. The ring. The public claim. A legal shield in a criminal world. Sophia wanted it to be simple manipulation. It was manipulation. It was also protection. That was the cruelty of it. He had made himself her cage because the other cages were worse. She hated him for it. She hated the world more. You let me think Daniel's debt was the reason, she said. I let you think it was the only reason. Do you hear yourself? Yes. And you still expect me to trust you? No. That stopped her. Nikolai's eyes did not soften. I expect you to survive me if you must. I expect you to question me. I expect you to hate what I did. I do not expect trust I have not earned. You kissed me. You kissed me first. The words struck sparks. Her face heated. Do not make this about that. I am not. His voice dropped. I am saying I did not take that from you either. The intimacy of it. Here in a dust-filled closet, while Roman hunted them through a museum, made her furious all over again, because it was true. He had lied about histories and motives and danger, but when she touched him, he had been honest down to the breath. How was she supposed to sort that? How was any woman supposed to hate a man cleanly when his lies came with locked doors she controlled, and his desire came with check-ins? Irina appeared in the doorway. Time. A gunshot cracked in the distance. Sophia flinched. Nikolai turned at once. Direction. South Gallery, Irina said. They found the empty panel. Dr. Vale gripped the wall. The donor exit leads to the old sculpture court. From there, roof or street. Nikolai looked at Sophia. We need to leave. Sophia touched the packet beneath her coat. And Daniel, we get somewhere secure. Analyze the pages. Find where Roman is holding him. No. Nikolai's face tightened. She held up one hand. I don't mean no like I'm running into Roman's arms. I mean no more vague. No more later. What is your actual plan? The question mattered. She saw that he understood it mattered. He answered like she was part of the operation, not a liability wrapped in borrowed clothes. Roman wants the names in that packet. He may also believe Alexei Orlov is alive and connected to Daniel. He will use your brother to force exchange. We do not exchange blindly. We copy the pages, identify the current identities, and determine which name Roman values most. Then, we offer a controlled trade with false leverage, while my people find Daniel's location through Roman's communication chain. Sophia listened, heart ras. And gee, it was cold, strategic, dangerous. It also made sense. And if Daniel is already at the old Orlov gallery, she asked, then we confirm before walking into it. How? Nikolai glanced at Irina. Irina said, Volkov's blood trail, Roman's phones, Dr. Vale's access records. The museum has sensors around private collection storage. If Roman moved the painting through donor credentials, there is a digital trail. Dr. Vale added weakly, Roman's donor credentials are attached to the Arkady Foundation. The courier pickup code may still be in the private viewing schedule. Sophia looked at her. You can get it. Yes. Now, Dr. Vale swayed again. If I do not die from Irina's affection first. Irina grabbed her arm. Walk. They moved. The museum had become a maze of red-lit corridors and distant shouts. Irina led with Dr. Vale half supported at her side, while Sophia followed and Nikolai stayed close behind. Too close. Not close enough. She was aware of him the way she was aware of fire. Useful, dangerous, impossible to ignore after being cold too long. They reached Dr. Vale's office through a side corridor lined with framed textile samples. The office was small and elegant, with bookshelves, a locked drinks cabinet, and a desk so neat it looked like evidence of a personality disorder. Dr. Vale collapsed into her chair and typed with blood-smeared fingers. Irina locked the door. Nikolai moved to the window and looked through the blinds. Sophia stood near the desk, watching lines of access data fill the screen. There, Dr. Vale said, a private viewing booking, Arkady Foundation, courier hold, destination field blank. But beneath it, in an internal note, was a phrase, Blue Saint transfer approved, hold 4 AO. AO. Sophia looked at Nikolai. His face had changed. Alexei Orlov, she said. Dr. Vale shook her head. Or someone wants Roman to think so. Nikolai stared at the screen. Blue Saint. Irina glanced back. You know it. A church, he said. My mother used to take me there when I was small. St. Basil's Chapel near the old textile quarter. Blue icons on the ceiling. The old Orlov Gallery is near there, Dr. Vale said. Nikolai's voice went quiet. Under it. Sophia turned. Under the church. My father kept a private gallery beneath the chapel's deconsecrated wing. He bought it through a foundation in my mother's name. Romantic, Sophia said, sharper than she intended. Nothing says devotion like a secret basement. Nikolai did not look at her. In my family, that may have been devotion. The sadness in it disarmed her for half a second. Then Dr. Vale hit another key. Courier pickup scheduled for 2:15. Irina checked her watch. In 24 minutes. Roman will not wait for pickup now, Nikolai said. He knows we opened the packet. Sophia looked at the typed pages inside her coat. Then he goes to the chapel. With Daniel, Irina asked. Nikolai's eyes were on the city beyond the window. With whoever he wants us to believe is Daniel. Sophia's chest tightened. You keep saying that. Because Roman likes substitutions. My brother was on the phone. Yes. So he has him. Yes. Then stop cushioning it. He turned. I am not cushioning, he said. I am trying to keep you from running toward the first voice he plays for you. The truth struck hard enough to silence her. Because she would. If she heard Daniel scream, she would run. She knew it. Nikolai knew it. Roman probably knew it best of all. Dr. Vale printed the access sheet and handed it to Irina. There is something else. Sophia nearly laughed. Of course there is. Dr. Vale ignored that and opened a locked desk drawer. From inside, she removed a small envelope sealed with wax. The wax bore a mark Sophia recognized from the inner band of Nikolai's ring. A tiny door. This was to be given to Nikolai if the packet was opened, Dr. Vale said. Nikolai stared at it. For once, he did not reach. Sophia understood before he spoke. From your father, she asked. Yes, Dr. Vale said. Nikolai's face went blank. Sophia expected him to take it, to tear it open, to consume the dead man's words, because men like Nikolai did not leave weapons unopened. Instead, he looked at Sophia. Will you hold it? He asked. The question startled her. Why? Because if I open it now, I may make the next decision as his son instead of your husband. Her breath caught. Your husband, not Bratva boss, not heir, not man with the gun and the plan. Husband, the word should have felt like a chain. Instead, in that moment, it felt like an offering he was not sure he deserved to make. Sophia took the envelope. His fingers brushed hers. Brief, electric, she slipped it into her coat with the rest of the past. Thank you, he said. She did not know how to answer. Irina looked toward the door. We need extraction. Nikolai nodded. Roof. No, Sophia said. There's a public exit through the education wing. If the building is dark, Roman's men will cover obvious staff doors and or exits. They won't expect us to walk through the children's mural hall. Irina considered. It leads to the side garden, and from there to Lowell Street, Sophia said. 2 gates. The first sticks. Second has an alarm that screams if opened after hours. Can you disable it? No, but we can use it. Nikolai's gaze sharpened. Diversion. Yes. Irina nodded. I like her. Nikolai looked at Sophia with something low and warm beneath the urgency. I married well. The words hit too hard. She looked away. You married strategically. His face closed slightly. Good, she told herself. Let the wound stay visible. They moved again. Dr. Vale slowed them down. But leaving her behind meant leaving answers for Roman, and none of them suggested it. Even Irina, who complained under her breath with professional creativity, kept the curator upright through the back hallway. The education wing looked surreal in emergency lighting. Children's paintings of animals lined the walls. Paper stars hung from the ceiling. A cheerful mural of a blue whale stretched across one side, its painted eye watching them pass with absurd innocence. Sophia had once taught a workshop here, showing 8-year-olds how to clean dirt from mock paintings using cotton swabs and patience. One little girl had asked whether damaged paintings felt pain. Sophia had told her no. Now she was less sure. At the side garden door, Irina checked the camera feed through a handheld device. 2 men near staff parking. One at Donor Lane. No visual on Roman. Nikolai looked at Sophia. Alarm gate. This way. They slipped into the garden, a narrow enclosed space with wet benches and skeletal winter shrubs. Rain had stopped, but water dripped from the ironwork overhead. Sophia led them to the second gate, the one maintenance hated because it screamed murder when opened after hours. She placed her hand on the latch and looked at Nikolai. If I open this, it draws everyone toward us. Yes. Then we go over the wall, behind the storage shed. How high? High enough that I will be angry about it. Nikolai's mouth moved. Noted. Irina positioned Dr. Vale near the shed. Nikolai braced himself beneath the wall, interlacing his fingers to boost Sophia first. She stared at his hands. The last time she had used his body for support, he had caught her outside his house. Before that, she had kissed him on the stairs. Now, those same hands waited to lift her over a wall into the dark, while men hunted them. My life has become very strange, she muttered. His eyes flicked to hers. Yes, that was your chance to say reassuring things. I find accuracy more useful. I find you annoying. I know, and God help her, she almost smiled. Sophia stepped into his hands. His grip was firm around her boot, then her calf, as he boosted her high enough to catch the top of the wall. The movement brought her body close to his face for one breath, and heat flashed through her before she could stop it. His hand shifted immediately, careful, appropriate. helping not touching. That restraint was becoming a form of torture. She swung one leg over the wall and dropped onto the other side, landing badly, but upright. Pain jarred through her knee. She bit back a curse. "Clear," Nikolai called softly. "Clear." Irina helped Dr. Vale, next with a level of sympathy that involved threats. The curator came over pale and shaking, but conscious. Then Irina vaulted with insulting ease. Nikolai was last. Before he climbed, Sophia heard shouting from the other side of the garden. Then she heard Roman. "Found your exit, bride." Nikolai looked through the iron gate toward the voice. Sophia reached for the alarm latch from her side, through a gap in the wall. Nikolai's eyes found hers. "Wait." "No, Sophia. I'm included, remember." She pulled the latch. The alarm began screaming. Lights flared along the garden wall. Roman's men shouted. Irina grabbed Dr. Vale and dragged her toward Lowell Street. Nikolai scaled the wall in one brutal motion and dropped beside Sophia just as a bullet struck the brick where his shoulder had been. He caught Sophia's hand. This time he did not ask. This time she did not mind. They ran through Lowell Street, across an alley, past a delivery van where two of Nikolai's men were already waiting. Irina shoved Dr. Vale inside first. Sophia climbed in after her. Nikolai got in last as the van pulled away before the door fully closed. A bullet pinged off the rear panel. Dr. Vale flinched. Sophia did not. She was too busy staring at Nikolai's hand, still wrapped around hers. He noticed at the same time. His grip loosened instantly. She held on. The choice surprised them both. The van sped through wet streets, with no lights in the rear compartment, only the glow of Irina's phone, and passing street lamps cutting through narrow slits. Sophia sat on the bench opposite Nikolai, but her hand remained in his across the small distance, their fingers locked like a secret nobody in the dark acknowledged. Dr. Vale leaned against the wall, eyes closed, one hand pressed to her wounded side. Irina checked the wound with brisk competence, muttering that curators should come with handles. Nikolai watched Sophia. Not her mouth, not the blood, not the packet in her coat. Her eyes. He looked like a man waiting for sentencing. "Where are we going?" Sophia asked. "Not my house," he said. "Not the museum. Safe apartment. No one in the council knows it exists." "Does Irina?" "Yes." "Then technically, someone knows it exists." Irina said without looking up. "I am delightful, not someone." Sophia huffed a laugh. Then exhaustion hit her so suddenly she nearly swayed. Nikolai's hand tightened. "You are hurt," he said. "I'm tired and hurt. I have paper cuts with ambition. You have glass in your palm and bruised knees. Are you always this romantic?" "No," Irina said. "This is his best work." Sophia bit her lip. Nikolai's gaze dropped to the movement. The heat returned, sudden and dangerous in the dark van, threaded through fear and anger and adrenaline. His thumb rested against her knuckles, not moving, but the stillness itself seemed charged. She remembered the stairwell, the kiss, the words, "I would not kiss you here," shaking after a threat, with blood on my hand and your brother missing. Not because I do not want to, because I do. Sophia pulled her hand free. This time he let her. The absence felt too loud. They reached the safe apartment 20 minutes later. It occupied the top floor of an unmarked brick building above a closed tailor shop. No grand gates, no Gothic roof lines, no staff, just a freight elevator, a steel door, and a space that looked nothing like the house. Plain, masculine, quiet. A living room with dark furniture. A kitchen with steel counters. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and windows covered by interior shutters. There were no family portraits, no chandeliers, no evidence of Nikolai Orlov except a shelf of old cookbooks and a knife block on the kitchen counter. Sophia noticed the cookbooks first. Of course she did. Irina helped Dr. Vale into the smaller bedroom where a medical kit had already been placed. "I'll patch the curator, then call a doctor we trust." Dr. Vale murmured, "How generous. I can still let you bleed on the rug." Nikolai watched Sophia from near the kitchen. "Sit. Ask." His mouth tightened. Then carefully, "Will you sit so I can clean your hand?" Sophia almost refused, out of pure reflex. But her palm throbbed, her knee hurt, her head felt full of broken glass, and refusing help just because she was angry would not make her freer. It would make her tired and infected. She sat at the kitchen island. Nikolai washed his hands at the sink, rolled his sleeves higher, and brought the medical kit. He set everything out with precise, practiced movements. Gauze, antiseptic, tweezers, bandage tape, a small bowl of water. No guards, no counsel, no Roman, no audience. Just them, a locked apartment, and every lie between them. He sat across from her. "May I?" he asked. She placed her injured hand palm up on the counter. He took it carefully. The first touch of antiseptic made her hiss. Nikolai stopped immediately. "Too much." "No, keep going." "Sure." "Yes." His eyes flicked to hers, confirming. Only then did he continue. The tenderness of it enraged her. He cleaned each small cut as if her skin required more reverence than the ancient paintings downstairs. When he found a tiny shard of glass near the heel of her palm, he lifted it with tweezers so gently she barely felt it. Sophia watched his face. "Ask," he said without looking up. She swallowed. "How long did you plan the marriage?" "After the parking lot, I began watching Roman's interest in Daniel. After Daniel stole the ledger, the council moved faster. The contract was drafted 3 days later. Was my yes ever really free?" His hand stilled. The question hurt. "Good. I made the alternative frightening," he said. "I did not invent the danger. but I used it. Sophia's throat tightened. That is the most honest, terrible answer you could have given. Yes. Did you want me before the contract? His eyes lifted. The apartment seemed to quiet. Yes. The simplicity hit low in her stomach. She hated that her body responded before her pride could stop it. Did that change the contract? No. Did it change how you presented it to me? His jaw flexed. There was the blade. Yes. Sophia pulled her hand back. He let go instantly. What did you change? I chose the temporary term. She stared. What? Abram suggested the marriage remain open-ended until the ledger was recovered and Daniel secured. The council preferred permanent. I said 12 months because you thought that would make me more likely to agree. Yes, and the separate room, the locked door, the safe, those were not strategy. Don't lie. His eyes sharpened. They were not only strategy. Sophia laughed once and stood, pacing away from the island. There it is again. Not Onel. Why do you hear how that sounds? Nothing with you is clean. Every kindness has another side. Nikolai remained seated, hands open on the counter. Yes, you don't get points for agreeing. I know. You married me because my brother stole a ledger. Yes, because my father's name was in that ledger. Yes, because your council wanted to use me. Yes, because your father's ring might matter. I suspected the ring mattered to my father's old secrets. I did not know yours did, but you suspected enough to keep me close. Yes, the word cracked through her. She stopped pacing and turned on him. And because you wanted me, Nikolai stood slowly, not to tower, to meet the accusation. Yes, the room seemed to burn around the edges. Sophia's breathing changed. It was the worst answer. It was the only answer she could bear. If you had told me all of that, she said, voice low, I might still have signed. Pain flashed in his eyes. I know. No, you don't. Because you never gave me the chance to find out who I might have been if trusted with the truth. That hit him. She saw it. The words entered and did damage, not because they were cruel, but because they were exact. Nikolai looked down at the bandage supplies. My father trusted almost no one. He called it wisdom. I learned too well. You are not your father. His gaze lifted. The words had come out before she could stop them. Sophia folded her arms, defensive against her own mercy. Don't look so surprised. If you were Victor Orlov, I'd be locked in a room somewhere while you opened that packet without me. A faint, bitter curve touched his mouth. I considered it. I know. I did not do it. I know that too. The honesty between them was no longer clean either. It was stained with anger and want and fear. But it was there, a thread through the room. Nikolai stepped around the island, stopping several feet away. I cannot undo the contract. You can offer annulment. His face went still. The words had leapt ahead of her. She had not meant to say them. Not yet. But now that they hung between them, she realized they had been there since Roman's first question, since Mikkel's bloody smile, since she learned she had been married into a strategy larger than Daniel's debt. Nikolai said yes. The quiet answer landed like a stone dropped into deep water. Sophia's chest tightened. You would, if that is what you want. Even now, yes, with Roman after me, I would protect you without the marriage. Would your counsel allow that? His smile was cold and brief. They have allowed many things they disliked. And the ring, I would find another way. What if there isn't one? Then I would still not keep you trapped. The room blurred for half a second. Sophia blinked hard. She hated him for this too, for making freedom a real door instead of another pretty lie, for standing there with blood on his temple and grief in his bones, and telling her she could leave while every part of his body looked built to prevent loss. Stop being noble now, she said, voice shaking. I am trying to be furious. I am not noble. No, you are worse. You are morally complicated at inconvenient times. His mouth almost moved. Sophia looked down at her wedding ring. Her matching ring. A device, a symbol, a lie, a shield. She twisted it once. Nikolai watched, but did not move. That stillness undid her more than pleading would have. She looked up. Do you want me to leave? Something naked crossed his face. No. Her breath caught. But I want your choice more than I want my comfort, he said. I am learning the difference. That was the line that broke the last clean piece of her anger. Not all of it, not enough to forgive, enough to hurt. Sophia turned away and pressed her bandaged hand against her mouth. Her palm stung. Good. Physical pain kept tears back. Behind the bedroom door, Irina said something sharp to Dr. Vale. The city hummed beyond the shuttered windows. Somewhere, Daniel was still alive or already dead, or being made into a voice on a phone. Life did not pause for heartbreak. Sophia dropped her hand. You can finish bandaging me. Nikolai's gaze softened so briefly, she almost missed it. He returned to the island. She sat. He wrapped her palm with gauze, then tape, his fingers steady. Neither of them spoke until he finished. There, he said. Thank you. Your knee. It's bruised. May I check? The question went through her like heat. She looked at him, then toward the bedroom door where Irina was still occupied, then back. This is not a seduction, he said. I know, but the fact that he said it made her more aware of the possibility, not less. Her body was exhausted, frightened, furious, and still alive enough to remember his mouth. She was beginning to understand that desire did not wait for clean circumstances. It came in through cracks. It warmed frozen rooms. It could be chosen without being simple. Sophia lifted her chin. You can check. Nikolai crew. Jed before her chair. The position should have been absurdly powerful for her. The Bratva, head on one knee, his dark head bent, his hands waiting for permission near her leg. Instead, it made the air thicken. His control was palpable, a held breath with a pulse. He looked up. Which knee? Right. May I roll the fabric? Yes. His fingers touched the cuff of her jeans, rolling it carefully above her knee. The skin there was scraped and already bruising from the fall in the archive. His mouth tightened. That face is not reassuring, she said. It will heal. You look offended by the bruise. I am. It's not sentient. It is evidence. Of what? That I did not prevent it. Something in her chest softened and resisted softness at once. Nikolai. He looked up. You are not responsible for every wound in my life. No, he said. Only the ones I cause and the ones I fail to stop. That sounds exhausting. It is familiar. There it was again. The boy raised to inherit guilt as if it were a family estate. Sophia reached out before she fully decided to. Her fingers touched the cut at his temple. He went completely still, not because he feared her, because he was waiting. May I? She asked. His throat moved. Yes. She brushed dried blood away from his skin with the edge of a clean gauze pad. He stayed kneeling, eyes on her face, so still she could hear his breathing. The cut was shallow, but the intimacy was not. This will heal, she said, echoing him. His gaze dropped to her mouth. The apartment became too quiet. Sophia, he said. A warning, a question, a prayer maybe. If men like him prayed anywhere besides altars made of old debts. She leaned back before she could do something foolish. You said we need pages copied. Yes. He rose immediately, not pressing, not stealing the moment. The loss of his closeness was almost physical. Irina emerged from the bedroom then, wiping her hands on a towel. Vale will live. She is dramatic about pain. Dr. Vale called weakly from inside. I heard that. Good, Irina said. Nikolai turned to her. Pages. Sophia took the packet from her coat and spread the documents on the kitchen island. Irina photographed them with a secure device. Nikolai stood beside Sophia, reading without touching anything until she shifted a page toward him in silent permission. Names appeared. Some meant nothing. Some made Irina curse quietly. One made Nikolai go still. What? Sophia asked. He tapped a line. Alexei Orlov, relocation route incomplete, final guardian. MH confirmed emergency contact. SH. Sophia's brows drew together. SH. Then cold spread through her. Sophia Hale, she whispered. No, Nikolai said. His voice had gone strange. Dr. Vale spoke from the bedroom doorway, leaning against the frame, pale but conscious. Not Sophia. Sophia turned. Dr. Vale's eyes were on the page. SH was Samuel Hale, she said. Michael's younger brother. My uncle, Sophia said. I don't have an uncle, Samuel. Not anymore, Dr. Vale said. Nikolai's gaze sharpened. Where is he? Dr. Vale hesitated. Irina lifted her gun slightly. We have had this conversation before. It ends faster if you answer. Samuel Hale became Simon Hart, Dr. Vale said. He raised Alex after Alina died. Sophia's mind spun. I have an uncle alive somewhere, raising Nikolai's brother. Raised, Dr. Vale corrected softly. Alexei would be 31. Nikolai looked down at the page, as if it might bite. Sophia saw the grief shift again. Brother as baby. Brother as man. Brother as stranger alive in the world without him. Where? Nikolai asked. Dr. Vale pressed a hand to her bandage. That page was never in my keeping. Michael removed the current address after your father died. Daniel, Sophia said suddenly. Everyone looked at her. She gripped the counter. Daniel went through my father's old boxes last year. That's when he got worse. Not just gambling, secretive, scared. He said once that Dad had lied about everything, but he was drunk, and I thought he was being dramatic. Nikolai's eyes locked on hers. Daniel may have found Samuel's location and tried to sell it, Irina asked. Sophia flinched. Nikolai looked at Irina. Irina did not apologize. She was not wrong. But the idea of Daniel finding a hidden man, a living witness, Nikolai's brother, and trying to turn that into gambling money made Sophia want to fold in on herself. I don't know, she said. Maybe he was desperate. Desperation makes people stupid. Not always cruel, Nikolai said. The mercy in it hurt. Sophia looked at him. He was still angry. She could see it in the set of his shoulders, the cold focus behind his eyes. Daniel had endangered Sophia, exposed old witnesses, dragged Nikolai's dead mother back into the light. But Nikolai had not reduced him to the worst version of himself. No one is always the worst thing they have done. He had said that in the car. She had not known then how much he might need to believe it. Irina's secure phone buzzed. She read the screen and straightened. We found Volkov's vehicle. Nikolai turned. Where? Abandoned 3 blocks from St. Basil's Chapel. Blood in the passenger seat. Roman's men arrived before ours. There is activity at the old Orlov Gallery. Sophia's hand went cold on the counter. Daniel, she asked. Irina's expression softened by half a degree. Unknown. Nikolai was already moving. We prepare for controlled entry. No, Sophia said. He stopped. She picked up the packet. We prepare for a trade. Nikolai's face darkened. Absolutely not. I didn't say we hand them the originals. I said we let them think we might. Sophia, she stepped closer, anger and fear and determination twisting together, until she could not tell one from another. They need me, the key, your ring, and those pages. That gives us leverage. It gives them reasons to take you. Then make sure they fail. The words landed between them with a force Sophia had not intended. Trust me, they said. Fight me, they said. Choose me enough to let me choose danger with you. Nikolai's eyes burned. I will not use you as bait. You already did, she said. The blow hit. She regretted it. She did not take it back. Nikolai's voice went quiet. Yes. That single yes carried the contract. The wedding, the ring, the hidden motive, the protection she had never been asked to approve. It carried guilt, acceptance, and a promise she did not yet know how to read. Sophia swallowed. Then this time, do it with my consent. Irina went very still. Dr. Vale's eyes closed briefly. Nikolai looked at Sophia for a long time. Then he said, no. The word struck hard, but he continued before she could erupt. Not as bait, as negotiator. Her breath caught. You stay outside the kill zone, he said. You speak if you choose. You offer copies, not originals. You hold no visible weapon because Roman will expect one after tonight. Irina covers you. I stay close enough to end any man who reaches for you. Sophia's heart hammered. That sounds like bait, with better vocabulary. It is strategy with boundaries. She almost laughed at the absurdity of him, using her language back at her. Boundaries, she repeated. Yes, and if I say stop, we stop. If I say I want out, I take you out. If Daniel screams, his face tightened. There it was, the hard part. If Daniel screams, Nikolai said, you look at me before you run. Sophia's throat closed. She nodded. He stepped closer, stopping inches away. Say it. She looked up. The demand should have infuriated her. It did, a little. But beneath it was the man who knew exactly how fear would weaponize her love for her brother. He was not asking for obedience. He was asking for a thread to pull her back from a trap. If Daniel screams, she said, voice unsteady, I look at you before I run. His eyes softened with relief, so brief, no one else would have noticed. She noticed. God help her. She noticed everything about him now. Irina began preparing with grim efficiency. Copies of the pages were made and sealed in a decoy envelope. The originals went into a hidden compartment beneath the kitchen floor, because of course, the safe apartment had one. Nikolai changed into a clean black shirt from a wardrobe in the bedroom, and Sophia hated herself for noticing the brief glimpse of hard chest and old scars before she looked away. Dr. Vale stayed behind under guard, too injured to move and too useful to abandon. Before Sophia left, the curator caught her wrist with surprising strength. Sophia, what? Dr. Vale's eyes were fever bright. Your father loved you more than truth. Sophia's throat tightened. That isn't always a compliment. No, Dr. Vale said, but it was always real. Sophia pulled free before grief could catch her. Outside the apartment, the corridor was dim and smelled faintly of dust and wool from the tailor shop below. Irina went ahead. Nikolai paused beside the stairwell, waiting for Sophia. She knew before he spoke that he was giving her one more chance. You can stay, he said, and you can stop offering just enough freedom to make me forgive you. His face tightened. She regretted that too. She was full of regret tonight. It did not make her wrong. Nikolai nodded once and opened the stairwell door. The ride to St. Basil's Chapel was silent. Not empty, never empty. Sophia sat beside Nikolai in the back of a different car, Irina driving this time. The decoy envelope rested in Sophia's lap. The brass key was hidden in the lining of her coat. Nikolai's ring remained on his finger, one hand resting loosely near his thigh. She stared at that hand, at the ring, at the blood no longer on his knuckles, at the man attached to all of it. "I need to ask one more thing," she said. Nikolai turned toward her. "Did you ever plan to tell me the real reason after the marriage?" "Yes." "When?" His pause answered. Sophia closed her eyes. "After you had fixed everything." "Yes." "After Daniel was safe." "Yes." "After the ledger was read." "Yes." "After I had no reason to leave." His silence was terrible. She opened her eyes. There was the truth, the worst one. Not that he planned to trap her legally. Not that he would force her to stay. He would never. She believed that now, and believing it was its own problem. The trap had been emotional. Tenderness first, truth later. Let her feel safe enough that leaving became harder. Maybe he had not planned it that cruelly. Maybe he had. Maybe intent mattered less than impact when her heart was the thing absorbing the blow. Nikolai looked away toward the rain-dark window. "I told myself it was kindness. And now I know it was cowardice." Sophia's chest tightened. The city lights slid over his face. For once, he looked every one of his 35 years. Not old, worn in hidden places. She should have let the silence punish him. Instead, she asked, "What were you afraid of?" His gaze returned to hers. "That if you saw every reason I needed you," he said, "you would never believe the one reason I wanted you." The words moved through her like a blade heated red. Sophia forgot how to breathe. Irina muttered from the front, "I am once again in the car." Sophia looked away, face hot. Nikolai did not apologize this time. Good. She was tired of apologies. She wanted truth, even when it burned, especially when it burned. St. Basil's Chapel appeared through the rain like a forgotten relic, wedged between warehouses and expensive redevelopment projects. Its blue-tiled dome was cracked, the cross removed decades ago, its arched windows dark. The old Orlov gallery beneath it had no public entrance, but Nikolai's men had already found movement near a delivery ramp, hidden behind a rusted gate. The car stopped 2 blocks away. Nikolai checked his weapon. Irina checked hers. Sophia checked the decoy envelope and the panic button hidden in her sleeve. Her hands were steady. That scared her more than shaking. Nikolai looked at her. "Remember, if Daniel screams, I look at you before I run." His eyes held hers. "And if I say stop, we stop," she added. "Yes. If I say I want to speak, you let me speak." Yes, if I say I want Roman alive. His expression became very still. Sophia lifted a brow. Nikolai said, I will struggle. Despite everything, she laughed. It came out soft, almost unwilling. His gaze dropped to her mouth, then rose at once. Discipline, always discipline. She touched his sleeve before leaving the car. Not his hand, not his chest, just the fabric at his wrist. A small thing. He went still anyway. I'm still angry, she said. I know. I still might leave. I know. But tonight we get Daniel. His eyes darkened with something solemn enough to feel like a vow. Tonight we get Daniel. They approached the chapel through an alley wet with rain and smelling of rust. Nikolai's men moved in the shadows. Sophia saw only a few, but she felt more. Roman would have men too. Volkov might already be inside. Daniel might be below them, hurt and terrified and sorry. Alexei Orlov might be a ghost. Her father might have died for a list of strangers. Every step felt like walking deeper into a painting whose varnish had turned black with age, revealing nothing until it cracked. At the rusted gate, a voice came from the darkness. Leave the guns outside. Roman. He stepped into view beneath a broken blue tile arch. Dressed in a dark suit, red carnation gone now, replaced by a bloodstain at his cuff. His smile found Sophia first. There she is, he said, the bride who opens doors. Nikolai moved half a step in front of her. Sophia touched his back once. He stopped. She stepped beside him. Roman's smile widened. Beautiful. He is learning tricks already. Sophia held up the decoy envelope. You wanted the pages. I wanted many things. The pages, the key, the ring. His gaze slid between her and Nikolai. A little honesty between newlyweds. You must be disappointed, Sophia said. We brought copies and marital tension. Roman laughed. Somewhere behind him, a muffled sound came through the open gate. A man's voice. Daniel. Sophia's entire body jerked toward it. Nikolai's hand closed around her wrist. Firm, immediate. She turned on him, wild for 1 second. Then she remembered. If Daniel screams, I look at you before I run. Nikolai's eyes held hers. Not cold, not commanding. Anchoring. Breathe, he said. She did. Once, twice. Roman watched with delight. Touching, truly. But we are past romance now. No, Sophia said, voice low. Roman blinked. She turned back to him, the envelope steady in her injured hand. We are finally at the only part romance is good for, she said. Choosing who you stand beside when the lies come due. Nikolai's breath caught beside her. Roman's smile thinned. Sophia did not look away. Bring me my brother, she said, or I burn every name in this envelope before you touch a single door. Chapter 5. The Bride Who Would Not Kneel. Roman Arcady stopped smiling. For the first time since Sophie had met him, the amusement left his face completely. And what remained was older, uglier, and far more honest. Greed, not for her, not for Nikolai, not even for the envelope in her hand, for the power he believed it could buy. The rain slid down the cracked blue tiles above the rusted gate and dripped onto the alley stones between them. Nikolai stood beside Sophia, not in front of her now, though every line of his body wanted to be. She could feel the restraint in him like heat from a banked furnace. His men waited in the shadows. Romans waited beyond the gate. Somewhere beneath the old chapel, Daniel had made a sound that tore through her like a hook. But Sophia did not move. She looked at Nikolai first. His eyes held hers. Good. She could do this. She could stand in the mouth of a trap with a false envelope in her hand, her father's key hidden in her coat, and her husband's lies burning between them like a second set of vows. Bring me my brother, she repeated, louder this time, or I burn every name in this envelope before you touch a single door. Roman's gaze flicked to Nikolai. You let her negotiate. I listen when my wife speaks. The words slid through Sophia before she could stop them. They should not have mattered. Not here, not now, not after the things he had hidden. But there was something in his voice that did not sound performative. He did not say it to impress Roman. He said it as if he were reminding himself, or warning the world. Roman's mouth curled. Dangerous habit. Women start with words, then want votes. Sophia smiled. You say that like men have done useful things with either. A soft breath moved through the shadows behind her. One of Nikolai's men trying not to laugh, perhaps. Irina, more likely. Even in the rain and fear, the thought steadied her. Roman's eyes narrowed. Your brother is alive. Show me. In time. Sophia lifted the envelope slightly. Then, in time, you get nothing. Roman took a step forward. Nikolai moved half a step too, so subtle most men would have missed it. Roman did not. His gaze slid to Nikolai's hands, to the ring, to the space between husband and wife. That envelope will not burn fast enough to save him, Roman said. No, Sophia replied, but it will burn fast enough to ruin you. Roman smiled again, but it did not reach his eyes. You have been married less than one night and already sound like an Orlov. The insult should have landed. Instead, Sophia felt Nikolai's attention sharpen beside her. I sound like my father's daughter, she said. Roman's expression flickered. There a small crack. He knew enough to fear Michael Hale too. Good. Sophia stepped closer to the gate. Nikolai's hand twitched at his side, but did not touch her. He had promised. She had promised. If Daniel screamed, she would look at him before she ran. But Daniel was not screaming now. Roman was speaking. That meant the game still had rules. Where is Volkov? Nikolai asked. Roman did not look away from Sophia. Bleeding somewhere dramatic, I imagine. You don't have him. I don't need him. You needed him to read the old mechanisms. I needed him to confirm the bride. Sophia's stomach tightened. Confirm me how? Roman tilted his head. You truly do not know, do you? It is almost charming. Everything you find charming should probably be disinfected. This time, Roman laughed. Behind him, someone groaned. Not Daniel. Older, rougher. Roman turned his head slightly. Bring him. 2 men appeared through the gate, dragging a figure between them. Sophia's heart leapt so hard it hurt. Daniel. Her brother stumbled forward with his hands bound in front of him. One eye swollen, lips split, dark hair matted to his forehead. His shirt was torn at the collar. He looked thinner than he had 3 weeks ago. Older than 28 had any right to look, and terrified in a way that stripped every selfish thing he had ever done down to the trembling body beneath it. Soft, he rasped. Her knees nearly gave. Nikolai's presence at her side steadied her without touching. Daniel's gaze moved to Nikolai, and something like shame twisted his face. I'm sorry. Later, Sophia said, because if he said it again, she might break. Are you hurt badly? He swallowed. No. A lie. A familiar one. Roman's men held him upright. Sophia's fingers tightened around the envelope until the paper creased. Nikolai noticed. Roman noticed too. His smile returned, slow and satisfied. There, proof of life, now the packet. Sophia shook her head. No, he comes to me first. Roman laughed. You think this is a market. I think this is the part where you realize you brought one brother as leverage and forgot. I know exactly what desperate brothers are worth. Daniel flinched. Good. Let him hear it. Let him live long enough to earn forgiveness instead of dying inside her grief. Roman's eyes hardened. Careful, bride. No, I have been careful all night, and everyone keeps mistaking it for fear. Sophia stepped closer to the bar. R.S. You do not get the envelope, the key, the ring, or 1 more inch of my patience until Daniel crosses this gate. Roman's face went still. Nikolai's voice came beside her, low enough for her alone. You are pushing him. Yes, he wants excuse. I know. Sophia. She looked at him then. His eyes were storm dark in the alley light, furious and controlled and afraid in a way only she seemed close enough to see. Not afraid for himself. Never that. Afraid of the shape of her courage, because he knew courage could become a knife without a handle. Trust me for 1 more minute, she whispered. His jaw tightened. Then he gave the smallest nod. A minute. Sophia turned back to Roman. He had seen the exchange. Of course he had. His mouth curled with ugly delight. Ah, there it is. Not trust, negotiation. That's marriage, Sophia said. Nikolai made a sound that might have been a breath. Daniel stared at her, as if she had become someone he did not know. Maybe she had. Maybe brides always changed when handed to wolves. Some learned to kneel. Some learned where the teeth were. Roman lifted one hand. The men shoved Daniel forward. Nikolai's men shifted in the dark. Slowly, Nikolai said. Roman's eyes glittered. Your wife asked. I am being generous. You are being allowed. The alley went colder. Roman's smile thinned. Daniel took one step through the open gate, then another. His wrists were still tied. His breathing was ragged. One of Roman's men kept a gun low against his spine, hidden from the street, but not from Nikolai. Sophia's blood roared. She looked at Nikolai. I see it, his eyes said. Then everything happened at once. Daniel stumbled deliberately. The man behind him looked down. Irina moved from the shadows like a blade. She struck the gunman's wrist, twisted, and drove him into the gate. Nikolai surged forward, one arm catching Daniel by the jacket and yanking him across the threshold. Roman shouted. Gunmetal flashed. Sophia dropped because she remembered Irina's rule, and a bullet cracked into the wall where her shoulder had been. Nikolai shoved Daniel behind a stone column and put himself between both Hales and the gate. Sophia hit the wet ground hard. The decoy envelope clutched beneath her chest. Irina fired once. A man screamed. The alley erupted with movement, but not chaos. Not on Nikolai's side. His men moved with brutal precision, dragging Roman's first line away from the gate, forcing them back beneath the chapel arch. Roman vanished into the blue-tiled darkness, laughing like the whole disaster entertained him. Inside, Irina snapped. No, Sophia pushed up on one hand. Daniel. Nikolai seized Daniel's bound wrists and cut the zip tie with a knife that appeared from nowhere. Can you run? Daniel stared at him, dazed. Nikolai slapped him once. Not hard enough to injure, hard enough to wake. Sophia gasped, Nikolai. Daniel blinked, then nodded fast. Yes, I can run. Good. Nikolai shoved him toward Irina. Take him to the car. No, Daniel said. Everyone froze for a fraction of a second. Sophia stared. Daniel. Her brother's face was pale beneath the bruises. I can't. They have him. Nikolai's eyes sharpened. Who? Daniel swallowed. The man from Dad's papers, Simon Hart. Sophia's chest tightened. Samuel Hale. Her uncle. The emergency contact. Alexei's guardian. Nikolai became very still. Where? Daniel looked at the chapel gate. Below, in the old gallery. Roman has him in a room with the painting crate. Sophia's breath caught. Is Alexei there? Daniel's eyes flicked to Nikolai. That was answer enough. Nikolai's face did not change. Not visibly. But Sophia felt something in him fracture. His brother, alive, close, within reach beneath the chapel his mother once visited, in a gallery built by the father who lied to him and loved him badly. Roman's voice echoed from inside the gate. Family reunion, Orlov. I would hurry. Your counsel is on its way, and they will not appreciate what your father hid under their noses. Nikolai's gaze lifted toward the chapel. Irina stepped beside him, Daniel behind her. This is bad. No, Daniel said hoarsely. It's worse. Sophia turned on him. Start talking. Her brother looked at her, and the shame in his swollen face was so raw that some part of her wanted to hold him. Another part wanted to shake him until every secret fell out. "I found Dad's box last year," Daniel said, "in Mom's attic. Papers, names, an old address, the key reference. I thought," he swallowed. "I thought it was money. Hidden money. Dad always acted like he had nothing, but the papers had payments and Orlov names and art routes. I thought he had stashed something." Sophia stared at him. All this, all of it, because Daniel thought grief came with a hidden bank account. "You unbelievable idiot," she whispered. He flinched. "I know." "No, you don't." "I know," he repeated, voice cracking. "I found Simon. He told me to leave it alone. Said Dad died because he didn't. But I owed Roman B. Why then, and Roman's men were already." "Stop." Sophia pressed a hand to her chest. "Just stop before I start screaming." Nikolai's voice came like a blade. "Where is Alex?" Daniel's gaze shifted to him. He didn't know his name, not at first. Simon raised him as Alex Hart. He works with boats near the river, keeps to himself. Roman found him after I led people there. Nikolai's face emptied. Daniel's voice broke. "I didn't know. I swear to God, I didn't know who he was." Nikolai stepped toward him. Sophia moved between them without thinking. The silence that followed was terrifying. Nikolai looked down at her. Sophia looked up at him. Daniel stopped breathing behind her. "Nikolai," she said. His eyes held hers, and there in the dark, she saw the full force of what he was containing. His brother endangered. His mother's second life exposed. His father's rot unearthed. His wife's brother responsible for enough of it that any Orlov council would call blood debt before dawn. And Sophia stood in front of Daniel anyway. Not because Daniel was innocent, because he was hers. Nikolai understood that. It did not make the understanding gentle. "You stand between me and him again," Nikolai said quietly. "Yes, you think I would hurt him in front of you. I think you want to." His jaw tightened. Honesty again. "Yes." Daniel made a small sound. Sophia did not look back. "Then don't." Nikolai's voice dropped. "You ask much." "I know. He led Roman to my brother." "Yes." "He handed my mother's hidden child to men who would use him to split my family open." "Yes." "He put you in Roman's path." Her throat tightened. "Yes." Nikolai stepped closer until the air between them was almost nothing, and everything behind him hummed with violence, waiting for permission. "And still," he said, "you want mercy." "No," Sophia's voice shook. "I want justice that doesn't turn you into your father." The words hit him like a physical blow. Rain dripped from the broken tile arch. Somewhere beneath the chapel, Roman moved pieces across a board made of blood and names. Beyond the alley, distant engines approached. More men, more guns. The council Roman had promised. Nikolai stared at Sophia. For a second, she thought she had gone too far. Then his face changed. not softened, opened, as if she had found a locked room in him and struck the right wall with a hammer. Irina spoke low. Engines, 3 vehicles, maybe 4. Nikolai did not look away from Sophia. Daniel lives. Her breath left her. Until this is finished, he added, voice cold enough to keep the mercy from looking easy. Daniel sagged behind her. Sophia closed her eyes for 1 heartbeat, then opened them. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. I'm thanking the part of you that listened. Pain flickered through his eyes. Then the Bratva boss returned. Nobody leaves now, Nikolai said. Roman has Alexei and Simon below. Council arriving above. He wants us trapped between family blood and family law. Why would the council come? Sophia asked. Daniel gave a bitter laugh. Because I called them. She turned slowly. Her brother took a step back. Soph, you what? They made me. Roman made me repeat what Volkov told me. That Nikolai hid the ledger, that you had the key, that Victor's 2nd son was alive, that the Hale family had concealed witnesses. Daniel's voice shook. They recorded it, sent it to Orlov elders, said if I didn't, they'd send pieces of Simon to Alex. Nikolai's gaze hardened. Roman does not want the witness list. Not only. He wants my counsel to move against me, Nikolai said. If they believe Alexei is alive, they will split. Some will see him as Victor's rightful blood, a rival claim. Some will want him dead to bury what Victor did. Some will want him controlled. Sophia swallowed, and Roman uses the chaos. Yes, to take what? Nikolai looked toward the chapel entrance. Everything. Headlights swept the mouth of the alley. A black SUV stopped at the curb beyond the chapel. Then another. Then another. Doors opened. Men stepped out. Older mostly. Not Roman's restless predators. These men wore expensive coats and grim faces, the kind of men who had survived long enough to mistake age for wisdom and cruelty for law. 2 younger guards flanked them. One woman emerged from the last vehicle, tall and severe, with white hair cut to her chin and diamonds at her ears. Irina muttered, "Counsel." Sophia felt the atmosphere change. Roman's men were danger with teeth. The council was danger with roots. Nikolai stepped forward as the elders approached the gate. Sophia stayed beside him. Daniel remained behind Irina, trying to make himself smaller. It was a habit, Sophia realized, and hated that she recognized it. He had spent too long surviving by becoming the least important person in a room. Tonight, that would not save him. The white-haired woman's gaze swept over them and settled on Sophia with icy precision. So, she said, the bride. Nikolai's voice was flat. Mara Orls. Ova, Sophia realized. Some aunt, cousin, widow, power in feminine form. Not the kind that asked for permission to enter rooms. The kind that kept keys others forgot existed. Mara's eyes dropped to Sophia's ring. Victor's little joke finally walks. Sophia's stomach tightened. Nikolai became very still. Explain. Mara smiled without warmth. You truly didn't know. How humiliating for you. An older man beside her, heavyset with a silver beard, grunted. Enough. Where is the ledger? Nikolai did not look at him. Roman has men below. He has my brother. A ripple passed through the council. Not shock, confirmation. They had come ready to believe. The silver-bearded man crossed himself. Impossible. Mara's smile thinned. Not impossible, inconvenient. Sophia looked at Nikolai. He looked carved from dark stone. Mara's gaze moved to Daniel. And the thief lives. Sentimental night. Sophia stepped forward before Nikolai could speak. His name is Daniel Hale. Mara looked amused. Does the bride think names matter here? Yes, Sophia said. That is why all of you came. The older men shifted. Mara's eyes sharpened. Nikolai's hand hovered near Sophia's back, not touching. She felt the choice in that too. He would shield her if she asked. He would let her stand if she didn't. She stood. The silver-bearded man pointed at Daniel. He stole from Orlov blood. He exposed hidden roots. He brought Arkady into a family matter. There is only one answer. My brother stole papers he did not understand because he is reckless, addicted to risk, and stupid when desperate, Sophia said. That makes him guilty. It does not make him yours to execute. Mara's brows rose. Daniel made a broken sound behind her. Soft. Be quiet, she snapped. He obeyed. Good. Nikolai's mouth almost moved. Mara looked between them. She speaks as if this is court. No, Sophia said. I speak as if every man here has spent years pretending murder sounds better when called tradition. Silence. Deep, dangerous silence. Nikolai's voice came low beside her. Sophia. Not warning. Awe, perhaps. Fear, definitely. Mara laughed once. You chose an entertaining wife. No, Nikolai said. I chose a brave one. Sophia's chest tightened. She could not look at him. Not now. Not when that single sentence could undo more of her anger than she was willing to lose. The silver-bearded man turned on Nikolai. You admit it then. You married her because of the Hale connection. Nikolai's head turned slowly toward him. I married her to put her beyond your reach. Another ripple. There it was. Public, unvarnished. Sophia's breath caught despite everything. Nikolai continued, voice carrying through rain and stone and old blue tile. Her brother's theft gave you excuse. Her father's name gave you appetite. I knew if Sophia Hale remained unmarried, unclaimed, unprotected by law or name, you would use her to draw Daniel out, then bury the family once the ledger returned. The council went still. Mara's smile faded. Sophia stared at him. He had said it. Not in a locked car. Not in a safe apartment. Not in a private room with careful language. Here, in front of the men and women whose judgment had shaped the trap. The silver-bearded man sneered. And you call marriage protection? No, Nikolai said. I call it the fastest shield available in a room full of wolves. Sophia's throat burned. The truth was still ugly, but it was standing upright now. Nikolai turned slightly, not fully toward her, because that would expose his back, but enough that his next words were hers. I should have told you before you signed. I did not. I wanted you safe more than I respected your right to decide how safety should look. That was wrong. The alley seemed to fall away. Sophia felt the council watching. Roman watching from somewhere inside. Daniel breathing behind her. Irina silent, steady. Nikolai's eyes found hers. I am sorry, he said. Not because I was caught. Not because the truth became useful. Because I made myself your only door and called it freedom. The words struck the exact center of her. Her father's note burned in her coat. Choose the man who gives her the door, not the man who holds the key. Nikolai stood before her now, ring on his finger, gun at his side, counsel at his back, and he had just admitted aloud that he had held the key too tightly. Sophia wanted to forgive him. She did not fully, not yet, but something shifted. A lock easing, perhaps. Mara's voice cut through. Touching, wasteful but touching. The question remains, if Alexei lives, what is he? Nikolai's face hardened. My brother. Your rival, the silver-bearded man said. No, Victor S. Blood. So am I. The hidden son, the protected son. The one Victor chose to save. The words were designed to wound. They did. Sophia saw it in the smallest tightening around Nikolai's eyes. She moved without thinking. One step closer. Not in front of him this time. Beside him. Mara noticed. Careful, girl. You are standing in old blood. Sophia looked at her. Then maybe old blood should learn to move around me. Roman's voice floated from inside the chapel before Mara could answer. How democratic. Shall we vote before the shooting starts? Everyone turned. Roman stood beneath the chapel arch, with one arm resting casually against the stone, a pistol hanging at his side. Behind him, two men held a third figure between them. Not Daniel, an older man, lean and gray, face bruised, hands bound. Simon Hart, Samuel Hale, Sophia's uncle. Beside him stood another man, 31 perhaps. Dark hair, taller than Simon, shoulders broad beneath a worn navy jacket. His face was bruised too, but not bowed. Even at a distance, Sophia saw the resemblance. Not to Nikolai exactly. To the photograph, Alina's eyes, Victor's mouth. Alexei Orlov stood beneath the broken blue arch, alive and furious, and staring at Nikolai like he was looking at a ghost who had failed to stay buried. Nikolai did not move. Sophia felt the shock pass through him like electricity. Alexei's gaze flicked to the council, then to Sophia, then back to Nikolai. Which one of you is the brother I was supposed to fear? Roman smiled. That would be Nikolai, though to be fair, most people fear him. Nikolai's voice was rougher than Sophia had ever heard it. Alexei. The younger man flinched at the name. Don't call me that, he said. Simon coughed blood. Alex. Roman pressed the gun to Simon's side. Family gatherings are so difficult with multiple names. Sophia's hand closed around the decoy envelope again. Roman looked at her. Now the pages, the key, the ring, or Uncle Simon dies first. Daniel made a sound behind her. Sophia's head spun with the terrible geometry of it. Her brother behind her, her uncle ahead, Nikolai's brother beside Roman. The council forming a half circle like judges at an execution. Nikolai still as stone at her side. This was what Roman wanted. Not the clean exchange. The impossible choice. A hail for an Orlov. A brother for a brother. A wife's loyalty against a husband's blood. A council forced to watch Nikolai hesitate and call it weakness. Sophia understood then, with a clarity so cold it calmed her. Roman did not simply want the witness list. He wanted Nikolai to break publicly. If Nikolai chose Alexei over Daniel, Sophia would fracture from him. If he chose Sophia's family over Alexei, the council would call him unfit. If he tried to save everyone and failed, Roman would step into the wreckage with the list, the hidden brother, and enough scandal to split the Orlovs into pieces. The war was not coming. They were standing inside its first shot. Nikolai spoke quietly. Roman, you do not walk away from this. Roman's smile turned bright. No one walks away from family. That is the problem. Mara stepped forward. Release Victor's son. Roman looked amused. Which one? The council stirred. There it was, the split, the old hunger waking. Alexei saw it too. His face hardened. I'm not Victor's anything. Mara ignored him. Boy, you do not understand what you are. I am a mechanic from the river docks, who was having a normal evening, until men with guns dragged me into dead people's drama. Roman sighed. He has the bride's charm, how exhausting. Sophia lifted the envelope. You want this? Then here terms. Nikolai's eyes cut to her. Roman laughed, still negotiating. Yes, because it keeps irritating you. His smile thinned. Good. Sophia stepped forward until Nikolai's hand closed lightly around her wrist. She stopped, not because he restrained her, because he asked silently. She looked at him. I see the trap. His eyes searched hers. Then speak from there, he said. He let go. The trust almost undid her. Sophia faced Roman. You get copies when Simon and Alexei cross the gate. Roman's gun moved slightly against Simon. You are not in a position to demand 2 lives for paper. No, I'm in a position to remind you that if the council watches you murder Victor Orlov's hidden son, or the Hale guardian who protected him, you lose the story you came here to sell. Roman's eyes narrowed. The pages matter because of what they prove, Sophia continued. Witnesses, roots, betrayals, Victor's secrets. But the people standing here matter more because they make the proof breathe. You kill them too early. You turn leverage into corpses and give Nikolai permission to make everyone here forget your name existed. Nikolai's voice came low behind her, poetic. Not now. Roman studied her. Sophia kept going because stopping meant fear would catch up. You need Alexei alive to divide the council. You need Simon alive to confirm the witness chain. You need me alive because of the key. You need Nikolai alive because the ring and the Orlov name open whatever comes next. You need too many living people to pretend you're in control. The alley went still. Roman's expression darkened. Mara's gaze sharpened with a different kind of interest. Nikolai was silent behind her, but Sophia felt age. Is attention like a hand between her shoulder blades? Roman lifted his pistol and aimed it at Daniel. Daniel froze. Sophia's heart stopped. I only need one hale breathing, Roman said. Nikolai moved. So did Sophia. Not forward. She turned and threw the decoy envelope into the nearest puddle. Roman's gun paused. The paper hit water and darkened instantly. Sophia stepped on it. Hard. You shoot him, she said, voice shaking now but clear. I grind every page into mud. Roman stared at her. Copies, he said. Maybe. Rainwater spread around her boot. Ink from the outer label began to bleed. You stupid girl, the silver-bearded councilman snarled. Do you know what you threaten? Yes, Sophia looked at him. Your secrets. His face reddened. Mara began to smile. Slowly, not warmly, but with something like recognition. Roman's jaw tightened. Pick it up. No, I will put a bullet in your brother's head. Sophia's breath hitched. Daniel whispered, soft, don't. She looked at him then. Really looked. Her reckless, selfish, terrified brother. The boy who once brought soup in the rain. The man who had sold pieces of the past because he thought money could solve what shame had rotted. The brother who deserved consequences, not execution. She loved him. She would not let that love make her stupid. Not this time. If you shoot him, she said, forcing each word past the pain, you lose the only thing controlling me. Roman's face changed. There, truth. Nikolai shifted beside her, and she knew he understood the cost of what she had said. Knew that saying it did not mean she loved Daniel less. It meant she had refused to hand Roman the shape of her heart and call it strategy. Roman's voice lowered. You think I will. I think you want Nikolai, watching more than you want Daniel dead. A long silence followed. Then Alexei laughed once. It was raw, disbelieving, and not at all amused. Every eye moved to him. God, he said, you people are insane. Roman shoved the gun against Simon's ribs. Quiet. Alexei's face hardened. No. Roman turned toward him. Mistake. Nikolai moved in the same instant, but Mara moved too, one elegant hand lifting. Her guards raised weapons, not at Roman, at Nikolai's men. The alley fractured. Council against Nikolai. Roman against everyone. Sophia in the middle with one boot on wet paper, and her heart trying to tear itself into separate loyalties. Mara's voice cut through. No blood until this is settled. Roman laughed. There is no settled, Mara. There is only who holds the names when the night ends. And you think that will be you. I think you will all be too busy deciding which Orlov's son deserves the chair to stop me. Nikolai's face went cold. There is no chair for Alexei to take. Mara's eyes glittered. That may not be your decision alone. Alexei jerked against the man holding him. I don't want his chair. No one asked what you want, the silver-bearded man snapped. Sophia looked at him. That seems to be a family tradition. Mara's lips twitched. Nikolai turned slightly toward the council. Enough. Alexei is not a claim. He is a man held at gunpoint. He is Victor's son, Mara said. He is my brother. And if the council recognizes him, Nikolai's expression did not change. Then the council learns, I do not kill my brother to protect a title. The words landed heavily. Sophia looked at him, her chest aching. Alexei stared too. For the first time, something shifted in the younger man's face. Suspicion remained. Anger too, but beneath them, a crack of confusion. He had expected a monster. Sophia knew the feeling. Roman's smile faded again. He was losing the shape of the room, and everyone dangerous could sense it. So he changed the shape. He shot Simon, not fatally, not cleanly. A calculated shot into the older man's thigh that dropped him with a cry Sophia felt in her bones. Alexei roared and slammed his head backward into the face of the man holding him. Chaos exploded. Nikolai lunged for the gate. Irina fired. Roman's men pulled Alexei back. Council guards shouted. Daniel grabbed Sophia around the waist and dragged her down behind a stone planter just as bullets tore through the blue tiles above them. The decoy envelope vanished beneath churning feet and rain. Soph, Daniel gasped. Get off me. I saved you. You also started this, so don't get sentimental. He released her, breathing hard. Nikolai was at the gate, using the stone arch as cover, firing into the shadows with terrifying precision. Irina had moved left, dragging one of Nikolai's wounded men behind a low wall. Mara stood behind her guards, face pale but composed, shouting commands no one obeyed. Alexei was on the ground inside the gate, fighting like a man who had spent years using his hands for labor, not war, but knew enough about survival to be dangerous. Roman kicked him once in the ribs and pointed the gun at his head. Nikolai, Roman shouted. Everything stopped badly. Not fully, but enough. Nikolai's gun train. D on Roman. Roman's gun trained on Alexei. Sophia's breath froze. Simon lay bleeding behind them, conscious, but barely. One hand pressed to his leg. Daniel made a strangled sound beside Sophia. Roman smiled, teeth bright in the rain. Now we find out what a brother is worth. Nikolai's face was unreadable. Sophia knew the calculation was killing him. If he fired, Roman might shoot Alexei. If he lowered the gun, Roman gained control. If he hesitated, the council saw weakness. If he did not, Sophia saw the cost. Alexei glared up at Roman. "Do it then." Roman's smile faltered. Alexei turned his head toward Nikolai. Rain streaked his bruised face. "Don't you dare trade anything for me." Nikolai's voice was rough. "You do not give orders well." Something like disbelief crossed Alexei's face. Sophia's chest clenched. There, under the guns and rain and blood, two brothers met properly for the first time by arguing about sacrifice. It would have been funny if it were not unbearable. Roman pressed the gun harder to Alexei's temple. "The ring, now." Nikolai slowly removed his finger from the trigger. Sophia felt the movement like a drop from a great height. Mara whispered, "Nikolai." He ignored her. Roman's gaze sharpened. Gun down first. Nikolai lowered the gun. Sophia's heart cracked. Not because he was surrendering, because everyone in that alley would call it weakness, and she knew exactly what it was. Choice. He was choosing the brother he had not known over the power he had been raised to protect. The silver-bearded councilman muttered, "Disgrace." Sophia stood. Daniel grabbed for her, but she shook him off. Roman's eyes flashed to her. "Stay there." "No." Nikolai's head snapped toward her. "Sophia." This time, she did not stop. Not because she ignored him, because she understood the trap. Roman had forced Nikolai to lower his weapon for Alexei. Now he needed the ring. Once he had it, he could use the mechanism, the list, the witnesses, whatever came next. The council would watch Nikolai yield and question his strength. Roman would walk out holding history and the future, unless the bride changed the terms again. Sophia stepped into the open, hands lifted. Rain soaked her hair, her coat, the bandage on her palm. Her heart slammed against the packet of original pages hidden beneath her clothes. Roman looked at her like he wanted to shoot her for the inconvenience of her continued agency. "Not another step," he said. She stopped. "You need the ring and the key." "Yes." "You shoot Alexei. Nikolai gives you neither." Roman's smile returned. He was about to. "No," Sophia said. "He was about to give you the ring because he values life over pride. That is not the same as letting you leave with it." Mara's gaze flicked to Nikolai. Sophia kept her eyes on Roman. "You want the council divided. Here, let them divide over something true." Nikolai Orlov lowered his gun for a brother he met tonight. If that makes him weak in their eyes, they deserve Roman Arcady as punishment. A hush moved through the alley. Roman's jaw tightened. Sophia turned then, not to Roman, but to the council. This was madness. She knew it. Her whole body knew it. She was a woman in wet boots, standing between criminals with guns and old men with blood traditions. And she had no weapon but truth and the audacity to use it before someone shot her for the trouble. But truth had weight. Her father had died for it. She would not kneel away from it now. You came because you were told Victor Orlov had a hidden son, she said. Because you were told the Hale family concealed witnesses. Because you were told my brother stole a ledger that could expose all of you. All true enough to make you afraid. But ask yourselves why Roman invited you here to learn it. Mara watched her closely. The silver-bearded man snarled, "Girl, my name is Sophia Orlov," she said, the name ringing out before she had time to be frightened by her own use of it. If you insist on titles, use the one your laws forced onto me. Nikolai went completely still. The councilman's mouth closed. Sophia felt the name settle on her shoulders, not as ownership, as armor she had chosen to wear for the next breath. Roman does not want justice for Victor, she continued. He does not care who sits at your table. He wants you fighting each other while he takes the witness list, kills the people who can explain it, and sells every secret in that gallery to the highest bidder. Roman's face had gone cold. Good. Let him hate being understood. Mara's eyes narrowed. And what do you want, Sophia Orlov? The question struck harder than expected. What did she want? Daniel alive, her mother safe, her father's death answered. Nikolai honest, the annulment papers real, the marriage not real, the marriage real, freedom, protection. A locked door, a hand held out without demand, a kiss that asked, a husband who told the truth before saving her. Too much, not enough. Sophia lifted her chin. I want everyone to stop using to add men as permission to ruin the living. For a moment, even Roman had no answer. Then he smiled. It was the wrong smile. Not frustrated, satisfied. Sophia realized 1 second too late. She had turned the council's attention to herself. Exactly as Roman needed. Noble, he said. His free hand emerged from his coat, holding a small detonator. Nikolai saw it and moved. Roman pressed the button. The ground shuddered. An explosion roared beneath the chapel. Not huge, not enough to bring the building down, but deep, controlled, and terrible. Stone dust burst from the chapel windows. The blue tile arch cracked above Roman's head. Men shouted. The council scattered. Sophia staggered backward, ears ringing. Nikolai caught her before she fell. This time he did not ask. This time she clutched him back. His arms came around her for 1 hard second, shielding her from falling debris. His body turning so the worst of the dust and tile struck his back. She felt the impact through him, felt his breath leave, felt her own fear become something sharp and wordless. Nikolai, I'm here. The words were rough against her ear. Alive. He was alive. Then he released her enough to look at her face. Are you hurt? No, her voice shook. You. No, a lie perhaps, a small one. She let it live for now. The alley had become chaos again. Men coughing, guns swinging, Roman retreating through the broken arch with Alexei. Simon had disappeared from view behind smoke and dust. Daniel shouted Sophia's name somewhere behind her. Irina emerged through the haze, blood at her cheek, eyes murderous. He blew the lower access tunnel. Not to collapse, Nikolai said, to seal one route, or hide movement. Sophia's ears rang. The gallery. Nikolai's gaze cut to the chapel. Roman's voice echoed through the smoke, distant now, amplified by stone below. You want living truth, bride. Come open the final door before the chapel burns around the men you love. The men you love. Nikolai's face went black with fury. Sophia's stomach dropped. Men, Daniel, Simon, Alex, Nikolai. Roman was not trying to take only one hostage now. He was sorting her heart into targets. Mara's voice came from the haze. Orlov, control your wife. Sophia laughed. It was not a sane sound. Nikolai turned his head slowly toward Mara. No. The single word cut through dust and ringing ears. Mara froze. I should have learned sooner, Nikolai said, voice low but carrying. Sophia does not need controlling. She needs the truth and room to move. Sophia's throat tightened. Mara stared at him, and for the first time Sophia saw the council's fear change shape. They were not afraid of Nikolai's gun now. They were afraid of what he might become if he stopped playing by their inheritance rules altogether. Nikolai turned to Sophia. The world narrowed. We go after them, he said. Not an order, a statement waiting for her answer. Sophia looked at the chapel. Smoke drifted from the broken arch. Somewhere below, Roman had Alexei, possibly Simon, possibly the remaining key to a history that had already killed too many people. Daniel was alive behind her, shaking and guilty. The council was fractured. Roman's men were moving beneath the old stones. The packet of originals pressed against her ribs. This was no longer a rescue. It was a fuse. If Roman left with Alexei and the list, the council would split. Nikolai's enemies would claim weakness. Witnesses could die. Sophia's family could be blamed. Alexei could be forced into a role he never wanted. Daniel could be executed to satisfy tradition. And Nikolai could win every fight tonight and still lose the thing in himself she had demanded he keep. Do not become your father. She stepped closer to him, close enough that the council could see, close enough that Roman's watchers could report it, close enough that Nikolai's eyes lowered to her mouth for one unbearable second, and then rose. I'm going, she said. I know. If I freeze. You won't. If I do. His voice softened. Then I stand with you until you move again. The words nearly broke her. She wanted to kiss him. God, she wanted it. Not because they were safe. Not because things were forgiven. Because the world had turned violent around them. And still, He had found the one thing she needed more than rescue. Faith. She touched his chest with her uninjured hand. His heartbeat struck hard beneath her palm. "Is this okay?" she asked, echoing the question from the stairwell. From the fragile language they had built between danger and desire. His eyes flared. Yes. She rose on her toes and kissed him once. Not soft, not long, not enough, but real. A choice in front of every person who thought marriage was a tool, a claim, a weakness, a trap. Nikolai's hand came to her waist, steadying, not taking. He did not deepen the kiss, did not use the audience, did not make it a spectacle. He received it like a vow he had no right to demand, and every intention of earning. When she pulled back, his gaze was Maul, tense and controlled. "Later," she whispered, because she wanted him to know this was not the end of that conversation. His thumb pressed once at her waist. "Yes." Irina's voice cut in. "If everyone is finished emotionally detonating in front of armed enemies, we have an underground gallery to breach." Sophia stepped back, breath unsteady. Nikolai released her immediately, but the heat of his hand stayed through the wet fabric of her coat. Daniel limped toward them from behind a damaged stone planter, face gray. Soft. She turned. He looked at Nikolai first, then Sophia. "I'm coming." "No," Sophia and Nikolai said at the same time. Daniel flinched, then squared his shoulders badly. "Simon got shot because of me. Alex got taken because of me. Dad's papers, Roman, all of it. I can't just—" "You can," Sophia said. "I'm tired of being the guy people save." Her anger softened in the wrong place. "Damn him." Daniel looked at Nikolai. "I know you want to kill me." Nikolai's face gave nothing away. At this moment, less than before. Great progress, Daniel swallowed. "I know the lower layout. Roman made me walk it twice. There's a wine cellar passage beneath the sacristy. He thinks it collapsed years ago, but Simon showed me a gap." Nikolai's gaze sharpened. "Why would Simon show you?" "Because he thought I might have to run." Daniel looked at Sophia, shame burning in his swollen eyes. "Because he is a better man than me." Sophia wanted to say yes. She wanted to say no. She said neither. Nikolai looked at Irina. "Verify." Daniel nodded fast. "There's a rusted saint statue in the sacristy. Behind it, old steps. Flooded at the bottom, but passable." Irina spoke into her calm, getting confirmation from men already moving around the chapel. Seconds dragged. Then she looked at Nikolai. "There is a sacristy entrance, bricked partially, could be passable." Nikolai faced Daniel. "If you lie." "I'm not." Daniel's voice cracked. "Not this time." The words fell heavily. Sophia looked at her brother and saw, for once, not an excuse, not a performance, just a man standing in the wreckage of what he had done and deciding whether to keep making himself smaller or pay in courage. She nodded once, then "Show us." Nikolai's eyes moved to her. "He stays behind me. He stays behind Irina Sophia said. You are too angry. Irina sighed. Naturally, I get the thief. Daniel winced. Fair. Mara approached through the dust, 2 guards behind her. Her hair was streaked with gray powder, diamonds still intact, eyes sharp as cut glass. If you enter that gallery and find Victor's second son, he comes before the council. Nikolai turned slowly. He goes where he chooses. He is Orlov blood. He is a man. He is a threat to succession. I am not a king. No, Mara said softly. But this family has always needed one. Nikolai stepped close enough that her guards tensed. I have spent my life being shaped by dead men's fear, he said. If the family cannot survive one living brother, then it deserves to fall. Mara stared at him. Sophia stared too. Something was happening to him tonight. Not a softening. Not exactly. More like a blade heated and reforged. Still dangerous. Still sharp. But no longer bent to the old hand that first made it. Mara's gaze shifted to Sophia. You did this. Sophia shook her head. No, he did. For a moment, Mara's expression was unreadable. Then she stepped back. Bring Victor's son alive. After that, we decide what survives. Nikolai gave no answer. They moved before Roman could change the board again. The sacristy entrance was half hidden behind the chapel, accessible through a crumbling side door beneath ivy and old rain gutters. Inside, the air smelled of damp stone, smoke, and abandoned incense. Faded frescoes peeled from the walls. A cracked statue of a saint stood near the back, one hand broken, face tilted upward, as if tired of witnessing men make weapons out of belief. Daniel pointed with shaking fingers. There. Irina shoved him behind her and checked the statue. It moved with a grinding sound, revealing a gap in the wall just wide enough for one person at a time. Sophia looked at the darkness beyond. Nikolai stepped close. Last chance to stay above. She looked up at him. Last chance to stop offering. His mouth almost curved. I am learning slowly. Very. The words should not have warmed her. They did. He leaned slightly closer, voice meant only for her. If fear takes you below, tell me. And if rage takes you, his eyes held hers, tell me. There it was again. The pact beneath the marriage. Not love, not yet, not forgiveness, but a rope between them in the dark. Sophia nodded. Deal. They descended. The passage was narrow, wet, and colder than the street above. Old stone steps spiraled downward into darkness. Irina went first with a small light. Daniel followed, then Sophia, then Nikolai behind her. His presence at her back was both comfort and danger, the shape of him filling the passage so completely. She felt protected and trapped at once. She did not hate the first feeling. She did not let herself lean into it. At the bottom, water covered the floor up to their ankles. Sophia hissed at the cold, soaking through her boots. Daniel muttered an apology, then wisely fell silent. The passage opened into a low low cellar lined with empty racks. Wine storage once, perhaps, or something more practical and less legal. A faint glow came from beneath a door at the far end, along with voices. Roman's voice, Volkov's, weaker but alive, and another, Alexei, you think because we share blood, I care which old criminal sired me. Alexei snapped. Volkov laughed, wet and ugly. Blood decides before men do. Then blood is stupid. Sophia's mouth tightened. Yes, definitely Nikolai's brother. Nikolai went still behind her. She glanced back. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were not. He had missed a whole life of that voice. The anger, the humor, the shape of a brother he never got to be cruel to as boys, never got to protect, never got to resent properly over family dinners or inheritance or mothers who loved them differently. And now he might lose him before learning anything but his defiance. Sophia touched Nikolai's hand once in the dark. A quick press, permission, comfort, she didn't know. His fingers turned and caught hers for 1 second, then let go. Irina looked back and mouthed, ready. Nikolai nodded. Daniel whispered, there are 2 guards just inside, usually. Nikolai's gaze cut to him. Usually, Daniel repeated, miserable. Irina killed the light. Darkness, then motion. Irina opened the door silently enough that Sophia barely heard it. Nikolai moved past Sophia in a blur of controlled violence. A muffled impact. Another. A choked curse cut off fast. By the time Sophia entered, 2 men were down on the stone floor, and Nikolai stood over them with a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. The sight should have repulsed her. It did not. That frightened her more than the violence, because he had become exactly what the moment required. And some part of Sophia understood too well why women in dangerous stories mistook that for safety. She would not make that mistake, but she would use the safety while it stood beside her. The gallery beyond the cellar was not what she expected. It was beautiful. That made it worse. A long underground room stretched beneath the chapel. Arched ceilings painted deep blue with gold stars. Walls lined with icons, portraits, and covered canvases. Old lamps cast warm pools of light over polished stone floors. At the far end stood a steel door built into the foundation wall, carved around the edges with the same tiny door symbol from the ring. The final door. In front of it stood Roman, Sergei Volkov, Alexei, and Simon. Simon sat bound to a chair, blood soaking his trouser leg, face gray but eyes alert. Alexei knelt beside him, one hand cuffed to a metal pipe, fury written into every line of his body. Volkov leaned heavily against a table, blood staining his coat from the wound Irina had given him. Roman stood closest to the steel door, gun in one hand, detonator in the other. He looked toward the cellar entrance before they fully emerged. Late, he said. Nikolai stepped into the gallery, alive. Roman smiled, for now. Alexei's gaze snapped to Nikolai, then to Sophia behind him. You again. Sophia lifted a hand slightly. Unfortunately, his mouth twitched despite everything. Nikolai saw it. Something almost unbearable passed over his face and vanished. Simon looked at Sophia and Daniel. His eyes sharpened painfully. You shouldn't have come. Daniel's voice cracked. You shouldn't have saved me. No, Simon said. But your father's children always did make poor decisions loudly. Sophia's throat tightened. My father, she said. What happened to him? Simon closed his eyes. Roman groaned. Must every family process trauma before I get what I'm owed? Nikolai's gun lifted slightly. Roman raised the detonator. Ah, the chapel survived the first charge. It will not survive the second. Sophia's blood chilled. You wired the building, Irina said. Only the parts that make people emotional. Roman's gaze moved to the ceiling. Old stones, old bones, old legacies, very symbolic. Volkov coughed. Enough theater, open the door. Roman's smile faded. Careful, Sergei. Bleeding men are replaceable. So are ambitious idiots. For 1 second, the alliance between them showed its cracks. Nikolai noticed. Sophia noticed, Nikolai noticing. The final door required ring and key. Sophia knew it. Roman knew it. Volkov likely knew it. What none of them knew was what waited behind it. Witness list, money, archives, something that could clear her father or condemn him. Roman pointed at Nikolai. Ring on the table. Nikolai did not move. Roman aimed at Alex. Sophia stepped forward. No. Roman's gaze slid to her. Bride, you are exhausting. Good, you'll be less focused. She pulled the brass key from inside H. Her coat and held it up. Everyone went still. Nikolai's head turned sharply. Sophia. She did not look at him. Ring for key, she said to Roman. You need both. You don't threaten anyone while we set them down. Roman studied her and the pages. Safe. With whom? Sophia smiled faintly. A woman who dislikes you. Irina, behind her, murmured, accurate. Roman's eyes flicked between them. Volkov spoke, voice strained. She has originals somewhere nearby. Michael Hale would not entrust the final door to copies. Sophia looked at him. You're bleeding too much to sound clever. His face twisted. Simon laughed once weakly. Michael's daughter. The words moved through Sophia like grief and pride. Roman lifted the gun toward Simon. Nikolai's voice cut through. Enough. It was not loud. It did not need to be. The gallery stilled around him. Nikolai removed his father's ring. His hand was steady. Sophia watched, chest tight, as he placed it on the nearest stone ledge. She placed the brass key beside it. 2 small pieces of metal. 2 dead fathers. 2 living children, forced to decide what inheritance meant. Roman gestured to Volkov. Check. Volkov limped forward, breath hissing through his teeth. He picked up the ring and key, examining both. Real. Good, Roman smiled. Now, bride, you open it. No, Nikolai said. Roman raised the detonator. Yes. Sophia looked at Nikolai. His face was carved from refusal. She understood. If she opened the door, Roman might take what was inside. If she refused, he might kill everyone. If Nikolai forced the issue, Roman won the story. The wife controlled, the brother threatened, the council fractured. Again, the same lesson. The only move Roman did not understand was chosen risk. Sophia stepped toward the final door. Nikolai caught her wrist. Don't, he said. His voice was not command now. It was fear stripped bare. Sophia turned back. You said if I wanted out, you'd take me out. Yes, I don't want out. His eyes burned. This is not bravery if you do it because you think you must. I know. Then why? She looked at Alexei, at Simon, at Daniel, hovering pale near Irina, at Volkov bleeding over old stone, at Roman smiling with a detonator in hand. Then back to Nikolai, because I am tired of men building doors with my family's blood and calling me the key like I'm not also the hand that turns it. Nikolai's grip loosened. Not fully. Is this your choice? He asked. Yes. Not for Daniel, not for me. Yours. Her throat tightened. Yes. He released her. The trust almost hurt more than restraint. Sophia took the ring and key from Volkov because he held them out with shaking fingers and hatred in his eyes. She approached the steel door. Up close, she saw the craft of it, old but maintained. The lock plate was divided in two. A circular groove for the ring, a narrow keyhole beneath. Her hands shook. She thought of her father's handwriting. Choose the man who gives her the door, not the man who holds the key. She looked back at Nikolai. He stood with a gun lowered, but ready, eyes fixed on her, every inch of him screaming to pull her away. He did not. The man who gave her the door, not perfect, not forgiven, not safe in any simple way, but trying. Sophia slid Victor's ring into the groove. A mechanism clicked. She inserted her father's key. Behind her, Roman exhaled. Volkov whispered something like a prayer. Nikolai said, Sophia. She turned the key. The door opened inward with a deep metallic groan. Darkness waited beyond. Not fire, not treasure. Darkness and the smell of paper. Roman shoved forward. Move. Nikolai moved too. Irina shifted. The room balanced on a trigger. Sophia stepped through the door first. Inside was a small archive chamber lined with metal cabinets. On the central table sat 3 items: a sealed black ledger, a stack of passports and identity files, and a small wooden box with a brass plate engraved in Russian. Volkov stumbled in behind her and made a sound of triumph. Roman followed, gun raised. Nikolai came immediately after. Because of course he did. Because Sophia inside a dark room with Roman Arcady was apparently the end of his patience. The chamber was too small for everyone. Perfect. Sophia picked up the wooden box before Roman could stop her. He aimed the gun at her chest, put it down. Nikolai's gun was at Roman's head. Volkov's hand reached for the ledger. Irina appeared in the doorway and aimed at Volkov. Alexei shouted from the gallery, "Simon's bleeding out." The words cut through everything. Sophia looked at the box, then at Roman, then at the detonator in his hand. The choice formed so quickly, it felt like instinct. She threw the wooden box at Volkov's head. He staggered back with a curse. Irina fired into the ceiling, sending stone dust and sparks down. Roman flinched. Nikolai struck his gun hand aside, and the shot went wild, slamming into a cabinet. Sophia grabbed the black ledger with both hands and slammed it against Roman's wrist. The detonator hit the floor. For one suspended second, everyone saw it. Roman dove. Sophia kicked it under the table. Nikolai caught Roman by the collar and drove him into the wall hard enough to shake dust from the ceiling. Volkov lunged for the detonator. Irina slammed him down with the butt of her gun. Alexei appeared in the doorway, still cuffed to a short length of pipe. He had somehow ripped free blood on his mouth and rage in his eyes. "Move," Alexei snarled. Sophia ducked as he swung the pipe into the side of Volkov's knee. Volkov screamed. Nikolai had Roman pinned against the wall, forearm to throat, gun gone somewhere in the struggle. Roman laughed, even as blood ran from his nose. "You kill me," he rasped. "The council sees exactly what you are." Nikolai's face was inches from his. "I know what I am." Roman smiled, ugly and victorious. "Do you?" Sophia saw it happen. The temptation, the clean, brutal answer. Roman dead. Threat ended. Blood paid. Nikolai's rage finally given a body to break. And the council, watching from the gallery. Alexei watching. Sophia watching. "Do not become your father." She stepped closer. "Nikolai." He did not look at her. Roman whispered, "Listen to your bride. She already has you kneeling." Nikolai's grip tightened. Roman choked, still smiling. Sophia moved nearer, careful, heart pounding. "Nikolai." This time, his eyes flicked to hers. There was violence in him, so deep it looked like grief. She understood it. That was the frightening part. She wanted Roman punished. She wanted Volkov punished. She wanted every person who had touched her family's life and called it strategy to bleed truth onto the floor. But she wanted Nikolai whole more. "Not for him," she said softly. "Not for the council, for you." His breath moved once. "Let him live long enough to answer," she said. "Let him live long enough to lose." Roman's smile faltered, because he heard it too. The difference. Mercy was not forgiveness. Mercy could be a slower knife. Nikolai released him. Roman dropped to his knees, coughing. Irina was on him instantly, zip-tying his wrists with a vicious efficiency that suggested she had wanted to do that all night. Alexei stood over Volkov, breathing hard, pipe in hand. The gallery outside had gone silent. Too silent. Sophia turned. The council had entered. Mara stood at the threshold, guards behind her. Eyes moving from Roman bound on the floor to Nikolai, standing over him to Alexei, with the pipe to Sophia, holding the black ledger against her chest. The silver-bearded councilman pushed forward. "Give me that." Sophia stepped back. Nikolai turned slowly. "No," he said. The councilman's face darkened. "That ledger belongs to the family. It belongs to the dead," Sophia said, "and the people it can still endanger." Mara's gaze settled on her. "You opened the door." "Yes. And what did you find?" Sophia looked down at the ledger, at the passports, at the identity files, at the small wooden box lying on the floor, its lid cracked open. Inside, she saw letters tied with blue ribbon. Alina's letters, perhaps, or Victor's, or her father's. Not everything needed to be swallowed by men with guns before the living had time to breathe. She looked at Nikolai. He looked back. A question, a choice. This time she answered aloud. "We found proof," Sophia said. "Proof your old family survived by burying witnesses, wives, sons, debts, and inconvenient truth. Proof Roman tried to steal. Proof Volkov helped hide. Proof my father died, protecting what your council would have used." The councilman spat. "You know nothing. Then you won't mind if the proof is read before everyone." His face went pale with fury. Mara lifted one hand when he stepped forward. He stopped. Barely. Mara studied Sophia for a long moment. "You are either very brave or very foolish. I've been told both tonight." Mara's eyes shifted to Nikolai. "And you? Will you let your bride hold Victor's ledger over the family?" Nikolai did not hesitate. "Yes." The room changed. Not loudly, but Sophia felt it. The council did too. Mara's expression sharpened. "You would place Orlov secrets in Hale hands." Nikolai stepped beside Sophia. "Those hands opened the door my family built," he said. "Those hands pulled truth out of the grave, while men with my name tried to bury it. If that threatens this family, good." Alexei stared at him. Sophia stared too. Daniel, pale and silent near the gallery entrance, looked like he might cry. Roman began to laugh on the floor. Everyone turned. "You think this is victory?" Roman coughed blood and smiled at Sophia. "You still don't understand." Irina pressed her gun to the back of his head. "Then enlighten us briefly." Roman's eyes lifted to Sophia. "The ledger is old power. Useful, yes, but old. I wanted the door opened because Volkov told me Victor kept one thing beneath the chapel that could start a new war." Nikolai went still. Volkov groaned from the floor. "Idiot, quiet." Roman's smile widened. Sophia's fingers tightened. "Ed around the ledger." "What thing?" she asked. Roman looked at Alexei, then at Nikolai. "Blood proof," he said. "Not that Alexei is Victor's son. That was never the scandal. The room held its breath. Roman's eyes gleamed. The scandal is that Nikolai is. The words hit like a gunshot. For a moment, no one moved. Not Mara, not the council, not Alexei, not Irina, not Nikolai. Sophia felt the ledger slip in her hands and caught it against her chest. Nikolai's face did not change, and that was worse than any visible reaction. He looked as if every door inside him had locked at once. Mara whispered, "Impossible." Roman laughed harder, coughing. There it is. The first honest word from the council tonight. Volkov tried to push himself up. Irina drove him back down with a boot between his shoulders. Sophia looked at Nikolai. "Nikolai," she said. He did not look at her. His eyes were on Roman. Roman smiled up at him. Victor raised another man's son as heir and hid his blood son across the city. Your whole empire is built on a father's lie. Tell me, Orlov, what are you now? The council erupted. Voices overlapped, Russian and English, disbelief and fury and accusation. The silver-bearded man shouted for the ledger. Mara ordered silence. Guards moved. Alexei looked sick. Daniel pressed himself against the wall, eyes wide. Simon, barely conscious, began whispering, "No, no, no," like a prayer too late. Sophia stepped toward Nikolai. He stepped away, only one pace. It felt like miles. His voice cut through the room. Silence. The command worked. Of course it worked. Even now. Especially now. Nikolai looked down at Roman. Where is the proof? Roman's smile was almost gentle. Behind the second cabinet. Victor's private blood records. Your mother's letters. Michael Hale's witness statement. Everything. Nikolai's hand flexed once. Sophia moved closer again, slow this time. Nikolai. He finally looked at her. The emptiness in his eyes stole her breath. Not because he felt nothing, because he felt too much and had locked it behind something Sophia could not reach by force. You were right, he said. Her throat tightened. About what? Dead men ruin the living. Then the lights went out. Complete darkness swallowed the archive. A second explosion cracked through the chapel above. The floor shook. Someone screamed. Stone dust rained from the ceiling. A gun fired in the dark. Men shouted. Sophia was shoved sideways by bodies moving blind. The ledger tore from her hands. Sophia, Nikolai shouted. She reached toward his voice, but another impact slammed into her from behind. She hit the floor, pain flashing through her shoulder. Hands grabbed her coat. Not Nikolai S. She kicked hard and connected with bone. A man cursed. The brass key dug into her side. The packet of original pages shifted beneath her coat. Somewhere to her left, Roman laughed, high and wild. Then a hand found hers. Strong, familiar, warm. Nikolai. He hauled her against him as emergency red lights flickered once, showing chaos in frozen flashes. Roman rolling toward the broken wooden box, Volkov crawling despite blood, council guards turning on Nikolai's men, Alexei swinging the pipe at someone trying to grab him, Irina dragging Daniel behind cover. The red lights died again. Nikolai's mouth was at Sophia's ear. "Stay with me. I'm here. Are you hurt?" No, it was mostly true. Another blast echoed from above, smaller but closer. The ceiling cracked. Mara shouted from the dark. "Roman is collapsing the chapel." No, not just collapsing. Sealing, burying proof, burying witnesses, burying brothers, starting a war in the dark where every side would blame another. Sophia understood too late. Roman had never needed to leave with everything. He only needed enough chaos that no truth could survive intact. She grabbed Nikolai's shirt. "He doesn't want to win here." Nikolai's arm tightened around her. "What?" "He wants everyone buried with different versions of the truth." Another gunshot. A scream. Stone groaned overhead. Roman's voice came from somewhere in the darkness, delighted and distant. "Long live the family." Then the steel archive door began to close. Chapter 6. The Bride's Vow. The steel archive door began to close with the slow, merciless certainty of a tomb, deciding it was finished with the living. For one breath, nobody moved. The darkness was too complete, the noise too much, the air thick with stone dust and panic, and the hot metallic bite of gunfire. Sophia's cheek was pressed against Nikolai's chest, his arm locked around her ribs, his heart hammering beneath her ear with a force that proved he was still alive even when the world around them sounded like it was breaking apart. Then the red emergency light flickered again. One flash. Enough. Sophia saw the door sliding inward on its old track. Saw Roman on the floor near the broken wooden box, reaching for something beneath a scatter of letters. Saw Volkov crawling toward the central table with Blue D dragging behind him. Saw Alexei swinging his length of pipe at a council guard who had decided old blood mattered more than survival. Saw Irina shoving Daniel behind a cabinet while aiming into the chaos with calm, murderous precision. And she saw Nikolai looking at Roman, not at the door, not at the crack narrowing behind them. Roman, because Roman had said the one thing designed to destroy. Every foundation Nikolai had been raised to stand on. Victor raised another man's son as heir. Nikolai was the lie or the truth, or whatever sharpened fragment Roman had thrown into the room, had struck exactly where it was meant to. Sophia felt the shock still moving through Nikolai's body. Not weakness, not hesitation, exactly. Dislocation. For the first time since she had met him, Nikolai Orlov did not seem to know where to put his own name. The door kept closing. Sophia grabbed his face with both hands. Nikolai. His eyes snapped to hers. There was nothing soft in them, nothing safe. Only wreckage held behind discipline, a storm locked inside winter glass. Door, she said. He blinked once, returned. In that single blink, Sophia saw the man choose the living over the wound. He turned, shoved her behind him, and drove his shoulder against the edge of the sliding steel door. It did not stop. The mechanism groaned, ancient gears grinding beneath the floor. Nikolai braced both hands against the metal and pushed, muscles cording in his arms, boots skidding on dust-slick stone. The door slowed, but kept moving. "Irina," he shouted. Busy Irina snapped from somewhere in the dark, followed by a shot and a man's scream. "Daniel, stay down or I shoot you myself." "I'm down," Daniel yelled, voice cracking. Sophia looked wildly around the chamber. Key, ring, mechanism. The door had opened with the key and ring. The frame mechanism had responded to both. If Roman had triggered closure, there had to be another catch. Something built into the same old logic. Hale hands, Orlov blood, two loyalties. Her father and Victor had designed doors like arguments. They would have left a way to stop it from killing the people meant to open it. Sophia dropped to her knees and ran her fingers along the inner wall beside the track. Dust, cold steel, stone seam, no handle. The door groaned closer. Nikolai's breath turned harsh. Sophia out. "No, Sophia, push harder. That is not a plan. It's your part of the plan." Somewhere near the table, Volkov laughed wetly. "Too late. It seals from inside." Victor trusted deadlocks more than prayers. Sophia's fingers hit a small groove near the floor. Her pulse leapt. Not a handle, a keyhole, lower than the first, nearly hidden behind the door track. A failsafe meant for someone kneeling. Someone who knew how old craftsmen hid mercy where arrogant men did not look. "My key," she said. Nikolai's head turned. "What?" "The key. I need the key." "It's in your coat." Her hands dove into the lining, shaking so hard she nearly missed the hidden seam. The brass key slid into her palm, warm from her body, slick with sweat and dust. Volkov's voice sharpened. "No." Sophia crawled toward the track. A gunshot sparked against the floor near her hand. Nikolai roared her name. He left the door for half a second, just long enough to grab her by the back of her coat and drag her sideways as another shot cracked through the chamber. The bullet slammed into the stone where her shoulder had been. The door surged inward. "Nikolai," Alexei shouted. Alexei threw himself against the steel from the other side of the central table, pipe wedged between the door and the frame. The pipe bent almost immediately, but it bought 1 inch, 1 living inch. Nikolai returned to the door, driving both hands into the edge. Alexei pushed 2, face twisted with effort, blood at his mouth. The 2 brothers bracing the same death trap, with no time to decide what blood meant. Sophia moved. She stayed low this time, crawling beneath the line of sight, while Irina fired twice into the dark corner where Volkov's gun had flashed. Volkov cursed and dropped the weapon. Sophia reached the hidden keyhole and jammed her father's key into it. It did not turn. No, no, no. Her bandaged palms screamed as she forced the key harder. It caught halfway, stuck in old grit or warped metal, or the simple cruelty of mechanisms waiting years to be needed. Sophia, Nikolai ground out. I'm doing it. The door pressed against the bent pipe. Alexei's arms shook. Nikolai's boots slipped another inch. Behind her, Roman laughed. The sound was too close. Sophia looked up. Roman was on his knees, face bloody, wrists somehow free from the zip tie Irina had used. One hand wrapped around a letter opener from the broken wooden box. He lunged not for Nikolai. For her, Daniel hit him from the side. Not gracefully, not like a hero in a story, like a terrified brother using his whole body because he had no skill and no right to fail twice. They crashed into the table. Roman drove an elbow into Daniel's ribs. Daniel gasped, but clung to him, grabbing Roman's wrist before the blade could reach Sophia. Soft key, Daniel shouted. For once, he did not apologize. For once, he gave her something useful. Sophia turned the key with both hands. It snapped. For 1 second, she thought she had broken everything. Then the hidden lock released with a deep metallic clunk beneath the floor. The door stopped. Nikolai and Alexei remained braced against it, both breathing hard, both staring at the steel as if waiting for betrayal. Then the mechanism reversed. Slowly, the door began to open. Sophia slumped forward on one hand. Nikolai abandoned the door instantly and dropped beside her. Are you hit? No. Blood? Mine from before. Maybe new. I don't know. His hand hovered over her shoulder, stopped by his own discipline, even with death still grinding open beside them. May I check? The question here now almost shattered her. Yes, she breathed. He touched her carefully, quick and practical, checking arms, shoulders, side, back. His hands were shaking. Nikolai Orlov's hands were shaking. I'm all right, she said. His eyes lifted to hers. No, he said roughly. You are alive. That is not the same thing. Before she could answer, Roman drove his knee into Daniel's stomach and threw him off. Daniel hit the floor hard, curling around himself. Roman scrambled for the fallen gun. Alexei moved first. The pipe was bent and useless, but Alexei used it anyway, swinging low and catching Roman across the wrist. Roman shouted. The gun skidded across the floor. Nikolai rose. Roman looked up. The expression on his face changed. For the first time all night, Roman Arkady looked afraid. Nikolai crossed the chamber with terrifying calm. Roman backed away on one hand and one knee. You kill me now, and every council member sees the bastard son proving blood always tells. The word froze the room. Bastard. Sophia stood too fast, dizziness flashing through her skull. Nikolai stopped in front of Roman. The red light flickered again, bathing him in blood-colored shadow. His face was unreadable, but Sophia knew him better now. Not fully, not safely, but enough to see the knife Roman had just twisted. Roman smiled, sensing it. What are you without Victor's blood? Without the name? Without the fear? A stray your mother brought into his house. A convenient heir raised for slaughter. Nikolai's hand flexed. Roman kept going, drunk on cruelty. You lowered your gun for a brother with better claim than you. You married a woman for a key. You built your life on a dead man who lied about loving you. Tell me, Orlov, which part of you is real? Sophia stepped forward. Irina grabbed her arm. Don't. Sophia shook her off. No. Nikolai did not look back. Roman's gaze flicked to her. Ah, the bride comes to save him again. No, Sophia said. The bride is tired of listening to cowards mistake cruelty for insight. Roman's smile sharpened. Careful, he might not belong to the name you took. Sophia looked at Nikolai then. He still had not turned. His shoulders were rigid, his head slightly bowed, like a man standing beneath the weight of a house built on lies. She understood something in that moment with painful clarity. Nikolai had believed the worst thing about himself was the violence he had inherited. Now Roman wanted him to believe he had inherited nothing at all. Both were cages. Nikolai, Sophia said. He did not move. She stepped closer until she stood beside him. Not in front, never in front of this truth. Beside, look at me. His jaw tightened. Please, that did it. His eyes shifted to hers. The emptiness in them made her heart hurt. I don't know what those records say, she said quietly. I don't know what Victor knew or lied about. I don't know what your mother chose or what was stolen from her. But I know this. Roman scoffed. Sophia ignored him. The man who gave me a locked room when he could have demanded obedience is real. The man who let me speak in front of his council is real. The man who lowered his gun for Alexei is real. The man who stopped himself from killing Roman because I asked him not to become his father is real. Nikolai's breath changed. Whatever blood says, she whispered. You decide what name means now. For one long moment, he simply looked at her. Then he turned back to Roman. Roman's face had tightened with rage. Nikolai crouched in front of him, slow and controlled. You asked what part of me is real, he said. Roman swallowed. Nikolai reached out, took the letter opener from Roman's limp hand, and tossed it aside. This part, Nikolai said, the part that lets you live long enough to lose everything. He rose. Irina exhaled slowly, as if she had been holding breath for every armed person in the room. Roman's expression twisted. Mercy won't make them respect you. Nikolai looked at the council, gathered beyond the reopened steel door. Their faces lit by red emergency, light, and fear. I am done. Being respected by men who require bodies as proof. The words landed harder than any shot. Mara stood at the front of the council, powdered with dust, one sleeve torn, eyes fixed on Nikolai with unreadable intensity. The silver-bearded councilman looked like he had bitten into poison. Alexei had moved to Simon's side, cutting the older man's bonds with a knife Irina had tossed him. Daniel crawled toward Sophia, one arm wrapped around his ribs, face white. "Soph," he gasped. She turned and dropped beside him. "Are you stabbed?" "No." "Shot?" "No." "Then I'm still mad at you." He gave a broken laugh that turned into a cough. "Fair." Her hands shook as she touched his shoulder. He flinched, and for the first time Sophia did not soften fully. Love did not erase consequences. Tonight had taught her that, if nothing else. "You saved me," she said. Daniel's eyes filled. "Once," she added. "Do not make it your whole redemption arc." He laughed again, then winced. "I missed you too." She pressed her forehead briefly to his, just once, because he was alive, and she was angry, and both were true. Across the chamber, Volkov groaned as Irina rolled him onto his stomach and secured his wrists. His face was gray, but hatred still burned in his eyes. "You don't understand what you opened," Volkov rasped. "Those witnesses will destroy families, governments, roots. Men who have slept well for 20 years will wake with knives in their hands." Mara stepped into the archive chamber. "Then we decide carefully." "No," Sophia said. Every head turned. She rose slowly, pain in her knees, her shoulder, her hand, her heart. The black ledger lay near the central table where it had fallen during the struggle. The identity files were scattered. Passports and letters splayed across old stone like lives spilled open for one more powerful room to examine. She picked up the ledger. The silver-bearded councilman started toward her. Nikolai moved 1 inch. The man stopped. Sophia looked directly at Mara. "You do not decide alone, not anymore." Mara's expression cooled. "You have been married into this family for one night, and somehow found what all of you buried for decades." A murmur moved through the council. Mara's eyes narrowed, but there was something else beneath the coldness now. Interest, maybe even respect. Sophia held up the ledger. "This contains witness names, crimes, roots, payments, betrayals. Some of those people may still be alive because my father and Viktor Orlov chose to hide them. Some may be dead because men like Volkov and Roman wanted the list. If you think I am handing it to a council that spent tonight debating whether my brother should die before they asked what he actually knew, you are mistaken." The silver-bearded man snarled. "You have no authority." Sophia smiled faintly. "Then take it from me." The room went completely still. Nikolai's gaze cut to her, sharp with warning and something else. Admiration. Mara looked at Nikolai. "Will you let her challenge the council?" Nikolai stood beside Sophia. "Yes." A single word. A second vow. Mara studied them both. Then Alexei spoke from the floor near Simon. "She opened the door. She kept your men from shooting me for a title I don't want. She can hold the damn book. The counsel turned toward him. Alexei glared back, one arm around Simon's shoulders. What? I'm Victor's secret son when it helps your politics, but not when I have an opinion. Sophia almost laughed. Nikolai did not. He was looking at Alexei with something raw and new. A grief reshaped into living confusion. Mara's face softened by perhaps 1 human degree. You truly want nothing from this family. Alexei barked a bitter laugh. After tonight, I want a drink, a doctor for Simon, and for all of you to stay away from my boat. Nikolai's mouth moved slightly. It was not a smile, but it was close enough to hurt. Simon's voice came weakly. Alex. I know, Alexei muttered. Too honest. No, Simon coughed. Your mother would have liked it. The room changed again. Nikolai looked at Simon. The older man's eyes met his across the chamber, full of pain and old loyalty. She loved you, Simon said. Nikolai did not move. Simon swallowed hard. Alina. She made Michael promise he would tell you if the truth ever came out. She loved you. She wanted you sent with her, but Victor refused. Said if both boys vanished, the council would hunt until every safe house burned. Nikolai's face was carved from stillness. Simon reached into his torn jacket with shaking fingers. Irina's gun came up, then lowered when she saw the small bundle of letters tied with blue ribbon. Those were in the box Roman broke, Simon said. Alina's letters, some to Alex, some to you. He held them out. No one moved. Not Nikolai, not the council, not even Roman. Sophia took the letters from Simon and carried them to Nikolai. He looked at them as if they might hurt worse than bullets. They are yours, she said. His gaze lifted to hers. Not because of blood, she added, because she wrote your name. That undid something in him, not visibly to everyone. Maybe not to anyone but her. But Sophia saw the breath that broke, the grief that trembled at the edge of his control. The boy who had once been gentle, and then was left behind to become necessary. Nikolai took the letters. His fingers closed around the blue ribbon. For a moment, he looked like a man holding the only true thing left from a burning house. Then he looked at Simon. Who was my father? The question landed like a stone through glass. Mara's face tightened. The silver-bearded man looked away. Volkov smiled faintly through blood. Roman watched, hungry even bound, still hoping for one final wound. Simon's expression twisted, biological. Nikolai's jaw flexed once. Yes. I don't know. Roman laughed, disappointing. Nikolai did not look at him. Simon continued, voice rough. Alina never wrote it. Michael never told me. Victor knew there was a chance. He claimed you anyway. Nikolai's eyes hardened. Claimed me as a tool. Yes, Simon said. And as a son. Men like Victor were capable of love and still ruined everything they touched with control. The words struck too close to the center of the room. Sophia felt Nikolai absorb them. Capable of love, still ruined everything with control. A legacy and a warning. Nikolai looked down at the letters again. Did Alexei know? Alexei answered before Simon could. I knew Simon wasn't my father. I knew my mother died when I was young. I knew men with money and guns were the reason we moved every few years. I did not know I had a brother until tonight. He looked at Nikolai with wary defiance. Still not sure I do. Nikolai nodded once. No demand, no claim, no wounded pride. Fair. Alexei blinked, as if he had expected argument and found ground instead. Mara stepped forward. This matter must be contained. The council will take Roman, Volkov, the ledger, the witness files, and both sons of Victor into protection, until legitimacy and succession questions are settled. No, Nikolai said. Mara's gaze sharpened. You are in no position to refuse. I am in the only position that matters. I refuse. The silver-bearded man spat. You may not even be Orlov blood. Nikolai turned to him. The chamber chilled. No, Nikolai said softly. But you obeyed me for 15 years because you believed I was. So either blood matters less than you claim, or every man here is a fool. Silence. Alexei made a sound that might have been a laugh. Sophia stared at Nikolai with a fierce, aching pride that terrified her more than Roman had. Mara did not smile, but her eyes changed. Nikolai continued. Roman Arkady and Sergei Volkov will be held alive for testimony. The witness files will be copied under Sophia's supervision, Irina's security, and counsel outside this family. Any living witness gets warning before any council member sees a location. Daniel Hale will answer for theft and damage, but not by blood sentence. Simon Hart gets a doctor and protection if he wants it. Alexei Hart leaves or stays by his choice. Mara's chin lifted. And you? Nikolai looked at Sophia. Just once. I will answer to my wife first. The words hit the room like an explosion without sound. Sophia's breath caught. The council erupted again, but this time the outrage sounded thinner, less certain. They had seen too much. Roman bound, Volkov bleeding, Alexei alive, Sophia holding the ledger, Nikolai refusing the old law and still standing. The world had changed under them, and some men could already feel their traditions becoming ruins. Mara lifted a hand. Silence returned slowly. She looked at Sophia. Do you accept this burden? Nikolai's head turned sharply. Mara. No, Sophia said softly. Let her ask. She met the older woman's gaze. A few hours ago, Sophia had thought burden meant the contract, the wedding, the public lie. Now it meant names that could get people killed, truths that could ruin families, a brother who needed accountability, a husband who needed more than forgiveness, and a life she could not make clean again by walking away from the dirt. I accept responsibility for protecting what my father died for, Sophia said. I do not accept being swallowed by your family. Mara inclined her head slightly. Reasonable. The silver-bearded man spluttered. Mara. She cut him a glance. If you say one more word about blood, while standing in a room where blood almost killed us all, I will have you carried upstairs. His mouth snapped shut. Irina looked almost impressed. Nikolai looked at Mara, as if reassessing an enemy he had known too long. Mara turned to him. I will support temporary containment under your terms. Temporary. At dawn, we convene properly. Nikolai's eyes narrowed. No executions. Not without a vote. No executions, Sophia said. Mara looked at her. Sophia did not blink. After a moment, Mara said, No executions. Roman began laughing again. Quieter now, more bitter than amused. You think councils keep promises to brides. You think ledgers stay sealed. You think a man without blood can hold wolves by asking nicely. Nikolai crouched in front of him again. Roman's laughter faded. You keep thinking this night is about blood, Nikolai said. That is why you lost. Roman's mouth tightened. I haven't lost. No. Nikolai's gaze moved briefly to Sophia, then back. You are alive. That means losing will take longer. Irina hauled Roman to his feet with a cheerful lack of gentleness. I have been waiting to hear that all night. They moved out of the archive chamber carefully, carrying proof and prisoners, living secrets and bleeding men. The chapel above had partially collapsed near the front, but the sacristy route remained passable. Nikolai refused to let Sophia carry the ledger alone, but did not take it from her. Instead, he gave her a waterproof case and let her place it inside with her own hands. That mattered. Everything mattered now. Alexei helped Simon through the flooded cellar despite being injured himself. Daniel limped behind them, silent and shaken. Once he stumbled, and Sophia reached for him automatically. Nikolai reached too. They both stopped. Daniel saw. His face crumpled. I'm sorry. Sophia closed her eyes briefly. There it was again. The word that had started and ruined so much. Not now, she said. I need to say it. You need to earn it. Daniel swallowed. Then he nodded. Okay. It was the first time in years. He had not tried to make apology, do the work of repair. Sophia slipped her arm under his carefully, supporting without absolving. He leaned just enough to walk, not enough to collapse into her life, as if consequences were another debt she could pay. Nikolai watched, and she could not tell whether his expression was approval, pain, or both. Outside, dawn had not yet broken, but the night had thinned. The rain had stopped. Smoke drifted from cracks in the old chapel. Blue tiles lay shattered across the stones like pieces of a fallen sky. Nikolai's men secured Roman and Volkov in separate vehicles. Mara's council guards stood back under her orders, though several looked ready to challenge anything that moved. Ambulances arrived without sirens. A doctor Irina trusted took Simon first, then Alexei, then Daniel after Sophia snapped at him to stop pretending ribs were decorative. When the doctor came for Sophia, Nikolai stepped forward. She lifted a hand. "I can answer medical questions myself." "I know." He stopped beside her anyway. The doctor cleaned and rewrapped her palm, checked her shoulder, declared her bruised, cut, exhausted, and stubborn. Sophia told him only 3 of those were medical conditions. Nikolai's mouth moved. The doctor wisely said nothing. Then, because life still had a vicious sense of timing, Abram Voss arrived in a dark coat over wrinkled formal wear, looking as if he had aged 10 years since the wedding reception. He took in the collapsed chapel, the armed men, the council, Sophia in wet clothes and bandages, and Nikolai with blood on his temple. "I miss 1 hour," Abram said, "and the family discovers an underground archive." Irina walked past him. 2 brothers, 3 betrayals, possible succession crisis, and Roman in cuffs. Abram closed his eyes. "Of course." Nikolai said, "I need documents." Abram opened his eyes cautiously. "Which kind?" Sophia felt the answer before Nikolai spoke. "Annulment papers," he said. The world did not stop. That was the cruel part. Men still moved. Radios crackled. The doctor spoke to Alexei near the ambulance. Daniel coughed and winced. Roman cursed from inside a vehicle until Irina told someone to gag him legally, which Abram said was not a phrase. The sky continued slowly paling above broken blue tile, but inside Sophia, everything went still. Abram looked between them. "Now." "Yes," Nikolai said. Sophia stared at him. Nikolai did not look away. His face was bruised, cut, exhausted. His mother's letters were tucked inside his coat. Victor's ring sat on his finger like a question. His whole life had been cracked open beneath the chapel, and still he had reached for the one promise that might cost him the only thing he clearly wanted. Her choice. "Nikolai," she said. "You should have had them before," he said quietly. "Before the wedding, before the contract, before the truth became another weapon." Abram cleared his throat. "Technically, annulment documents require." "Abram," Irina said. He stopped. "I can draft intent papers, formal filings later." Nikolai's eyes remained on Sophia. "Do it." Sophia felt anger rise. Not hot this time. Deep. "You are unbelievable," she said. Nikolai's face tightened, but he accepted it. "Yes." "No, don't agree like that makes it better." His brows drew together. "Good, let him be confused for once." Sophia stepped closer, lowering her voice, so the council did not get to eat this too. "You do not get to decide when my freedom becomes convenient either." His eyes flickered. "I am offering." "Choice," he said. "You are offering an exit while bleeding in front of a collapsed chapel, which is dramatic, even for you." For the first time in hours, something startled moved across his face. "I thought," he said slowly, "you would want the papers." "I did." His expression closed. "I do," she corrected. I want them real. I want them signed. I want to know I can leave whenever I decide this marriage is too full of blood and secrets and men using love as strategy. He nodded once, jaw tight. Then you will have them. I wasn't finished. He went still. Sophia's throat burned. She turned enough to see the broken chapel, the ambulance where Daniel sat with a blanket around his shoulders, Alex arguing with the doctor, Simon watching Nikolai as if measuring a ghost, Mara speaking quietly to Abram's assistant, Roman trapped behind black glass, Irina pretending not to listen while absolutely listening. Then she looked back at her husband. Her husband, the word no longer sat on her like a chain. That frightened her more than anything beneath the chapel. You lied to me, she said. Yes, you married me because you thought it was the best way to protect me. Yes, and because you wanted me. His eyes darkened. Yes, you planned to tell me the whole truth after it was safe enough that leaving would hurt. The pain in his face was answer enough. Yes, he said anyway. Do you understand that if I stay, that can never happen again? Yes, I mean never. No protective lies. No partial truths you decide are enough. No doors locked for my own good. No using my love for my family to steer me where you want me. If I am in danger, you tell me. If the truth is ugly, you tell me. If you don't know how to say it without losing me, you say that too. His eyes held hers, with a focus so intense the noise around them faded. Yes, he said, and if I walk away someday, you let me. His throat moved. Yes, not with men watching me. A pause. Then Irina will protest. Sophia's mouth almost curved. Irina can visit. Behind them, Irina muttered, I would rather supervise. Sophia did not look away from Nikolai. Say it, she said. His gaze sharpened, recognizing the echo. The stairwell, the car, the old language between them. If you walk away, Nikolai said quietly, I let you. No men, no pressure, no punishment, no debt. Her chest tightened. And if I stay? His expression changed. There it was. Hope dangerous and unwanted, breaking through all his control. If you stay, he said, voice rougher. I spend every day earning the yes I took too cheaply. Sophia's breath caught. The dawn light touched his face then, gray and pale. And for one impossible second, he looked less like a Bratva king than a man standing at the edge of a life he had no idea how to ask for. Abram approached with a folder, and the exhausted caution of someone carrying paperwork into an emotional minefield. These are preliminary intent documents, he said. They state that both parties acknowledge the marriage may be challenged and dissolved by mutual filing. Not legally final, obviously, but a clear written commitment to cooperate. Sophia took the folder. Nikolai stepped back. The space was deliberate. A door. She opened the folder and read quickly. Legal language. Names, dates, acknowledgement of consent, cooperation. No contest of assets, no penalty, no surveillance, no retaliation. She almost laughed at the last part. Abram had learned fast. There were places to sign. Nikolai signed first. His name looked steady. Sophia Hale Orlov waited beneath it. Her hand hovered over the line. She thought of the altar, the veil, the knife beneath her dress, the kiss he had kept brief because she had stiffened, the locked room, the midnight food she had not yet eaten, the file with Daniel's name, the phone in the courtyard, the stairwell kiss, the museum, the painting, her father's note, Roman's gun, Nikolai lowering his weapon for Alexei, Nikolai refusing to kill when she asked him not to, Nikolai saying, "I made myself your only door and called it freedom." He had lied. He had protected. He had controlled. He had learned. Not enough. Maybe enough to begin. Sophia signed. Nikolai's face closed with quiet devastation. She let him feel it for exactly 3 seconds. Then she tore the papers in half. Abram made a strangled legal sound. Nikolai froze. Sophia tore them again. Then again. Paper fluttered in the damp morning air like pale, useless feathers. She held the remaining pieces against Nikolai's chest. "I needed to know the door was real," she said. He stared at her. "Next time," she continued, voice shaking now, "tell me the truth before saving me." For one long, impossible moment, he did not breathe. Then he covered her hand with his. "Not trapping, holding. There will not be a next time," he said. Sophia lifted a brow. His mouth curved faintly, painfully. "There may be danger. There may be truth. There may be me failing in new ways. But not that." Her laugh broke, out of her, small and wet and exhausted. Nikolai's eyes softened like the sound had entered him somewhere sacred. She should not have kissed him there, in front of everyone, in front of the council, her brother, his brother, the broken chapel, the man who tried to ruin them, the dawn, the old dead, and every lie that had brought them here. She did anyway. She rose on her toes and kissed him. Nikolai went still for half a breath. Then his hand came to her waist with exquisite care. His other hand stayed open at his side, visible, restrained, giving the choice back to her, even in the kiss. Sophia stepped closer because she wanted to, because the night had taken enough, because this was not forgiveness handed over whole, but a vow to build something that did not require either of them to kneel. He tasted like smoke, rain, and restraint finally allowed one narrow flame. When she pulled back, his forehead rested lightly against hers. "Is this your choice?" he whispered. The question moved through her like heat and grief and relief. "Yes." His eyes closed, only for a second. Then he opened them and looked at her, as if the whole ruined city had offered him one clean thing. And he did not yet trust his hands not to break it. Mara's voice came dryly from behind them. "I assume this means the annulment is delayed." Sophia did not look away from Nikolai. "Indefinitely." Abram made another faint sound. I will revise nothing until after breakfast, Irina said. For once, the lawyer has wisdom. Daniel laughed from the ambulance, then groaned. Ow, laughing hurts. Good, Irina called. Consequences. Alexei, sitting on the ambulance step while a doctor taped his ribs, looked at Nikolai. So, are we supposed to hug now? Nikolai turned slowly. The brothers faced each other in the pale morning light. One raised in the family, one hidden from it. Both bruised, both furious, both alive. No, Nikolai said. Alexei nodded. Good. A beat passed. Nikolai added, But you are coming with us until Roman's remaining men are found. Alexei groaned. There it is, bossy. I am told I am improving. Sophia looked at him, slowly. Alexei's gaze moved between them. She talks to you like that? Yes, Nikolai said. And you let her? Nikolai's eyes returned to Sophia. The faintest curve touched his mouth. I learned from her, he said. Alexei studied him for a long moment, then looked away with something too raw to name. Fine. But nobody calls me Alexei unless I say so. Nikolai nodded. Alex then. The younger man blinked. Another door opened. Not fully, not easily, but enough. Simon watched them with tired eyes and whispered something Sophia could not hear. Maybe a prayer. Maybe an apology to the dead. Maybe both. Mara approached Sophia, while Nikolai spoke quietly to Alexei and the doctor. You understand, Mara said, that the council will not forget tonight. Sophia looked at her. Good. Forgetting seems to be the family disease. Mara's mouth twitched. You are very inconvenient. I've been told. You may become dangerous. Sophia looked at Nikolai, at the ledger case in Irina's hands, at Daniel alive, at Roman being driven away, at the first morning light touching the shattered blue tiles. No, she said softly. I already was. I just didn't know where to stand. Mara inclined her head, not quite respect, not quite surrender. Then she walked away. By the time they left the chapel, dawn had fully broken. The sky over the city was pale silver, the streets washed clean by rain, and lies finally dragged into air. Nikolai insisted Sophia ride with him. Sophia told him insisting was not a promising start. He asked. She agreed. Irina drove because no one trusted either newlywed behind a wheel after emotional detonations, gunfire, and the collapse of a chapel. Daniel rode in a separate vehicle with a medic and one of Nikolai's men, under protection and supervision. Sophia had made that clear. Protection did not mean forgiveness. Supervision did not mean vengeance. Daniel would answer for the theft, the gambling, the lies, the harm. He would also live long enough to become better or fail, honestly trying. Alexei rode with Simon in the ambulance, arguing the entire time about hospitals, legal names, and whether being Orlov adjacent came with dental coverage. Irina said she liked him. Nikolai looked disturbed by that. The safe apartment was too small for all the history they brought back. So they returned to Nikolai's house after Irina's team swept it twice and replaced everyone whose loyalty remained uncertain. Clara met them in the foyer, wearing the same navy dress and an expression of grim maternal judgment. "You are all filthy," she said. Nikolai looked down at himself. "Good morning to you too." Clara's gaze moved to Sophia and softened. "Madame." Sophia was too tired to flinch at the title this time. "Sophia." Clara nodded. "Sophia, bath first, food second, arguments after." Irina stepped in behind them. "I support this chain of command." "Nikol," AI looked at Sophia. "Your room is ready. Interior lock installed. No master key." Sophia stared at him. He seemed suddenly uncertain, which was absurd for a man who had just defied a council beneath a collapsed chapel. "I had it done before we left," he said, "before we knew if we'd come back." "Yes, optimistic, prepared." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, "I want to see your kitchen." His brows drew together. "Now, you said you cook when you can't sleep." "I do. I don't think either of us is sleeping." His gaze changed. "Not heat this time. Something warmer. More dangerous because it was gentler." Clara will object. Clara can supervise. Clara, who had clearly heard everything, said, "I will object while supervising." So they went to the kitchen. It was nothing like the rest of the house. Large, warm, tiled in cream and green, with copper pots hung over a central island, and windows looking out at a winter garden. It smelled faintly of bread and herbs. The first truly living room in the house. Nikolai washed his hands first. Then he washed them again, longer, as if blood and dust and old inheritance could be removed with enough soap. Sophia sat at the island in one of Clara's borrowed robes, her hair damp from the bath, her bandaged hand resting on a folded towel. She had scrubbed the night from her skin, but not from her bones. That would take longer. Clara placed tea in front of her and vanished with the practiced discretion of someone who intended to listen from exactly one room away. Nikolai opened cabinets. Sophia watched him move. He looked different here. Still large, still dangerous, still marked by the night. But in the kitchen, his competence had another shape. He cracked eggs with one hand, sliced bread, heated butter in a pan, moved quietly from counter to stove like this room remembered him without armor. She saw the boy again, gentle as a boy, raised into a weapon, choosing slowly to become something else without pretending the weapon had never been forged. "You're staring," he said. "Yes." He looked over his shoulder. "I thought we were telling the truth now," she said. The corner of his mouth curved faintly. "We are." "Then yes, I'm staring." His gaze warmed, then lowered back to the pan with visible effort. "Good." She liked that effort too much. Silence settled, not empty, not comfortable exactly, but honest enough to rest in. After a while, Sophia said, "Do you want to read the letters alone?" His hand stilled on the spatula. "Yes," he said. Then, after a pause, "No." She waited. "I don't know." The admission was small. It felt enormous. Sophia nodded. "You cannot know." He turned then, leaning back against the counter, arms folded. "Can I ask you something?" "Yes." "Your father's note, the door and the key." Her throat tightened. She touched the bandage on her palm. "I think he knew that men in your world confuse control with protection. I think he was warning me against someone like Victor." Nikolai's face remained steady, but she saw the impact. "And me," he said. Sophia did not lie. "And you." He nodded. "I also think," she added softly, "that he left me the kind of test no one can pass perfectly. Doors are complicated. Sometimes the man holding the key is trying to keep monsters out. Sometimes he is the monster. Sometimes he is just afraid." Nikolai's eyes held hers. "And what am I?" The question had no armor. Sophia looked at him, really looked. The Bratva boss, the liar, the protector, the husband who had asked permission with blood on his hands, the man who had offered annulment and looked devastated when she signed, the man who had lowered his gun for a brother he did not know, the man learning that love without truth was just another locked room. "You are not safe," she said. His face did not change. "But you are trying to become honest." His throat moved. "For now," she continued, "that is enough for me to stay." "For now," he repeated. "Yes." He nodded once, accepting the boundary, not arguing with its limits. "Then, for now, I will cook. Very romantic. I am told I need practice." "You do." He turned back to the stove. Sophia smiled into her tea, where he could not see. Except he did. Of course he did. After breakfast, after Clara declared them both underfed and emotionally unsupervised, after Irina reported Roman secured, Volkov sedated under guard, Daniel medically stable and furious about supervision, Alexei refusing the Orlov guest suite on principle, Simon asleep under protection, and Mara waiting in the west parlor with the patience of a snake in pearls. Sophia finally went upstairs. Nikolai walked beside her. Not ahead, not behind, beside. At her door, he stopped. "This is yours," he said. The east guest room had been changed. Not entirely, but enough. The lock was new, installed on the inside. The key sat on the small table, but the bolt would work without it. Her torn wedding dress had been cleaned of what could be cleaned and hung carefully near. The wardrobe, no longer a trap, not exactly a memory yet. On the bed lay a small black safe, open, empty, waiting for whatever she chose to put inside. Sophia stepped into the room. Nikolai remained in the hall. She turned. "You're not coming in. Not unless you ask." The words moved through her, softer than any touch. She leaned against the doorframe, suddenly aware of the robe, her damp hair, the marks of the night hidden beneath clean fabric. Aware of him too, washed and changed into a dark sweater, a bandage at his temple, his mother's letters held in one hand. Desire rose again, quieter than before but deeper. Not the fierce spark from the stairwell, not the adrenaline heat of danger. This was worse. This had room to become tenderness. Nikolai, his gaze sharpened. I'm exhausted. Yes, I'm angry. Yes, I don't know what happens tomorrow. No, she looked at the letters in his hand. And you need to read those. He swallowed, yes. She opened the door wider. Read them here, she said, if you want. His eyes searched hers. With you, he asked. If you want. The echo mattered. They both heard it. After a long moment, he stepped inside. Sophia closed the door, but did not lock it. Nikolai noticed, said nothing. They sat on the floor near the fireplace, because the bed felt like too much, and the chairs felt too formal. He untied the blue ribbon with hands that were steady until the first letter unfolded. Sophia did not read over his shoulder. She looked at the fire and listened to his breathing. The first letter broke him silently. She knew by the way his shoulders dropped. Not much. Enough. Sophia reached across the small distance and placed her hand palm up between them. An offer. Nikolai stared at it. Then he placed his hand in hers. His fingers closed around her carefully, as if he still did not fully trust himself with something living and breakable. They sat like that while he read his dead mother's words. Once his grip tightened. Once his head bowed. Once he whispered a word in Russian that Sophia did not know, but understood anyway. She did not ask. Not every truth had to be opened in one night. When he finished the last letter, dawn had turned to morning. The house was quieter. Somewhere below, the council waited. The future waited. Consequences waited with legal pads, guns, old grudges, and new names. Nikolai folded the letters with reverence and tied the ribbon again. She knew, he said. Sophia looked at him. She knew I might not be Victor S. by blood. She wrote that blood was the least of what fathers gave sons. She hoped I would choose better than what I was given. His voice broke on the last word. Sophia's heart broke with it. Nikolai's eyes closed, and for the first time, tears stood at the edge of him. He did not let them fall. Maybe he could not. Maybe that would take years. Maybe some men learned grief by inches. Sophia lifted his hand and kissed his knuckles. His eyes opened. The heat between them returned. But so did something else. Something sacred and fragile. A boundary neither of them wanted to bruise by rushing. Nikolai touched her cheek with the backs of his fingers. Is this okay? She leaned into the touch. Yes. His thumb brushed once along her cheekbone. More, he asked softly. Her breath caught. The word from the stairwell changed now. Not urgency. Not fire in a dark passage. A question in daylight with grief on the floor and truth between them. Sophia turned her face and kissed his palm. "Yes," she whispered, but slowly. His eyes darkened, not with control, with surrender. "Slowly," he said. He kissed her like he had finally learned that wanting did not need to conquer to be believed. Sophia met him halfway, her hand at his jaw, feeling the roughness there, the warmth, the living proof of him. His mouth was careful at first, then deeper when she answered. When she gave the soft sound he now understood to wait for and trust only when she moved closer. His arms slid around her waist, stopping until she nodded. Then he gathered her nearer, not to claim, but to hold, and the tenderness of it shook her harder than danger had. She pulled back just enough to breathe. His forehead rested against hers. "No lies," she said. "No lies. No saving me without telling me what the danger is. No deciding I'm too fragile for ugly truth." His mouth curved faintly. "You threatened a council in wet boots." "Exactly." His hand tightened gently at her waist. "No deciding you are fragile. And you." His eyes searched hers. She touched the bandage at his temple. "No deciding you are only useful when you're unbreakable." Something in his face shifted. That wound would take longer too. He nodded once. "I will try." It was not a perfect vow. That made Sophia believe it. Later there would be lawyers, statements, council negotiations, Roman's trial in whatever form men like Roman faced justice, Volkov's testimony, witnesses to protect, a brother to hold accountable, another brother to earn, a mother to tell some careful version of the truth, a father to mourn all over again, this time with pride and rage braided together. Later, Sophia would decide where her work belonged, where her home began, and what name she wanted on the door. Later, Nikolai would probably fail at honesty in small, old ways, and she would call him on it, and he would either learn or lose her. Later mattered, but for now, in the room with the lock on her side, with his mother's letters tied in blue ribbon and her father's key broken, but not useless on the floor beside them, Sophia chose the man who had given her the door. Not forever, because a contract said so. Not because blood demanded it. Not because danger made leaving impossible. For now, for truth, for the fierce, unfinished thing between them. Nikolai kissed her once more, gentle enough to ask and deep enough to promise. When he drew back, Sophia touched his wedding ring. "Keep it," she said. His gaze held hers. "You're sure?" "No," she said. A slow warmth entered his eyes. Then she smiled. "But I'm choosing it anyway."